Hello, everybody. How are we doing today? The Kung Fu Cups have returned. Wednesday was the new Kung Fu Cup. Well, it was always the Kung Fu Cup day, but they're back on Wednesdays during the World Team League season, which starts up on Friday. It's one of the best open online cups that we get in StarCraft 2. I don't think it's as high prize pool as it was last year, but it is definitely one that we enjoy watching and keeping an eye on and everything. So, yeah, super excited for some Kung Fu Cup action as we're going to be getting into this pretty soon. The bracket just got confirmed as being live, so we're just going to double check on that, see if there's a fun first round matchup. I see, if that's the real Bunny, then Bunny Skillous could be a very good first round match. Lambo Ryung is a first round matchup that we could jump into. This tournament is stacked, by the way, players such as Clem, Maxpack, Stats Creator, Solar, Showtime, Dark. Just a quick fire, a few off the top. Oliveira, Classic, Geralt, DRG. All great players. It's going to be a pretty darn good tournament. We pretty much know all of that already. I would like to get Bunny versus Skillous if possible. So I would love to grab that. So we'll try and get that. That would be a great TVP to start off. And thank you so much, Tired Universe, for the 23-month resub. But also, I want to say a little special hello to people today because this is the very first time we are going to be multi-streaming to Twitch. I say this is going to be weird because I have my Twitch chat open over here and YouTube over here. So I'm probably going to refer to like Twitch and YouTube. And you guys are like, why is YouTube on the left and Twitch on the right or in front of him? But that's why I just have a screen over there. That's going to be my YouTube screen. So, yeah, it's our very first day really streaming. I just got better internet yesterday, which allows us to do this. Probably not going to be doing this every day on YouTube or anything, but we'll probably do it here and there. Especially on kind of cool events such as Kung Fu Cup, so if we have a WardiTV tournament, you know, maybe stuff like that. So, yeah. Say hello if you're watching on YouTube. I see a couple people in chat already. Hello, guys. Good to see you. Thanks so much for dropping by. I'll link it in the Twitch chat as well. You guys don't have to open it, but if you can, you know, pop in and say hello or leave. I think if you leave a like, it helps, same as usual. So, yeah, you can check that out. You'll be asleep, Knives Out. Well, that's okay, because you can also watch this as a VOD on YouTube, and we're probably still going to take the best matches from this and put them on YouTube as well, because otherwise I'm not going to have other YouTube content, but that's something I kind of just have to figure out over time. I'm not sure how well that works, or if it works at all. So that's just stuff we have to figure out as we go, pretty much. So yeah. I was just trying to figure out our first match. Like I said, I think we're going to go for Bunny Skillous. That's what looks good to me. That or Lambo versus Ryung. So those are what I've got my eyes set on. Like one of those two matches. I'm pretty sure this is the real Bunny. The only question mark is if this Bunny is not the real Bunny, but I think that's the only Bunny in the bracket. No? If that's the only Bunny in the bracket, then yeah, I think we are good to go. Probably means we're going to be hopping over to the NA server. As well, so yeah, we'll take a few moments to get that set up. Heck yeah. Again, hello everyone. Welcome to the stream today. Hope you're doing fantastico. And yeah, we are just double checking if Skillous and Bunny are going to play in NA, in which case I'll hop on over there. No pun intended, but I mean, Bunny, we said the word hop. We gotta say it out loud, don't we? Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting experience. I'm like left and right looking at two different chats. So there's probably a way to combine these I've just not looked into yet, because like I said, it's the first time we're doing this. This is it's gonna be kind of funky because I guess a lot of the time on YouTube people just see like game, and then when the game ends, it cuts into the next game. So like I don't think I've even been on webcam, maybe like a few times here and there, but it's very rare that I'm actually visible like myself on YouTube, so I guess that's already kind of interesting. And also the whole process of actually trying to find a matchup and get into game and all of that kind of stuff is something which is going to be a little bit different as well. As yo, Sir Wriggles, and thank you so much for the 1 year resub. Appreciate it, mate. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing great. Looks like Bunny's AFK. That's what Skillous is telling me, so we'll wait then. I don't think he's going to be AFK for that long. I think he'll be AFK a few moments, but not too much. So we'll probably be hopping on over to NA and switching into that TVP to start the day. As, yeah, it looks as though we are going to do exactly that. So, we'll change server. That only takes a moment. Obviously, players do still need a veto. So, we're probably 2 or 3 minutes out from getting into the games. But, yeah, StarCraft is indeed a-coming. And we are going to have a good day of it. Man, I've not logged into NA for a whole week. I guess there's not really been anything on NA for a little while, so I guess that does make some sense. Perfect. Alrighty. So yeah, everyone's just gonna hop on over. I keep saying hop. For some reason, the word hop's apparently in my mind. It must be the fact we're gonna cast Bunny. But yeah, we're gonna go into NA. We're gonna get into Bunny versus Skillous. We'll just veto. We'll take a few moments, and we'll get that TVP on the road for you all as we get ourselves started today and some SC2 action. So yes, this is a full tournament. I think it's about $600 prize pool. Like I said, I think it was $1,000 last year, but this year's a little bit less. Still pretty reasonable. It's $275 for first place, $140 for second. Basically just kind of cuts down from there. Third and fourth place also get paid out. Actually, top 8 get paid out $15 each as well. So that's actually always nice to see the top 8 getting a little bit of love. So a lot of people will be playing in this every single week. It'll be here for the next 11 weeks, which is the length of the World Team League season. And that's when Kung Fu Cups run. They run on the Wednesdays of WTL seasons. So yeah, very excited that we are back with the Kung Fu Cup. Just having some stuff to stream in general. It's good. It's nice. Obviously, it's ESL regionals at the moment, so our streams have been a little bit more limited just for the fact that we are, in the midst of those ESL regionals. It's not as easy to find stuff to stream and so on. So it's a thing gone. We're in the party, so should be a couple moments. Post Youth, Dynasty, Crimson, Court getting vetoed already, so we're starting to see the first vetoes coming through as well, which is spot on, perfect, exactly what you want to see, which means that we are only a minute or so away from really jumping into this properly. So yeah, absolutely spot on, perfect so far. Everything we want it to be. Everything we want it to be. Alright, so it looks as though Skills is just going to be hosting for us here. Get that set up. Perfecto. No ByuN? Yeah, actually, do you guys remember, like, I think it was last Kung Fu Cup season or the season before, there was no ByuN as well? It was actually very interesting that ByuN was kind of absent from these events for a while. I wonder if he's just got something on Wednesdays that catches him up, gets him caught up and stuff like that. Oh, that's an interesting one. Anyways, guys, intro is pretty much done. And we get ready to go. They're figuring out the veto process. I think the problem is there's no well, yeah, the seeding, the list of seeding isn't actually on the challenge side, so it's very difficult. It's EPT. Oh, in that case, well, they're figuring it out, guys. Yeah, the beautiful startup of a series where we figure out whether it's going to be Central, West Central, or West Central, West for the EU versus Korea matches. But like I say, obviously a little bit of talking right now, but we are pretty much ready to go in game and head into Bunny Skills. And like I say, I think it is a pretty good first round matchup. This section of the bracket leads into potentially Clem in round 3, which is the round of 16. But there's also other great sections. Rogue is in the bracket. Like I said, I mean, just going to run down the list again. Rainor is in the bracket. Rogue, Gumiho, Lambo, ByuN, Kua, Nightmare, Maxpack, Jieshi, Christiana, Stats Creator, Solar, Showtime, Goblin, Geralt, Dark, Spirit, Mana, Oliveira, Classic, Rex, Jumi, DRG. I mean, the list is good. So, yeah, great list of players. Obviously, very excited to get into some games. All the rest. Can I show the client? I would show it to you if there's anything to show. There's nothing to show right now, but there should be in a couple moments. Also got no stream delay today, which is a nice little addition as well. Although now my StarCraft was crashing for a second. That's not good. I think we're good, though. I think we're alive. I think we're able to start. All right, countdown has begun. So into Oceanborn for our first map of the day. It's going to be Oceanborn, then Amphion. I'm not actually sure what map 3 is. Alcyone. Perfect. It was actually written down in the chat. So it's going to be Oceanborn, Amphion, Alcyone. If we get to 3 maps, obviously we may not get to all 3, but we will give it our best go as we get set into, say, Oceanborn for map 1. My StarCraft keeps... I keep getting the little spinny circle like on my mouse. It's like it's loading, but like if I click something, it's probably gonna crash. So kind of a little concerned that that's happened a couple of times. I'm hoping that's just like a little, not too major of a thing. Looks as though we are in the process of loading in, though. Hopefully that's just maybe on the loading screens. I will try and reset SC2 after the games as well, as we get ready to play Oceanborn. Just keep loading. Loading and loading. Alright. Now my SC2 is straight up and having a good time. Okay, what's my SC2 doing? Hold up a second, guys. My SC2 is not having a good time at all. Disable the mature language filter. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Showtime. That's that's what's going on. Where even is that? Social, I guess? What a bug. That is absolutely it. Oh my goodness, what a life. Incredible. I didn't even know that this was a thing. Day saved. Alright. Sir Hill, thank you so much for the Prime sub as we get this started. The game will actually load up in a second. Oh, that was scary. I thought something was seriously wrong. It's like, you know, I'm multi-streaming and stuff for the first time, and, you know, stuff could absolutely go wrong. But turns out it's just the language filter, because of course it is. In the bottom right corner of the map, we are going to have our red Protoss player from Team Liquid. This is Skillous. Sorry for jumping into that a little bit slowly, guys. As in the top left, our blue Terran is Bunny. And we do have a probe already across the map playing the nibble game at the SCV or so, but nothing too wild. Pretty much just the expectation for the moment of, you know, getting a very early scout in. You know, Skillous just wants to see what's up. This tells you if there is a proxy or not, basically, in the early stages, which is also good to know. And this is really a fascinating matchup. You know, two players who we see constantly competitive in their regions, but never quite the top dogs. You know, the sort of players that don't really match up against one another quite that often either. So really excited to see whether or not, or how exactly this will go down and who this favors. If I had to pick a favorite going in, I feel like I typically kind of prefer Bunny. And I think that's just because his crazier, chaotic style can oftentimes be a bit tougher for the Europeans, who are more used to playing that kind of slower paced style. But Skillous is really good recently as well. I mean, he's been picking up a lot of wins. He's been pretty darn good. As this probe does get all the way back home. So his early scout is already wrapped up back home. His next is on the way, and we do see the first adept. It's going to be our first unit on the map from the Protoss. The Reaper is out here from Bunny. He's checking for nearby proxies, so he's been extremely cautious of any possibility of what might be going on and so on. So just checking for that kind of stuff. Obviously nothing too major right now as we just go across that side of the map, and again, there's not too much happening. So just a little bit of a checkup as we do load the single unit into the bunker. That's one single Marine. I mean, with the bunker here in general, it's going to be difficult for the Adept or anything else to really find damage. So just very safe way of expanding from Bunny, getting set up for that Nyon immediately. No problems at all. As the Twilight Council comes in from Skillous. So we get that Twilight Council down in the main base. Gateway will set up on the front of the Natural as well. Second Adept comes over. Blink is continuing to build. Warp Gate is over halfway done, of course, and that will be the point at which you can start getting those Stalkers warped in. As currently we have to go evacuate the Natural because of these couple of Adepts, so they're going to cause some trouble. Two Adepts on this left-hand side. We actually see the Reaper taking a shot already, and now Hellions, Marines, and the Reaper trying to come back in. They'd love to get a kill on one of these Adepts. It's going to be close. Doesn't quite get there. The Reaper even going for the shot, but it just wasn't quite good enough. As you see, the two Adepts of Skillous will shade down to the bottom right-hand corner, so they're going to make their move back home and just get out of there. Looks as though they don't want to tangle too much with any further units. He got good information from this. He saw one Reaper, one Hellion, but he saw additional Marines, which is pretty much a tell that we're not continuing to build like multiple Reapers and Hellions. So you got pretty good info for just being on the natural, a slight delay of mining. And of course, we now see Bunny's follow-up. A medevac to be aggressive with a couple of Widow Mines, and also 2 more barracks. So he gets set up onto the 3 racks, 2-base setup, very standard stuff. And you see the add-ons will be built by the factory in the starport now, as it is indeed just a Widow Mine drop. Some world where this could have been like Marine Mine, maybe just kind of 1-to-1 mine across the map as well and try and run it in at the front, but this really is kind of the textbook standard TVP play as of late. Get that Widow Mine drop going. Widow Mine drop can scout for you, and it can put on a little bit of pressure and damage as well, so it really is kind of a good combination of things to have, right? These couple of mines can do pretty decently. As you can see, those both burrowing up right now, and the first mine shot's going to go for 2 probes just because of the timing at which it fired and the crossover on the gas workers. So yeah, nice mine time tonight. 3 workers killed, and the medevac and 1 mine gets to stay alive, so they get to just go chill out to the right-hand side, so that's a big benefit as well. That's a big plus. Stimpak and Combat Shield coming through from Bunny. We expected that. We mentioned the factory and the starport getting to build the add-ons. That's cleared the way now, and we do have both of those upgrades now starting, so those do begin. Again, the Robo Bait up in the main base. And still just a probe on the bottom side from Skillous. He's way too early to build a 4th, but maybe a pylon here. Watch for drops and so on, just heading in towards the main. This is a pretty important avenue down this southern side because, yeah, this is the drop pathway into that main base that the Terran player typically takes. So a pylon there goes a long way, especially now those pylons have that cheeky 1 extra range, you know, something a little bit of a bonus. Stimpak, Combat Shield, and +1. All of that continues to build on the side of Bunny. So we get all of those upgrades continuing up. Couple more Widow Mines popping out. Again, the Robo Bay and 2 additional gates come in from Skillous with that charge also in production. 2 more Stalkers getting warped in. All of this getting ready as our Stalkers will gather on the left. Again, charges building up. And we get ourselves the medevac attempting to come back through. It gets shot down, but we do not get the Widow Miner barrel. I actually thought it was going to get there, but enough Stalker shots to say nuh-uh. As the Observer here spots this group of units. Does Bunny know that that Observer is there? It doesn't look like it. Looks like he was just setting up the flank on these Stalkers, but because the Observer sees it, Skillous can actually readjust these Stalkers and not get them caught in by this group. In fact, he can come over here and try and get some shots off. 4 Stalkers in sync would do pretty well against one of those Marines, but everything has been spread damage so far, so unfortunately not really able to capitalize on that. And the Stimpak is finishing up. The +1 attack upgrade is not far from being done. We have a medevac on the way as well, still from Bunny. And again, the Stalkers in their depths continue to come back over. Just heading back down to the bottom side as we fire a few more shots. Our first Colossus has just walked onto the map, so we're going to have this to help. No Colossus range. Have not started that upgrade, so extended thermal land's missing here for the moment. Something you would expect at some point to probably get brought into play and to kind of get this Colossus feeling a little bit better and a little bit healthier. And medevac loads up. So forward of mines just going to be set, ready for another drop. But what are we going to do? It looks like we might just drop on top of this army at this point. Yes, here we are. Widow mines come dropping in. We do shoot down the medevac. The mines get shot down, so they don't really fire at all. The 1 mine that does fire friendly fires onto some marauders. It's going to be a group of Stalkers that blink across to the other direction. And now these couple of Colossi hanging out on the high ground. You see. Defensively, Skillous should be okay. Again, the extended thermal lance is finally on the way up, so we're going to make those Colossus a lot better by giving them the reach to really be able to take part in these fights without kind of, facing too much trouble or anything. Again, Dark Shrine coming up, the Forge still coming through. The Bio gets back towards the centers. On the left-hand side is a little group of Zealots, a hit squad of 6 that make their way up that left direction. I would like to get in towards the natural, the main base, perhaps try and make something happen. As the medevacs come flying through as well. We'll see the Zealots get on top of some of those Marines, and the SCV's already evacuating the 3rd base. So Bunny is immediately just kind of giving up on the 3rd, just making sure he doesn't lose workers, but that's a lot of lost mining time. I guess making sure the workers stay alive is pretty nice, though. Vikings and Marauders, the +1 armor all coming through. The Dark Shrine is still halfway built. There's a couple extra nexus come about. Again, the Prism is on the way. Feature continues to be established right now, as you see Stalkers, Colossi just going to knock themselves open. A set of rocks on this left-hand side. Open up this space. Give yourself a chance to move on up the left side of the map. Bioforce will go and grab a couple of these Zealots then. The problem is, as you're chasing Zealots around the map, you're not out in the middle of the map doing kind of, you know, taking presence and kind of being a, you know, a feature on the map like Terran players are kind of meant to be with their army to threaten the Protoss. So it does feel as though skillous is in pretty good control of the game. We have the Bioforce back up to that high ground. There's that Prism still in the upper right. Would love to make a play in towards the main. Again, the rest of the Bioforce back to the sides. Another pylon or two going down. Army still sitting out down at the bottom. Game does settle. I mean, skillous is making good progress. Disruptors being added. The upgrades continue through. And I love the Shadow Stride. The DTs are such a cool harassment unit for the later game PvT. They really can make it such a difficulty for the Terran play. They can do so much so quickly, I think, a lot of the time is what it comes down to. You know, there's so much potential success there. As a couple of goes continue through, the +2 attack upgrade is coming up. A couple of missile turrets continue in, and we have a Prism that's going to sit on the corner while an EMP lands, and that is an instant shutdown. Great denial from Bunny. Just says no to the Warp Prism. Now, if every Terran could just say no to a Warp Prism like that, then Protoss would be a lot much worse race. Because that takes away so much of the control that skillous might have had in terms of stopping Bunny from moving out. If Bunny had to pull a bunch of units back now to deal with Zealots that just warped in, or were warping in over here because the Prism had relocated, well then he isn't on the map making this push and taking the position as he wants to. Zealots in a DT. Move up that right-hand side, going to start swiping onto some of these depots. I mean, there is a turret here. DT actually used its blink just to get out instead of being aggressive in. Kind of looking to see what Bunny's doing, because right now it feels as though it's kind of like go time. You're maxed out. Where are you getting? What are you gaining by waiting? Well, a couple extra goes, some upgrades on the way. Nothing that your opponent isn't really improving on as well. So I would like to see Bunny have taken a fight, but obviously we saw that kind of awkward situation where he just gets forced to pull back. That's why getting the Prism was huge, because it denies additional pullbacks like that. And good disruptor usage here from skillous carves the way to make sure that these ByuNs do not just get to jump on top of that one disruptor that was leading a little bit. As now we continue to chase forwards. The Colossus getting shot at. Obviously, plenty of Vikings here. The Zealots up the right side. Actually not going to come and flank this army. Instead, just going to go straight for the counter. Bunny's picked up on it. He's got vision everywhere. You look at his vision. He just has Widow Mines dotted around, picking up info. And we lose the missile turrets. Obviously, that opens the door for future DT harassment as well. We drop an EMP here as everything else is coming back. But we have kept some units split away. This little group of units here is actually doing really well, just because the Zealots and the DTs combined are able to really get on top of some of the units and get some damage done on top of the SCV damage being dealt. This is now 19 workers killed, plus a bunch of the Bio army against skillous. It feels like every time Bunny punctures onto the map, skillous just patches up the problem and just is back on the map himself. He creates an issue for Bunny that stops him from staying around, as this was a huge disruptor shot. Now there's not really enough support to stop the Stalkers from just kind of blinking in. And this is going to be a dead planetary fortress as well. So goodbye fourth base. We're still dealing with DTs on the right side. And Bunny is just going to say, yeah, this is all falling apart. Skillous played a very good game. He just made sure that his opponent never really had the chance to slow this down, stop this, and just to, you know, make it their game. He was the one doing all of the slowing, the stopping, and the deciding of where the armies were meant to be. It's a big credit to Skillous, because that was a fantastic start from him. He really, again, just bottled up a... Yeah, he bottled himself up a good opportunity, and he went for it. Love to see that as we get ready for game number 2. In a couple moments, Bunny Skillous' second map will be coming up here. And it's going to be on Amphion. So Amphion for map number 2 as we get this underway. I'm going to count down, so straight into our second map. It'll be Amphion as mentioned as we get into game number 2. Again, hello everyone in the YouTube chat. How you doing? Like the video? Do you actually get to like live streams on YouTube as well? I need to go check this out. I'm such a YouTube noob. I'm such a YouTube noob. Like, straight up and honestly. But, yeah, so cool to be able to multi-stream. Like, just having the option to do this is really neat, so... Hope you guys are having a good time. Hope you guys are having a good day. Done with Twitch. I love you guys too. Just, you know, we're going to talk about, you know, about YouTube a fair amount today. Part of life. Because in the bottom left corner, our red Protoss player from Team Liquid is skillous. That was a very weird wiggle of the camera, wasn't it? Bunny in the top right side. Blue Terran. Gonna try and show us a little bit of what's up here in game 2. Try and bring this one back. Trying to get this one back underway. Let's see how this is gonna go. Alright, racks on the gas coming through. There's a probe already moving across the map, looking to scout once again. It's just coming straight across the map. Probe going to be heading up to the high ground and towards this main base. And again, looking to pick up on a little bit of information. The SCV continues to build up that barracks. Another SCV pulls in. Probe will be taking a big old nibble right there. So some damage dealt. And yeah, the barracks is about to finish. So Bunny will have that and go straight into a Marine. So that will spawn a little bit faster than the Reaper. If the probe isn't careful and doesn't back away at the right time, this is one of the scenarios where the probe just gets caught and killed. You know, if you back away at the Reaper timing, it's just too late to get away from the Marine timing. We've taken a few shots on this probe as well. He knows. He knows the timing of a Marine, and he knows just in case this is a Marine, he's going to back away right then and there. So, very nicely planned out from skillous. That's exactly what you want to be seeing. And keep this probe alive and on the map for a little bit, and it's straight into the reactor from Bunny as well, so something else to get done. Yo, Cake Machine, thank you so much for using your Twitch Prime on the channel. 13 months. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you for dropping by today. Supporting the stream. Stargate in the main base here from skillous, so there's going to be a Stargate going down. Ion immediately, and obviously a big switch away from the Blink opener that we saw in game number 1. So already playing just a little bit of a different setup, a little bit of a different style. It is Amphion, and this map is close by air, and so maybe Stargate makes a lot of sense for that. The drop play down this left-hand side from the Terran could be very annoying. You don't have access by ground until you mine these minerals or knock down these rocks, same on this side. That doesn't mean it's inaccessible, and obviously if you have stalkers, you could blink across here and so on early if you wanted to. I think it's just very typically... Again, the fact it's close by edge is good for the Phoenix to get across, deal some damage, and then have the chance to pull back and have a good time as well, right? I think that's something else which they're very capable and able to do, so... Yeah, we'll see what happens. A couple of devs gathered together. We do have Marines looking to go pressing down the ramp for a moment or so. The Phoenix coming online, like I said, from skillous, he is just going to go straight into that Stargate play, and Phoenix the choice. Likely just going to see a bunch of Phoenix, no Oracle, and potentially just Phoenix Colossus from there. This map's great. I really love this map. Crimson Court as well. Just maps that really encourage so many different expansion patterns. I feel like we're starting to get to the point where we see the same kind of map of expansions kind of built out on this map each time. But we've seen so many games where someone takes a third base here, and someone takes like a third base here, and then someone else is like, no, I'm going to take this third base, and then the fourth obviously has so many options as well. Definitely a map that makes the players think. Definitely gives the players a little bit of control of the game as well, right? The ability to just say, hey, look, like, you know, I can kind of play a forward base because I want to play an aggressive style, or I want to play the back base on the left because it stops drop play and it allows me to attack in towards your main or push towards your main base and elevator. The freedom is really there on Amphion because of the map layout. As two adepts are going to be pulling back. There's a tank and a Marine showing up. The rest of the Marines are going by foot through the center of the map as we speak. What sort of position did we think we were going to get into here? Well, getting caught by the Phoenix is going to slow down any positioning that we wanted to do. We dropped off one Marine. The tank is still inside, but that medevac's so low. And the problem is with the Phoenix out, it's just not worth committing to this because wherever you set up, you're likely going to need to use the medevac for actual vision. So that if the medevac's so low, it's so easy for the Phoenix to just jump on that medevac and then shut it down. Then you don't have the vision to utilize the tanks without a scan, for example. You have way less retreating potential as well, so that's also going to be something of a factor. These are all things to be looking at as these Phoenix make their way into the main base, and SCV will be shot down already. We're now going to dive onto the Viking. That will also go down. Right, that's a great catch. If the Phoenix just camp out here, there's a siege tank being grabbed as well. Thank you very much. We take those. Well, apparently we don't. Skillous is perhaps busy dealing with the setup across the map as the first tank sieges and put some damage onto it, but it did not go down. Super battery will activate, but 2 tanks? It's a lot of DPS to get through, and the SCVs are there to play the repairing game, and those tanks are going to blow up some stalkers, so the super battery is not doing enough. Bunny's position has turned into a very good one. And it's all because those Phoenix were just camped across the map. And yeah, they started out decently, but then they haven't denied this siege tank which was coming over. And now that they're here, they can lift up these tanks as well. But we really needed that a little bit sooner, perhaps. Now, Bunny at least gets to kind of set up the position, and he's going to be feeling pretty okay about it. The Observer sees this. Here is the lift on the tanks, but that doesn't go anywhere. Maybe here he can lift up a tank and perhaps see some success. Battery goes down. The Nexus is in trouble. We have got a Disruptor halfway done as skillous tries to find an answer to this push. This is more here as the Nexus is now under fire, and so we're kind of on a timer. Surely we just have to go before this Nexus gets shut down. The Marines pull back a second. There is the Disruptor. There's no stim available, remember, so yeah, okay, nice play with the Phoenix lifting up the unhurt tank. Yeah, no stim, so you have to be very cautious about the Disruptor and how much it can reach, because it can reach a lot. However, that Immortal gets blown up as well. Disruptor's still alive, but you're going to have to super battery the Nexus now as the Marines continue through, putting more damage out, pulling back to that siege tank as well. Very good for skillous to have denied that additional siege tank that was pushing through the middle of the map to reinforce. If there was another tank here now, this would have been terrible for skillous, so as it stands, the super battery has helped to heal that Nexus back up, and with Disruptors here, I think it's just going to slow you down a little bit too much as Bunny to kind of really stick around and to really do what you need to kind of get rid of this Nexus or to, you know, break in for any further damage. So I feel like we're kind of hitting the peak as the Vikings get an Observer. Oh, actually, Vikings can target down a low HP Phoenix as well there. There's another one that's actually low on HP behind its shields. I mean, this is still a huge factor because I tell you what is happening in this game. You've got an Assimilator that's denied. That can't be mined from at the moment. These Disruptors want to try and get close enough to fire. That's a dangerous shot. He's going to lose one of the Disruptors. He loses the second as well, but at least they got it shot off. But obviously now the Disruptor's gone. You do not have the pushback potential on these Marines, so they're going to sit in range of the Nexus. A few of them pull back because they want to protect the siege tank. The Vikings having to try and fight there as well. I mean, it is a lot of Phoenix. The Marines are trying to draw the Zealots forward. Phoenix is now going to come through, but two go down as they lift up a few Marines, and that trade doesn't exactly end well either. We're back onto the Nexus. If we get this Nexus, that would be huge, but the Super Battery is going to come through to save the Nexus again, and we're about to have a Colossus. Will that be enough? Well, I'll tell you what, now we've got Stim Pack. These Marines just got even better. We're going to start nibbling away at probes on the edges. Bunker on the high ground will be denied, but this Colossus, it doesn't have range, right? So it's going to struggle going into siege tank range. Phoenix are going to be in to lift up the tanks. However, we can target those Phoenix down with the Stim Marines. The Colossus is doing a lot. Is it enough? It now goes down. The Zealots will be cleaned up as well. The tanks are back on the ground. It looks as though Bunny is getting this done. GG says Skillous. My goodness. He had to work with it for absolutely every unit he had, but he got there in the end. That was a fantastic fight. Drawn out, went on for a good long while. Absolutely great to see. Yeah, I think all we can say about that is that was a great little fight to witness. That was a lot of fun. GG's and well played for game number 2. And we actually do get tied up then 1-1, which means we are heading into that game number 3 here in just a second or two. Get this underway and see what is going to be happening. Alright, we're going to jump into our Cyan. Get this one started up and go into game number 3. Final map of our opening series today then, as we head into this one. First round matches are starting to wrap up in results, so some of those second round kind of matches are starting to come through. We'll obviously update you guys. I mean, the bracket is going to keep on moving in a big way, so I recommend you check out the bracket link, !B in the chat if you're on Twitch. On YouTube, it is pinned at the top of the chat, so you can keep up to date with it live, but there's going to be a lot going on. So, yeah, we'll obviously be kind of thinking about what we want to cast for round 2 as well, because that round 2 matchup has got to be a good one. We're already starting to see all the great players playing against each other, right? So, yeah, round of 32 is absolutely going to be heating up. Going to be seeing some great games. For now, we go to the bottom left-hand side of Cyan to round out this TVP series. The Red Protoss player here from Team Liquid, it is Skillous. He takes on the blue Terran in the top right-hand corner of the map, Bunny. Hello, Geralt, watching from the Philippines on the YouTube stream. How you doing? Great to hear where you guys are watching from. Always amazing to hear everyone's watching from around the world. Hope you guys are having a great start to your Wednesday. It's been a weird week, obviously, because ESL regionals were in the mix of them, but the last 2 weeks of regionals only happened Thursday through Sunday as playoffs play out. That's what I'm going to be up to the next few days, by the way, so you won't catch my stream for a few days. I'll be doing ESL Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I'll hopefully be live Sunday for some World Team League and maybe some other catch-up of other things that have been going on, so that's roughly the plan. That's roughly what we're aiming for. So, yeah, excited for all of that as the probe comes up, nibbles up at this SCV for a couple of moments. It's caused a little bit of trouble here early on. See if and the probe are going to go back against one another. And we'll see this probe moving back as the SCV continues to chase that down. So, SCV are chasing, probe getting pushed around. SCV's a nibbling, probe is getting shot at. Watching from Korea, hell yeah. Got the Korean audience in here cheering on Bunny, I hope. As our Nexus comes through the assimilator building, early game is not really too exciting, right? The Reaper pops out, the probe is chased away. As everyone just sets up to expand, we just play a very normal first few moments. Nothing to be too worried, concerned, or weirded out by. This Reaper will hold the watchtower for a little bit, and our factory coming up, our bunker and refinery on the way. You see this Adept of Skillous. It goes down, Adept shading through. SCV is going to go down. Reaper and the Marine still there, pushing the Adept back once again. Twilight Council is coming up to being about halfway done then. Look at this Cyclone and building, and another Adept just comes up here from Skillous, just going to get both of those together. Shading across to the sides against Cyclone Marines being brought through. The Cyclone gives Bunny a different way to kind of be aggressive so far. Also helps to push back these Adepts, for example, so retake the map control in your own base. The sooner you push these back, the less frustrating that's going to be. But it's going to be a second Cyclone as well. It's a potential for like a double Cyclone drop in terms of how we deal damage this game. Definitely ways that could pan out here as the Cyclone continues to chase. The Adept is going to, oh, not go down. It just about lives. As the both of them shade back down into the center of the map. For the moment, so the Adepts get away, going to come past through the watchtower. It's getting that Blink Chrono boosted on the Twilight Council as well, so bringing that up at the moment. Robotics facility building on the natural. Game blinks halfway through, so Skillous will have access to that. He's going back into a Blink play rather than a Stargate play. That should mean the Cyclone drop does not have too much love or luck to be found here as well. I feel as though the Cyclone drop is one of those things right now which is, well, better against Stargate a lot of the time. With Blink, it's so dangerous. The Stalkers can actually do pretty well against Cyclones. And Blink's about to be finished. The Cyclone drop really needs to be careful with where it goes. There's only 3 Stalkers on the map. They're all coming from the main base right now. And drop in. A couple of probes would be a great first targets. We live, we see the Stalkers, we get out of there. Not going to reveal Blink Skillous. They actually go and wrap ourselves a pylon here. That's quite nice. There's the Blink, though. We are just going to go down to low ground. Cyclones kind of pick their targets and start to kite away, but realistically, they're going to get blinked upon. I mean, the 2 pros is great. The idea of getting the pylon was maybe not a bad one, but obviously just maybe needed to kind of... If you set up on this low ground, you know your opponent's Stalkers are here. Maybe it would have been better to be like on the other side of this pylon like here. So if he blinks down, he doesn't blink straight on top of the medevac, which is what happened there. At least then he has to blink down and walk forward, and that gives you the chance to maybe pick up and boost away, for example, right? So maybe just could have positioned that better once he set up to try and deny the pylon, instead of just feeling like he was going to get away with it. Actually, you see the follow-up here from Skillous. So we've seen a very different set of games, because this is the second time we're seeing a Blink opener. But this time it's into Charge and Templar Archives, not into the Colossus like we had in game number 1. So Skillous playing a big kind of depth of build orders build a big kind of wide range of strategies into the mid game. Different ways of using splash damage. This time it's going to be Storm. And so we'll see how that goes. It's going to be very gateway heavy because obviously you're going to need the gateways to warp in High Templars as well. And that means you can get a lot of gateway reinforcements that can oftentimes try and overwhelm the Terran player as you warp those in. So that'll be something that we watch out for. Again, Storm coming up, the extra gates all coming in right now. We just have ourselves Stimpack, Combat Shield, and the +1 attack upgrade continuing to build. We have a Adept chilling out on the Watchtower. Again, just the Bioforce all coming up. The Medevac pops out. Going to go rally to the other units here. The other couple of Stalkers continue to make their way to the center, gathering up with everything else. This isn't Kung Fu Cup. This is the Kung Fu Cup. Our weekly StarCraft 2 tournament. Back for the next 11 weeks. Can't say that enough. So good to have World Team League season upon us once again. Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. The Kung Fu Cup / World Team League. For again 11 weeks now. I think there's maybe a break in there 1 week for an event, but it's a good time to be StarCraft fan once more. ESL Regionals going on too. Dallas coming up at the end of next month. It is a busy, busy time. Team Medevacs are over on the left-hand side. +1 about to finish. Marine Marauder all coming out. A couple more refineries building from Bunny. Marine's going to stim away as the Stalker's blowing through. And Medevac already going down. The rest of these Marines getting chased as the Zealots come through to fight. Just seeing more Stalkers warping in right there. The Bioforce will already go to grab this Nexus, so really looking to grab that. I mean, again, Stalker Archon on the top, just going to push the Medevac and Marines away. Drop down our auto turrets. It's going to be another pylon that's in trouble, so we get rid of this as well. This entire army in the bottom from Bunny just keeps on gathering. +1 attack. Immortal and a Robo Bay coming through. There's a second Robo facility as well, so we eventually are going to move into that kind of other kind of splash damage. Storm alone is not the most reliable splash damage. So having some Colossi or so along with that Storm, it's a great transition for later in the game. And honestly, just beefing up the army with Immortals right now, not a bad thing either, but yeah, currently skillous heavily out of position, did not capture his move to the left side. His third base in trouble. Bunny played it quite patiently. He didn't like stim into this to try and get the kill. If he did, I think he could have probably had it and then backed it up. He was trying to stay a free split and ready to fight when the Storms came in, which is right now. As you can see, this is a very bad fight from skillous because the tanks never went down. The Storms never really hit anything. The Prism does get the warp in before it gets denied, but we're just going to pull those Marines away and get them to the back line so they can continue their good DPS and just let everything else do the tanking. Bunny takes a pretty sizable supply lead from this, and that was skillous using every single unit he had access to. This last Archon maybe going to get hunted down as well, as we just see the opportunity to grab that. The Zealots are on their own, and skillous does not have the numbers to stay in this in any way, shape, or form. Just going to stim one more time, and these Stalkers are not going to be able to hold their own. We need some Zealots to kind of be the front line here. As Bunny will see those, we actually have a Widowmine getting a Stalker, which is always a nice grab. Now we're going to stop to target down the other Widowmine, but I mean, that's just painful as well. Skillous cannot hold on to this. Bunny's positioning there absolutely outdid skillous and his army, and that means that Bunny is able to take a 2-1 victory in our first round of today's Kung Fu Cup. So congratulations, Bunny. He will move on through to the next round of the Kung Fu Cup today, which is what we're going to start peeking at in terms of what matchup might we get into, what might we be able to cast. Bunny will move on to play the winner of Clem or Rebellion. Typically, we do try and avoid mirror matchups because they're less popular. So that's not something I'm overly eager to kind of dive into right now. Solo's going to be waiting for Showtime or Geralt. That's a pretty cool match. Creator beats stats. He's going to wait for most likely max packs in the next round. A lot of possible cool matches. It's just a question mark of what is likely to start up soon. We obviously kind of need, previous rounds to finish so we can start getting the next round ready to begin. So hopefully that's not going to take us too long. Hopefully we can get that set up pretty quickly. Max Pack's actually just got a walkover. See, he plays Creator. That doesn't really help me when I just said out loud that I typically try and avoid the mirror matchups. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm super about the Max Pack's Creator PvP, but I'll give it a minute or two. We'll see kind of what this develops into. There might be another couple matches finishing shortly that would give us access to our next round. So, yeah, I see Raynor's out of game. He's waiting about a little bit. There is the clean feed as well. What's up on the clean feed right now? I think they were casting Lambo versus ByuN. They are. Lambo is looking good against ByuN, but that would be a ZVZ if Raynor's waiting for them. God damn it, everything's a mirror matchup in round 2, apparently. We got all the mirror matchups right now. All the mirror matchups. Um, 166 to 125. Okay, guys. I mean, did Rainor actually finish this match? He's out of game. Actually, maybe Rainor's not even finished. I think he just hopped out elsewhere. What's Roddy casting, actually? It's probably also good to know. He's casting Classic for Jimmy. That leads into potentially Oliveira, which is fun. There's just a lot of possibilities in terms of what's about to happen. You know? It looks like actually maybe Lambo ByuN just finished, so... Yep, Lambo 2-1 ByuN. So he's going to play against most likely Rainor, but Rainor's not ready yet either, so... we really are just caught kind of waiting for a round. I say round 2. It's round 3 on the bracket. I just say round 2 because we started round 1 in round 2. Our first match was from round 2 because of a couple players having buys. But yeah, round of 16 is what we're starting to look at, starting to get set up on. As Clem did beat Rebellion, so Clem's going to play Bunny. If we do just want to do like a mirror matchup just to kind of get something on screen, because I get the feeling that everything else is not quite going as quickly as we might want it to right now. So maybe it would just be best for us to just take the mirror matchup, take the TVT, and then go from there. Maybe that would be the plan. Maybe that would be a plan. Alrighty guys, like I said, it is our first day live streaming on the YouTube. If you're in the YouTube chat, then do say hello. Would love to hear from you guys. There's also the lovely little like button. If you press that like button, what it does is it lets other people see the stream more easily, which means that we can get more viewers in here and make the YouTube stuff more of a success. And that obviously helps me to do it more in the future if you like watching on YouTube. And do check that out. So we are just waiting for... I think Clem Bunny is maybe just the smart choice. Rainor's in game. Like, everything I'm looking at is like a mirror matchup unless certain things finish. But obviously there's no guarantee that certain things are going to finish because a lot of the matchups that are currently going on had to have a matchup before it. So it's very likely that they've just begun as well. So I don't want to kind of end up waiting forever, basically. So we'll take the TVT. I was not super into the TVT or the mirrors, but that's okay. Sure, just not PvP. Okay, this mirror match is fine as long as it's not PvP. Okay. Alright, I'll jump into this Clem lobby. It's going to be Clem versus Bunny. So we just follow Bunny from round 1 to round 2. And we get this ready to rumble. Bunny TVT. Oh, we're going to be held? We might get held because of the Chinese stream. We'll figure that out. Have I looked at the week 1 matchups for World Team League? No, I have not, actually. Have a look. Mariachi, Sol Oliveira, ByuN Hero. Cool. Austin Battleby, Scarlet DNS, ByuN Gungfu. That's honestly a pretty fun day. Kua Geralt, a Laser Max Pack, Skillets Spirit, no Clem. Oh my god, team, look at what's going on. Wayne, Rainor, Christiana Showtime, Cham Trigger, Rex Cyan, Firefly, Strange, Thermal Coffee. That's kind of fun. Yakov Classic Colors, and Moku Goblin Stats. Also kind of fun. Cool matchups for round 1 of WTL. Team League every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So again, I'm casting ESL Friday and Saturday, but I will try and be here for World Team League on Sunday. ByuN Gongfu is a rarity. I imagine that's happened like twice in the history of StarCraft or something. Gongfu just doesn't play a lot of stuff, so it's like, but when he does play, it's very rare he plays like cross server, you know. Alright, this TVT was allowed to begin. We didn't have to wait up on anybody. So in the top left-hand corner, we are going to begin with the red Terran player representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And he takes on the blue Terran player in the bottom right-hand corner, Bunny. Alright, like I say, I didn't really want to do TVT, but sometimes you just gotta take what's given to you, and this time it was TVT that was put up in front, so away we go. Double gas on the way on both sides, so we are going to see similar TVT openings. It's quite common to have TVT where one player goes double gas, the other guy goes one gas expand. They're both pretty viable options, so it's kind of, you know, it is very, you know, realistic to kind of see something kind of get mixed up with that. And as we do see racks coming down on both sides of the map. Deeper starts. Deeper comes over to the edge. Got the factory going on the main base on both sides of the map. Like I say, for the moment, we're going to live up to the name of a mirror matchup. Just have ourselves the Cyan Reapers. The factory's coming through. SCVs are building. Mule drops down into that mineral line. Hey, what's up, Snake? How you doing? Greens from Mexico. Hello. How you doing? Thank you so much for dropping by today. As our factory's finishing, command centers are building. Reapers on the way. SCV's coming through. And we're just very, very mirrored at the moment. There's a difference, though. Hellion versus a Cyclone, so you're not going to see a difference on the tech here. Two Reavers pop out. We'll be able to maybe move towards the upper left-hand side as the reactor comes on in from Bunny. Command centers are building. Starport drops. Starport's a little bit faster here from Clem, who is just spending his gas a little sooner. Basically, there's going to also be a Cyclone here now from Bunny as Clem, whoa, gets himself in some trouble. These Reapers get a bit too far forward. He tries to kill off the Hellion, he doesn't get it, and he's going to have one Reaper dead, the other extremely low, lucky to get out alive. He at least forces the Hellion back, but yeah, the fact that we actually went for this Hellion helps in a big way. We're going to get a Reaper in return, though. It's actually somehow, some way going to turn into a completely even trade, Reaper for a Reaper. I guess in some ways not quite even, because this Hellion has to go back home and get repaired as well, which is some minerals lost, so actually, somehow Clem gets better, you know, the better end of this fight. I guess just because that one Reaper Bunny chased too far. If it wasn't for that, this would have obviously been a one Reaper advantage to him. He should have been pretty darn happy about that, but yeah, he really felt like he wanted to push some pressure on that Reaper. No regard for what could have been up this ramp. And he gets punished for it. Also talking about very little things here early on, though, as the first two Cyclones lift up into a medevac and will start to go across. We actually have Bunny reacting Marines, whereas Clem reacts as Cyclones. Clem has loved this Cyclone-heavy opening style since it really came around a few months ago. He's really kind of been someone that's kind of stuck to this, as the medevac was locked onto, but that means his two Cyclones can get onto the one Cyclone of his opponent. He doesn't get there to lift up the Cyclone in time. That was very close. Not quite good enough, though, as now we get ourselves in one last little pick. And we do bring this medevac back up the left-hand side, so just going to bring that back to the top. Hellion the Reaper coming through. We actually lose the Cyclones. It tries to repair, but we've got two new Cyclones that are going to make their way forwards now. Some boosting across. We will run straight into this medevac, and this is Clem just kind of you know, looking to get a little bit of counter pressure on the go. And, you know, doing okay with it, to be fair. Definitely could be a lot worse. Raven on the way up. We've got ourselves the interference matrix coming about. These two Cyclones start to push in. A couple of these Marines getting shot at. One Marine pulls back. Two Cyclones load back up into the medevac. Alright, well, all said and done, you look at what's being lost. It's pretty even. A little bit more minerals lost on the side of ByuN. Clem getting a little bit more value here. But he also made the investment into the extra Cyclones and stuff as well, whereas ByuN is ahead on a siege tank count. He's actually behind a okay, never mind. The extra Raven just finished up. So Raven count is going to be equal as well. So yeah, just a little bit faster siege tank tech on the side of ByuN. That's the difference between the two of them right now is +1, stim, both continuing up, and we do have a few Marines just going to unload over in that corner. I'm just going to go after a supply depot here, so already going to grab this, and that's actually nice from ByuN. Just grabbing himself a little bit of something. It's not going to supply block Clem, though. It is a, you know, step in the right direction, generally. Got that orbital command building in as our third CCs are pretty much getting prepped to go. ByuN's is a little bit later, however, so a little bit later, but build on location as he's taking map control. But on location does help a little bit, because what that means is you're... essentially what that means is you're going to end up being a... you know, without needing to kind of float that CC down, you don't lose the time of building SCVs during that portion of time. So it does make up for an SCV or so. That can be about, you know, 18 seconds on the command center timing. So actually does have an impact. Army gathers up, heading to the upper left. Is going to get a Marine already. Vikings going to come pushing through. Ravens are going to be there as well. We actually do get the matrices off, so ByuN taking the initiative and being the aggressor. I always feel as though when you're the aggressor like this, it puts you into a huge amount of opportunities. This CC is extremely close to going down. It's going to have to lift up. Clem got some matrices down, but very late, and there's still two siege tanks here that are putting in work. Two in the front of our matrix won't quite go down. There we go. Now it goes down. Got one shot off post matrix. Problem is, ByuN still has air control here, so these Vikings are going to slam at this orbital command, getting some extra damage done here for the moment. Just putting some extra shots onto that as the tanks sit tight across the third base location. And again, ByuN is here with a combat with a +1 armor upgrade finishing as well. Clem has 1-1. ByuN's forced Clem off with his third, but Clem kept the third base alive. The problem is Clem needs to clean out this position. He knows he needs the third. The Vikings will just land in this fight. Honestly, this went way better for Clem than expected. These Marines did a great job of absorbing a lot of the damage, and he actually cleans it up. Clem pushing it back. Wow. That was impressive. He just had a lot of tanks, and he meant that even though the first couple of tanks took some shots, he actually still had enough to kind of win the fight out, which was not really my expectation in the slightest. Did not think that that was going to be going down. Well, somehow then Clem is going to reset this game to a point which is pretty even. Army supplies are similar, but he's still way behind on the upgrade timing actually, so missing that 1-1 is going to lead into a 2-2 upgrade lead as well for Clem eventually. So he's already ahead 1-1 now. He's working on 2-2. That's going to be a second, you know, window in this game he can maybe try and do something in. Tanks will turn, picking off one Marine. Medevacs will load up, and a few units will drop to the high ground here. This is just going to be seeing a Raven going down, a couple of Vikings are getting shot at. Well, it's Clem's turn to try and take position and make something happen. He's trying to stay out of reach of that tank while still dealing damage, and he's able to hit the refinery at least, so it's something. Some value found here for now. Viking trying to chase away the Medevacs, but it will pay for it with its life, and Clem just sitting on the front doorstep, his own initiative, not super huge. And pull back around the side. Uh-oh, this is an opportunity for ByuN. He sees a chance to come forward. However, remember the upgrade difference. These Marines, when it comes to Marine on Marine, is extremely beneficial to Clem. Upgrades are such a big factor in mirrored matchups. Yeah. Just looking at resources lost. I mean, what kind of caught my eye was obviously Clem lost a bunch of SCVs before, but he has, and he's been trailing workers since then, but he's still kind of doing okay, and it's because resources lost is a bit in his favor, so the efficiency of his trades has helped out, and he's now going to push the fourth back a bit too, makes up for his later fourth. As long as this fourth base is not landed and building and stuff, well, this is a big deal, you know? Now he's actually playing catch-up in one regard, so he's utilizing the army that he has to make the most of things in other ways. Bunny's going to decide to go back into just a couple Vikings. Get some Vikings out, push back your opposing medevacs, and that just takes the air control back into your favor. Once again, as a handful of SCVs will be pulled in toward those Marines. This is not good. Clem just did not have units to really defend at home, so 9 workers down, just as I was talking about, and maybe pulling it back here or there. That is going to be one of the ways in which Bunny reopens the advantage. Now 72 to 59 workers. Clem has still got the army across the map, but it's becoming more and more entrenched, this defensive position of Bunny. So how do we really break into that at any point now? Well, honestly, we probably don't break into that at any point now. Realistically. Two more tanks, 5 Marines, plus 3 attack upgrade, and the Liberators. And a Viking continue to come through as well. The rest of this army from Clem just going to come back over. Marines and tanks join in as well. Well, you actually do see a stim in over here. So Bunny's Marines are going to commit. Clem cannot get these tanks sieged up soon enough. He actually got another shot off with this tank. That's so big. It was into the group of Marines as well, so it really splashed big. And Bunny is also down in upgrades again. So Clem having that upgrade lead one more time is also a pretty big advantage. Also something you can try and work with now, as Clem is still on the map. 2-2 to 1-1. He scans up. He sees 2 tank sieges. Is he actually going to go for it? Yes, he is. He's going to send it. He knows the Marine buffer ain't going to last that long, but man, these tanks are lasting forever. There's only 3 tanks left now. Can we actually break onto these? We're going to get 1, 2. The third one sits open to die. There's one that repositions on the bottom side. Wow, there's actually 2 more on this bottom side. I don't think Clem was going to be ready to deal with those. He pulls the Marines around the top because he doesn't want the Vikings to land on top of the tanks. I think this is all good from Clem, but man, it was a lot more complicated than he expected. It took a while to get rid of these tanks. The tanks further back there absolutely were the saving grace of this base. Otherwise, it would have been gone and just forgotten about part of this game. As Marines and tanks now from Clem actually going to put more focus on this left side. Playing from the high ground, up about 25 supply. But he's playing catch up on upgrades. He's about to have 2-2, 30 seconds out. If he can get to the 2-2, at least his Marines trade a little bit better, but does he even survive that long? And Clem kind of stimming in there as though he had something, but I think he keeps forgetting these 2 tanks here are actually really beastly. If it was just these tanks here, yeah, I think he could have been in there, but the 2 on the bottom are just adding that bit of extra splash that is absolutely an issue. We're losing SCVs to the right side to the Liberator. Clem gets 10 kills off this Lib, so it completely controls the gas in this one mineral patch. Now the Libs, though, show up from Bunny, and air control is going to be showing its strength. And that is the power of air control, right? That Liberator can then just sit there and push back siege tanks. And Clem can't do anything about it. There's no way to stop that from happening. Absolutely no way at all. It's just, you know, impossible to stop. So unless he has his own air control. Marines can't justify the stim in because of the tank coverage. So yeah, there's not really anything you can do there either. Now Clem now going to have his eyes maybe set on denying the 4th base. Clem's 4th must have got cancelled when those Marines attacked in, so he's actually had to rebuild his 4th from scratch, but he will kill his opponent's 4th, which is obviously a pretty darn big deal. He took a few shots, but he got there in the end. The SCV is evacuated in the medevac, so we just pull those away as best we can, try and keep them alive. Moving back towards the top now, and just going to be seeing another stim, and, well, damage to be done. Let's have our tanks providing coverage on the ground. However, the Liberator there is able to do a lot as well, so that Lib is going to be popping. Obviously, just again, clearing up on the ground when there's no anti-air left. You can do so much from that. A couple of Vikings, the Liberators firing, medevacs taking shots. Do you see Marine tanks still producing through on both sides, but supplies have even, so this game is going to get a whole lot closer once again. More Marines, tanks, all pouring out. We get ourselves the planetary fortress coming through. Additional Marines are building in as well. On the top side, we have got ourselves this Liberator of Bunny. Going to try and take a siege position. Is going to try and sit up on top of that planetary fortress, so a few of those SCVs will drop as well. And yeah, air control has really saved Bunny a couple of times now. And his chance to get some damage done, although Clem's Vikings will also be a lot of pushing that back as well. Yo, Incapasia, 10,000. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Using your Twitch Prime on the channel. Supporting the stream, supporting the content. Appreciate it. As you see Marines on the other side here from Clem, kind of diving in. Actually going to have a good dive and finding a siege tank on siege as well. Going to maybe find a couple if he actually keeps these Marines active. He's going to find, yeah, that's going to be his third siege tank of this drop. While Bunny tries to make a major play into Clem's natural. Clem was over to the right. He did not know the positioning of his opponent. As this TVT stays very scrappy, he tries to get back in position. I mean, 3-3 to 2-2. I actually think as this game gets even scrappier, Clem is going to really love the fact that he's just been ahead on upgrades for a whole long time now. Marines on the bottom, still pinging away. Will now get cleaned up. The Vikings still trying to fight back as well. SCVs pull down the ramp, and we see Marines are going to just stem in to push away. We get a couple of Vikings in the end. Clem is up about 20 army supply. And he does have a 4th base landed too. Big deal, because that's something which Bunny has not really been able to re-afford. At this point, we're probably going to lift the main orbital and relocate that, but that's obviously dangerous because it's only an orbital, not a planetary fortress, can't protect itself from even the smallest of attacks. And it's, at a stage like this, any amount of kind of self-base base protection that kind of is provided by the base itself is a pretty huge deal. It would be a pretty darn big factor. As you just see the medevacs loading up once again. Bunny is definitely a doom dropper. If you ever watch Bunny, he will do a lot of these big, just lift everything, want to drop, just want to absolutely send it. This is Bunny style through and through. No surprises about this. Set up over on that left-hand side. Single Viking gets here. That's going to be the medevacs pushed away. Still Vikings tanks, more Marines, vehicle plating. Clem now knowing that these medevacs are here as well is a big deal. He knows that Bunny is set up to potentially do this drop, or he's at least thinking of it, so just being aware of that's a big deal too. He's got 3 tanks already on the natural this time around. Even if he has to lift the natural itself, being able to pull back immediately into tank coverage just means that Marines can't chase. Oftentimes feels like a big deal as well. As Bunny just comes up through the center. Random group of Marines. Clem could have fought that if he saw the opportunity. Here is the movement through, as this is bad because now this Vikings putting pressure on the medevac. We're actually going to get rid of one of these medevacs before it can do anything. Oh my goodness, it goes down. Marines in the tank inside. There's one Viking, an absolute hero right now, and Bunny just trying to make a whole lot of stuff happen out of not really a lot of stuff actually able to happen. Clem maybe can't do much with these Marines on this other side. These guys are both kind of stranded in position here. Liberator now building as we prep ourselves to take advantage of the fact that we've got quite a few Vikings in play. Does Doom drop mean Doom for the drop or the droppee? Kind of both, right? It depends how the drop goes. It's Doom for the dropper if it goes wrong, and it's Doom for the droppee if they don't realize it's happening. It causes Doom on either side. It's definitely a fitting name. As Clem is going to be late to the siege here, but he will have Marines breaking through the tank lines, and now he gets rid of all those tanks. And again, we're still on that upgrade lead, 3-3 to 2-2, and there's just no sign of 3-3 on the way from Bunny. He's never going to play catch-up on those upgrades. And so whenever it comes to Marine on Marine, it's always Clem that's going to be looking favorable. It's crazy how that upgrade lead from the start of the game has led to the point now where Clem is always going to have an advantage if Bunny never invests in 3-3. And I don't think Bunny has the money to spend on 3-3 right now because he lost that 4th base. So again, that's one of the disadvantages from earlier that now you just can't make the difference on. Is problem here for Bunny is going to be that obviously he's losing that base. That's an orbital. That's one of his main bases relocated. So that's not exactly ideal. The tank defense goes deep here from Clem, and he's actually breaking in on this side. He is just making progress as this push from Bunny is just so slow, and he just can't break through the ramp. Doesn't matter how far he pushes, he just could not break through that ramp at all, and Clem is going to grab himself a game 1 of this best of 3. So congrats to Clem. Getting himself the first game of this series, and we'll see if he can keep that going in the TVT in just a moment. Our game 2 ready to go in a second, I imagine. I can't think that these guys are going to wait too long before trying to host this one up. Alright. Site Delta coming through. Cool cool game. We have a lot of other matches starting to set up, by the way, so other results coming by. Lambo is still waiting for Rainor, apparently. Max Pack's playing Creator, we mentioned that one before, but Kua advanced over Christiana. He plays Nightmare, who beat Yoshi. Solar is still waiting for Showtime Gout. That's what I meant when I said I don't want to sit around and wait, because you never know how long you'll end up waiting for. Dark is playing Spirit and Oliveira playing Classic. I think that's actually a really cool section of the bracket as well. I love to, after this, maybe if Rogue beats Coffee, maybe like a Rogue Gumiho, whenever that ends up playing Clem. Rogue is back, guys, if you weren't aware. He returned from the military not so long ago. Been cool seeing him play in these events again, and it's cool seeing him try his luck. He's been looking pretty darn good. He's qualified for GSL as well. Cool to see Rogue back and on track. I was looking to get back on track in this series will be the blue Terran player in the top left corner of the map. Bunny takes on the red Terran from Team Liquid. In the bottom right side, we have ourselves Clem. Yes, game 2 of this best of 3. Now you're going to see double gas this time against the single rack, so a little bit of what I was talking about. The series reminds you of Bunny forgetting combat shields. Without Katowice, he forgot combat shields in that entire game. Oh, that was brutal. And it was such a close game against Clem as well. Combat shield probably would have made the difference in a big way. Yeah, that was a sad time to be a Bunny fan. Oh, but a little bit out of finish. Just have ourselves the SCV moving through. Obviously, early scouting committed by Bunny here. Just sees the fact there's a factory on the way from Clem. Clem does play no scout, which makes sense. He's playing the latest CC. He's playing the double gas. His build is typically safer. He doesn't need to scout for, you know, proxies super early, because he doesn't need to adjust his build if it's a proxy. So he's just fine scouting with the Reaper and picking up information from that. Two Reapers just hanging, and you have a Cyclone building from Clem, that factory and the command center coming up. Starport building in the main base. Peaceful first few minutes. We'll see. Bunker is up from Bunny. He's going to play a very safe setup here. Does not really have much reason to try and go and force something on the map when he is the faster expanding player. Comes around here with the Reaper. Is actually going to be spotted by the Cyclone drop, so Reaper will get shot down, but hey, he spotted there's 2 Cyclones and a Medivac, so if nothing else, you're going to gain that information. Clem's Reapers were looking to move on to the other side. And Bunny just on his way to that Tank Raven combination, so looking to get those up in the next few moments, try and get that on track. These couple of Reapers just going to be sitting out the front. And maybe hoping to have a chance to break through while the Cyclone drop heads into the main base. The Cyclone's heading there right now. Fights against a few of these Marines. As you have a couple of them going down. Apologies for some bad observing there for a moment, sorry. Yeah, not too major. But still free damage for Clem. He loses nothing. He's killed a Reaper, Hellion, and 2 Marines. Now he just pulls back. Gets those Cyclones repaired up, and we get ready to go all over again. 2 Reapers continue through. Again, Matrix coming up. Ravens on the way. We're now starting to match each other kind of step for step when it comes to what's in the production tabs here. So in that regard, we're going to keep each other very much so up to date. Gets in there with the Raven, actually gets a Cyclone. Oh, I love this though from Clem. He realizes he can actually play chase on this Raven. This is not a dead airspace anymore, so Raven goes down. Bunny gets punished. Alright, well, Clem gets revenge for that one Cyclone that was lost. The Cyclone strike back. A couple of STVs pull back over here as well. They're going to go jump onto that medevac, bring that back up to full health. Another refinery goes down, and 2 more barracks again building up on both sides here for the moment. So again, those couple of barracks coming through. The Vikings continue in. Cyclone's getting set up. A couple of Reapers going to move around a little bit as well. Big push from Clem. Actually, not too far ahead on army supply. Is really going to come down to those tanks, but Clem does have matrixes to negate those tanks, and if those tanks go down, this looks very pitiful for Bunny. So a little bit of concern. He just doesn't have that much kind of to help out with. There is the Matrix number 1. Matrix 2 does drop down eventually as well. We get the other Raven of Bunny, so he's not going to be able to Matrix in return. That's a huge deal. Active tank gets taken down in the front, and well, this was really bad for Bunny. This is all falling apart as Vikings are going down now as well. Clem just with a fantastic fight. The power of just having his Ravens available really made the difference there. GG's. Clem moves through to the round of 8 already. Yes, round of 8 from him. He will move through on that one. I did just see that Rogue advance through over Coffee. Actually lost to Coffee recently. So he does bounce back and actually win there. He'll play Gumiho or Cyan. I would love to see Gumiho or Cyan versus Rogue, win it potentially versus Clem next round. Could be a really cool section of the bracket for us to be following very shortly. So check that out. Trying to figure out how long Gumiho's been in game for. Okay, oh, he's on the TKL stream. Perfect. We can actually have a little sneak peek as to what is going on then. I just have to find the stream. It's not on TL. Yeah, it'd be nice to have a little sneak peek of what's going on there. Maybe get an idea of how long this may take us to get into. Oh, Cyan is beating Gumiho 1-0 in the series, and honestly looking pretty good in game number 2 as well. Okay, Cyan Rogue is actually kind of an interesting one because Rogue also lost to Cyan recently, but Rogue has been getting better, so you do wonder if maybe, you know, today that might turn around a little bit, a possibility perhaps, so I'm trying to figure that out. Well, as we wait for Cyan and Gumiho to finish up their current game, we can either jump into game 3, obviously, when that wraps up, or we can go into, you know, the next series along. We'll probably take a quick little break here, take a few moments, and be right back. I appreciate you all dropping by and being here and chilling with us, whether that's on Twitch or, again, we are live stream to YouTube for the first time ever today. If you want to check that out, you can do so over on the YouTube channel. I'll put the link in the Twitch chat. Even if you guys pop across and just leave a like on the YouTube stream, that's really freaking awesome. If you're on YouTube already, then leave a like. Let's get the like count up. I'm not sure how many likes is a good number, honestly, but yeah, it's going to be interesting for me. Like I say, it's my first time doing this, so it'll be interesting to kind of figure it out and see how it all goes and see how everything happens and all that kind of stuff. Genuinely just going to be very interesting. So yeah, excited to see what takes place, what goes down. And yeah, I think we will take just a break here, guys. I'll take a few moments to rest the voice up. We're waiting for Gumiho and Cyan to finish their game. We'll either jump into game 3, or if something else cool comes about in that time, like Solar Showtime. Did that just get ready to go? Maybe. If we can catch Solar Showtime, I'm also very down for that. That's also not a bad section to be in, so we'll figure something out here very soon. We'll be back very shortly. Just a few minutes, and we'll see you guys on the other side of these ads. Bringing it back a little early because we got in game. It's going to be Showtime versus Solar. Best of 3, EVZ. Starting off on the bottom right side, our blue Protoss player is Showtime. Taking on the red Zerg. Top left, it is Solar. Alright, exciting to jump in on this and see what is going to happen across the course of this best of 3. Probe moves up towards the main. Can see a bit of what's going on. Drone comes around, gonna nibble at that probe. We'll drop an extractor down as well. And I thought it was an interesting match because Showtime still, I feel like, is oftentimes a very well-placed matchup in terms of they really challenge each other in cool ways. You know, Solar does like to be that more aggressive Zerg that comes across early, plays aggro, but he can also play a meaner late game. And that's really cool because you actually will see Showtime survive a lot of those solo attacks and force the later stage of the game and kind of take us into those later stages and so on. So, yeah, like I say, definitely a cool little match that we've got coming up right now. Get this underway. Yeah, which is, I think this is also a round of 16 match. So round of 16 match here, and we'll be moving into the round of 8. I do think they might be, I don't know if we still do the yeah, I'm not sure if we still do both semifinals in Kung Fu Cups. So we'll find out when we get there. Obviously, this is not my team, and this is run by the Chinese organizers, so we just kind of follow along, which is nice. I've actually not run many WardiTV events at all this year, but that will be changing once the season of ESL wraps up, so don't worry. You do see a link onto the bottom side. Again, a Stargate coming up on the side of Showtime, so we bring that through as well. Test will gather up, and you see this one link just going to move through from the natural toward the main. Just thinking about what it wants to get up to here. The Oracle's about halfway done. The Warp Gate is about halfway done as well. Just going to see that link nibbling at the Adept, and the Adept will go down. The other link's coming across, and they will be able to kill that Adept off. So that's 2 drones dead. Link's able to get some grabs. Third hatchery finishing up here, so we'll be on 3 bases very soon. As the links continue out back down to the bottom right side of the map, away they go. Two Queens building, couple of dronies in production. Overlord coming into play as well, so just bring all of that up. And Nexus does go onto the third base as well as Solar sets to the upper left-hand side with these group of lings and just gonna sit here and steady himself. The Oracles from Showtime. I mean, again, if you've seen any Showtime PvZ, you're probably expecting them to play Oracles and, you know, kind of triple Oracle into a bunch of control and kind of play from that, utilizing that Stargate play nicely. That's typically what we get up to, so seeing Showtime getting that up and running. Because, yo, Harrison, thank you so much for the 1-year resub on that Twitch Prime. Appreciate it. Hell yeah. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Help push that sub count up a little further. I really appreciate it as Twilight Council comes through here from Showtime as well. So we get that on the way. The Nexus still coming up. It's the few Adepts from Showtime starting to press forward as well. The Queens will push through. Just going to be seeing the Adepts pulling back a little bit. And the Lings are going to get a wrap around here onto this pylon. It's just going to be grabbing that pylon, taking that down. A few Zerglings continuing to move back away over to the left-hand side, and the Adepts will be moving forward once again. So they're just going to shade their way in for the moment. So in they go. Blink will start up on the Twilight Council. We get that going. And again, a couple of Oracles of Showtime just continue over to that far left side. The Adepts of Showtime keep it onto the map as well. Oh, we actually get a couple of probes. Oh, sorry, Ling's just between bases. I was just thinking about, I was just building up to saying Valinoriano coming in with the 18-month resub. I just had to say the name out loud in my head a couple times though before I went for it with my mouth. Got that though. Thank you so much for the 18 months, mate. Appreciate it. As Lings do run here. Stalkers obviously don't have Blink yet, so any catch out the front is a catch, and the Lings will commit to 1 Stalker, 2 Stalker, 3 Stalkers. Great start for Solar. 3 Stalkers shot down. I mean, that really weakens the numbers here that the Protoss player can play with. So that is rough. Going into this Blink play with less Stalkers, absolutely not ideal. Pretty miserable place to be playing from, in fact. There's a couple more Lings coming through, more drones in production. We had to transfer a bunch of drones across from the natural toward the third. Get that third base resaturated. There's Adepts coming in, though. They don't commit. They didn't see the drones in time to maybe justify the commitment. There was units nearby as well. Templar Archives continues to produce. Dustful Shade, the Oracle is still moving around the left side. Going to activate onto this hatchery, so hatchery will be taking some damage. Blink is about to be finishing up, +1's over halfway done. Extra gates and cannons continue through. Again, just seeing that infestation pit building on the front of that natural. So again, that setup again. You have the Oracles moving up the left-hand side. Need to try and take a position here. This time they're going to go kind of through the main base. They'll see 1 drone there, but does not feel it's worth activating on. Just Rev to the main, like confirmed. Infestation Pit is the real scout that you'd kind of like to have right now, seeing that this is going to be pretty fast tech towards Hive. Hydra Den as well suggests that we're going to be moving towards Lurkers quickly here. So Solar kind of putting the paving stones in place for himself in the near future. There's a couple attempted, I think it was the Overseer trying to get through for information, get shot down. And Tobacco Air in the chat as well. Thank you so much for the 18-month resub on the Twitch Prime as well. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much indeed. For the revelation, once again, going to be some Ling Roach getting caught already. Storm about to be done. Charge and +2 coming up as well on the side of Showtime. So we get all of that going. Robo Facility, the Forge, the Nexus. Again, a bit of everything just being brought up so far as our Zerglings are still moving about the map. Revelation keeps track of those, so you know where they're at any point in time. And then running into this fourth base should not come as much of a surprise. Units are moving over immediately. And yeah, we mentioned before what Solo was setting up to do. Those pavement stones are absolutely, carving the path now, paving the path. I don't know why I keep trying to say this reference the last couple of days. It's in my head and I can't get it out properly anytime I try and say it. But there's a Hive and a Lurker Den coming through. So you bring that up as the Oracles continue over. Queen's going to fly some shots. Oracle is taking some hits. We very nearly lost an Oracle, but we keep it alive. And keeping it alive right now is generally a good thing, so take those. Yeah, +1 missiles, +1 carapace, Mystical Augments coming through. Seismic Spines is still building up. We got me a Showtime just slipping around the right. We got 6 Lurkers still in production here from our Zergy, so those first Lurkers coming through. Showtime's pushing. I mean, if you push when the Lurkers are first here, it's not so bad. They're not going to have range, not going to have adaptive talents. Missing those upgrades that really do make the Lurkers a smooth-going process. Let's try and run by again. Showtime's been pretty good at kind of making sure that wall is plugged up at any point. And it's not really left it open at any time. There's always been units in position, so in that regard, very nicely done. Things turn back around. That's going to be a Zealot getting caught. And Stalkers continue through as well. Just see the Lings trying to turn back around once more. As Adrenal Glands, +1 Carapace, +1 Missiles. Guru Spines as well, all coming up. Zealot's going to come charging in. Queen's already kind of pulling back as Lings and Roaches will get to you. Yeah, you have a couple of these Zealots going down immediately. So good catch from Solo. Not going to let Showtime through. You know, we're seeing what I kind of wanted to see in this game, which is Showtime getting to play a longer game. Solo kind of being forced into that as well. I don't know that he's really trying to be super aggro, but Showtime's not let any of the little bits and pieces come through so far, right? And now we've got Lurkers. And this is where this game's going to get very interesting as well. Oh, I was going to say, High Templar very far forward there. He dropped one Storm, but he actually held the rest, and that was the right decision. The cannons on this right side cannot see Solo breaking through here either on Showtime. Just continues to play a very solid game of StarCraft through StarCraft 2 throughout the game up to the 11-minute mark so far, just controlling where his opponent is moving to, is not being caught off guard, attempting to run by and harass. And Solo, again, all of his attacks are being deflected thus far as well, so something else to think about here as the Adepts get in, and a few drones do begin to drop down dead, so damage being dealt. There's already 6 workers going down, make it 7. Looks as though that'll be it for the moment, but still fairly costly as now Roach Lurker moves forwards. Immortals up to the high ground. Gonna start coming down this ramp. Storm's coming down. Storms are great. Gonna soften up everything. Those Lurkers have to unburrow and retreat. But we will chase. Blinking with Stalkers. Zelt will have charge in a second again, surely to get on top of the couple of Lurkers at the back. They use them on the Lings. Either way, good fight from Showtime was pretty obvious. I mean, a Solar rebuild, he's still down 25 supply. Showtime recognizes a good fight when he sees one, and so he is just going across the map. He is pouncing to the other side of this. Couple Lurker shots still firing through, +2 missiles, +1 melee on the way in. We are going to start breaking our way into this. Archons are going to lead the charge. Immortals here as well. The High Tempers potentially with the opportunity to storm. I mean, a bunch of Lurkers come through. We're going to storm one more time. All of these Lurkers taking big hits. A few Lings wrap around from the other side of this, but it's just not going to be enough as Solar is looking to be in too much trouble. I love this little kite back, just not attacking into Lurkers in the most choked up area, because right now you can kite back and kill this space. You can move up here and kill this one. There's just no rush to kind of run down the ramp into Lurkers. That's one way you maybe give Solar a fight to get back into it, right? So, yeah, playing cautiously here with Showtime is, yeah, Solar just realizes he does not have enough to stay in this. 12.5 minutes. It's not a long game, but it felt like one because Showtime was just constantly on the move defensively. And then finally it was just like, boom, that's my moment. When Solo took one bad fight, Showtime made the most of it, and he absolutely went across the map to punish that even further on the follow-up as well. GG's. Game 1 is Showtime's. Into Game 2 here in just a second. As we wait for this to get hosted up on the second map of this best of 3. We do have ourselves... the bracket continue to move along, by the way. Rainor has advanced over Lambo. We are on track somewhat to see a Rainor versus Clem semi-final if no one spoils it. Rainor would have Kira or Nightmare up next. Clem has Rogue or Cyan up next. That's a very possible semi-final, guys. I'd actually love to cast the Rainor Kira if that happens. Winner of this series, solo Showtime plays potentially Max Packs. Max Packs credit has been going on a long time. Not sure what's going on there, but yeah, they're still in game. That's been going on for a long, long time. I'd actually kind of like to finish this series up and then maybe get into like Rainor versus Cure or Nightmare. I think like that's maybe the section we want to sit in for the rest of this, but obviously that depends on what goes down. As we have to the top left, our Blue Pro display, it is going to be Showtime. And when I say what goes down, I really just mean how long this series takes and when the other series will be ready to go, right? As in the bottom left, it is going to be our red Zerg from Vitality Solar. Game 2 of the best 3 as Solar moves down the ramp. Pops the hatchery down. We're coming after Gateway, so not looking to realistically delay, block, or anything there. That's nothing too major. Things continue down to the bottom side. Two drones coming about, hatchery still coming through. We do have the Gateway. Also just in production for the moment. As the probe comes over to the high ground, and we're just going to be seeing our spawning pool dropping in. Well, this probe is going to nibble, try and deny the drone mineral mining stack for the moment as well. Just try and be a frustration. Little things. Little things. As our probe pulls back around the other side of this hatchery. Yeah, Showtime is going to be playing for Basilisk in WTL, but he's not part of Basilisk, the actual team. It's just now WTL accepts reinforcements or alliances because of a lot of teams picking up singular players. So, yeah, because of that, Basilisk pick up Showtime. Obviously, Sarah will not be able to play as much this season because of military, so Showtime will be the replacement man. Not a bad replacement, to say the least. Next in the cyber core still coming up. More drones on the way out. Lings and Queens are building. Playing speed, starting from Solar as well. We get that on the go. But we're starting to patrol at the front. A couple Lings coming across. Warpgate and the Twilight Council are both on the way. Couple more probes coming out. Link speed building. Yeah, and hatchery is building up here. You see the Stove Lord moving back over that left-hand side a little, and game settling. Not too much going on just yet. Just waiting to see what the next moment or two of this would be. Obviously, with the Twilight, it's already a little bit different from Showtime, though. The fact that we're not going to play that Stargate, and especially on Amphion, I feel like this is the Stargate map. Loads of people love playing Stargate into, like, just Sky Toss on this map. That close by air makes them feel pretty safe and potentially just get a lot done, so I find it fascinating that of all maps we decide to not Stargate on, it would be this, but maybe that's part of the mind game in play here. This probe goes nibble on the left side. As there's a Dark Shrine. I was going to say, I'm still waiting to see the upgrade start, but I didn't know if it was going to be coming. Instead, now it's the Dark Shrine. So Showtime showing us his option, his choice at the moment. Dark Shrine coming into play. Link speed is about to finish, and a hatchery building on the third of Soul already, but okay, we do have the first spore coming online. Obviously, it really depends where those spores are at and if we build one for each in every base. Ideally, Showtime shows some adepts in the Prism here soon, with the hope that, you know, maybe you kind of force the opponent into prepping units, which are not necessarily going to help with the DTs. Maybe, I mean, probably even better you just don't show anything at all, as He's opening up this wall on the left-hand side. These Lings are going to get very close to being able to access this. And that's something that Solar is prepping for. Showtime has a couple of Adepts over here. He's checking with the Prism, and he does see those Lings, so he knows. We should know. Don't actually open that up just yet. Like, at least make him do it, right? Prism continues over. Spore Crawler number 2 is just about to be done, I believe. That's main and natural cover, but nothing on the third hatchery. Warping will come in right here. So 3 DTs moving. The Spore is actually relocating already, so as the DTs spread out, well, the units actually moved out as well. One DT does slip over to the third base. One gets into the main. It will actually be able to get out of reach of the Spore, though. And the DT on the third will be able to get a few Lings as well. Chasing around, a couple of drones dead here so far. I mean, the big thing is none of the DTs have died. So that one on the right side will be in trouble now. This one on the main base gets shut down too. One DT dead, only 2 drones killed. Not exactly the ideal start from Showtime at all. This was not the damage he was looking for. He would have been hoping for way more than this, quite frankly. And unfortunately, currently does not manage to get that, so not going to find anything there. Let's just see a couple more extractors coming through. The creep teamers are coming out from Solar. He's just taking the lair and teching up along with it. He is very happy to play into his teched up game at this point. And why wouldn't he be? Man knows that he just pretty much completely defended and deflected this first wave of aggression of Showtime. Now, Showtime has the double Archon drop, but that's going to be all he has for a while. So as long as Solar doesn't take major damage to this, he is going to be cruising in this game number 2. In the end, we actually did expand 12 o'clock, by the way, and one Adept sits here. As the drone actually tried to come over and mine out these minerals to open the pathway, but Showtime says no. I think if he's not going to get the base there, then he doesn't obviously want it to be open anymore. I can only imagine that was part of his plan, kind of like then got shut down by Solar being ready with the Lings, so yeah, cool ideas, cool stuff going on. As you see these Archons dropping in again, it's mostly Queens. Prism has to be very careful with that many Queens around. Prism does not have a lot of health to play with. You do not want to be just seeing this Prism dropping down and dying. That would be the worst case scenario. You see the Prism popping, and going to come from the natural now. Going to drop a couple more Archons out. The Overseer taking a few more shots. Continue to chase, and the Overseer will in fact go down, so that is the complete cleanup. Queen's pulled back. We're just going to be seeing our Stalkers down the right. Hatchery goes onto the 4th base location. Stalkers and the Archons coming through. Creep Teamer gets picked off. Going to get this Queen as well. Queen getting grabbed already as we move up the ramp. Oh, we begin to shoot, we begin to fire. We are going to see Lings and Roaches coming across. Stalker Archon is there to push that Ling Roach back. Going to get back onto the hatchery. That is going to go down. Cancel is made. Couple more creep teamers getting shot at. That's another Roach going down as well. More creeps still being hit at. There's the 4th Nexus out in the front, so Showtime is not afraid to be expanding. Obviously, him just taking a 4th base while Solas is denied. Showtime actually looking very good for the macro game. Now, here's the twist on all of this. The Spire is completed. The mutas are building, and this could be the one thing that really just mixes everything up. Got this Prism of Showtime then around the left-hand side. Trying to come through, trying to get going. And yeah, a couple Archons will drop down already. You see the Roaches popping out, and just going to see the Archon harass will continue through. Showtime's main army's backed away, so yeah, just take a few free shots here and lift up, get out, let those Archon shields regenerate. Free damage is free damage. It's going to keep the Zerg building. It's going to keep the Zerg producing more of those lower tech units. Here are the Mutalisks. We have Blink, though, and it's only 6 mutas, so I wouldn't say this is overly scary. There's a cannon per mineral line as well. We can still obviously get some probes, but the fact there's a cannon in each mineral line already is a big part of defending this, and I will not say that this has done too much. And because Showtime is going to defend this pretty smoothly to start out with, he's not going to overcommit defensively. Well, he doesn't have a Stargate already, but he's not going to start building one. That would be worst case for him right now, to start building like Stargate units when the real play from Solar is going to be this big swarm on the ground. Roach Ravager opens up those rocks. The mutas have fully fled away for now, so they are done for the moment. They are out of here. Two more in the Archon. Coming around, we just see ourselves a few more Banelings morphing in. The Prism is going to find this army, so Showtime is going to fully know exactly what's up right now. Do you want to try and, yeah, drop the Archon in and get some Banes? Don't think he wanted to lose the Archon, but I actually didn't hate the idea of drop it in, get a few Banes, pick it back up. Actually felt like it worked out. I mean, he still did at least use up a lot of Banelings on that, which is pretty good. Mortal absorbing a couple of Banes here as well. Pylon goes down, though, depowering some of the stack defense as Showtime. Does he have enough to defend this? He feels as though he's losing a lot of his tech units very quickly. The Immortals have gone down extremely quickly here. Solar backs it up for a second. Showtime, Stalkers, and a couple of Archons. Yeah, I think Showtime's biggest issue is just the speed in which he lost the tech units. The tech units on the important parts of these armies, and not having any left right now is terrifying. Prism will pull further back as we get another battery set up. High Templars morph in. We need Archons, we need Splash. Showtime very much so knows it down half the army supply of his opponent. Roach, Ravager, Muta. I mean, the few Mutas that are still alive have, you know, been fairly helpful. Got a new mortal out, the Robo, Chrono Boost, and a couple more. I'm worried that there's not really much stack defense left as well from Showtime. That's going to be another big part of the problem here, is there's no Archons on that left-hand side either, so Lings up that ramp could be an issue, but the Immortal tanking works out. Super Battery here will get to work. That Archon actually does get the overcharge, so it gets to live for a little bit longer. Showtime's army supply looking better now than it was previously. Corrosive Bars forcing him to back away. He's losing the tech units again, but honestly, like I say, the numbers are looking so much better. We warp in two more Stalkers to help fend off the Mutas on the natural, and we look good. Mutas come back forwards. I mean, turn everything around. Solar up 40 supply. Wow. +2 melee coming up on the Evo Chamber as well. Ling Roach Ravager. Well, not even really Ling Roach Ravager. It's mostly just Ling Ravager. A handful of Banes. There are some Roaches reproducing. That was a really good part of this defense for Showtime, because that gives him the chance to really continue here. This really feels like it sets him up in a better position. A couple more Banelings come morphing in. 16 of them currently coming through. As we get ready to go. Things run forward. Archon's firing. Good lift on that Archon, by the way, in the Prism. So we save one of the low HP units. Piles do connect on some of the Stalkers, though the Banelings all go into an Archon. That's ideal for Showtime. That's a great waste from Solar. Banes obviously do not want to be connected on a single Archon, not at all. Battery out of energy. We do have overcharge available, by the way, so if we do commit deeper in as Solar, Showtime can pop that battery overcharge and be okay. Mutas have tried to relocate and bring damage elsewhere. Of course, during all of this, Showtime's just had this base that's been here. All the action has been focused here, but yeah, Showtime has a fourth during this, so he has that mining looking brilliant for him. 75 to 68 workers. Every time I see in the production tab 2 Immortals finishing up, I'm like, okay. This feels worse and worse and worse for, this feels worse and worse for Solar. Units lost. Well, resources lost is 13.2 to 11.2. Has lost some of the tech units throughout, but yeah, Solar's doing a good job of not losing his own tech units like the Ravagers and so on. Actually, very impressed. He hasn't lost a Mutalisk yet. Like, he still has all 6 of those Mutas. That's pretty incredible, because they would have taken some pretty decent shots initially, and not to lose any throughout those fights as well. It's pretty wild. Well, Solar absolutely gives us what we expect Solar to give us, which is that aggressive kind of Zerg style, right? That kind of push, never stop pushing kind of setup. Another Bane comes through. Muta's actually going to shot at a little bit here. Is Solar's max, but honestly so is Showtime, and this kind of army from the Zerg should never now win out. +2 melee I don't think makes much of a difference on this. This is actually an interesting fight. I feel like the chokes almost help Showtime. Even if his own units are getting choked up, it forces all the units to kind of stack into the Archon fire. These Banes are in the wrong place. We have Storm on the way. Once Storm comes up, it's even better for Showtime. Being able to storm this group of Banes is going to be huge for him. I just do not think that Solar has the setup to really play the long game here. As you know, these Archons would love to turn around, hit the Banes, but he's got to be aware of the potential of the Ravagers to shoot down his units. Meanwhile, Zealots are starting to hit the corners. Going into the bottom right, going across the left. The Zealots all over the place, and this is now Solar having to play defense. This buys Showtime the few extra seconds he needs to finish up Storm, for example. So that's a big deal. The Zealots charge in here. Queen is going to be taken out as well. This is great. I mean, Showtime now also, again, with Storm online, Solo's army's been making no progress at all. Showtime really looking as though he's just cruising through 2-0. Army supply is down for him at the moment, but he has money to spend. And yeah, he does have high Templars as well. Whoops in more Zealots that are sent up. I imagine to go down the bottom right again. Well, Solo's just going to send it high Templars. Storms are not ready for a couple more seconds, so I mean, honestly, Solo finds the best moment he could, and even without Storms, it's not looking good for Solo as Showtime holds without issue. He actually eats a lot of bars, loses an Archon because of it, but yeah, I mean, we just show it back over on that right side, a couple of probes going down. More Lings gathering, Ravages as well, Roaches, Banes all coming up. We're going to morph all those Banes in once more. Oh, it comes off fire. Big storm actually on the Ravages. It's going to be nice as well. Honestly, everything is nice. I feel like I've been gushing over Showtime's position for a while in this game, but rightfully so, because his army is freaking awesome against what he's playing against right now. There's a Storm or two to get rid of those Banes. A little awkward. These Archons were like trapped on the front while the Immortals were kind of quite far back. But even with that kind of better portion of the fight for Solo, it's still a long way off what it needs to be. The more corrosive bars just going to be seeing the Archon and the Immortals chased away a bit further. But yeah, Showtime's supply is great. He's obviously up on workers throughout all of this as well. I think that's worth keeping in mind. Having that worker lead is just another bonus. I mean, it's hard to find good things for Solo right now. He's trying to get to Hive Tech. I mean, he did take a 5th base, but man, he needs to, like, stop and drone for a bit, realistically. He needs to stop and drone a little bit as these Archons take a bit more damage. One Archon, two Archons, both going down. Storm in the center on the Ling Bane. The High Templars pull back a little further. We load a few of them up into the Warp Prism. A couple more corrosive bars coming in. The Immortals continue to chase through. We dodge back from those bars once again. GG says Solo. Showtime's defense is absolutely spot on. It's exactly what you expect of a Showtime. And it's exactly what we get in this series. GG's and well played. I jump out of the game quickly because Rainor Nightmare is... Don't tell me it started. It started. Crap. I wanted to believe we would maybe catch Rainor Nightmare. Nightmare 2 okay. Nightmare's playing some great StarCraft lately, guys. It's pretty crazy. So Rainor Nightmare might have already begun. But what we could maybe do is try and get the second game or so of Rogue Cyan. Showtime moves on to play Max Packs. Great PvP, but not something I really want to jump into myself right now. Yeah, not really something I want to jump into myself right now. Oh, Rogue Cyan just started that game as well. Damn it. That's really unlucky. We came out of the game at like just the wrong time, like 30 seconds sooner. And we would have had Rogue Cyan. What game is it? I'm just going to check what the score is for them, for those guys. 1-1 between Rogue Cyan. Okay. 1-1 between Rogue Cyan. Game 3 decides who plays against Clem in the round of 8. I do like this top side of the bracket, guys. I do like this Clem versus Rogue/Cyan or Rainor, Nightmare, etc. Like, this section of the bracket to me seems freaking awesome. Even if, you know, it's not Rogue against Clem, absolutely down for Clem Cyan. So I think we're just going to hold out on this quarterfinal and just wait up here. The other matches going on, Dark versus Spirit. I actually think that might have just... No, Dark's in a replay, so that might have just finished up. So the winner of that plays Classic. Don't get me wrong, that's not bad. I just think the top side is where I want to cast. So it might be a little bit of a wait, but we'll go from there. What he streamed on YouTube? I got banned on Twitch. I did not get banned on Twitch. Yeah, actually allowed to multi-stream for a little while now, but I haven't had good enough internet to. But I got new internet yesterday, and now we can multi-stream. So that is what we are doing. So yeah, we are multi-streaming Twitch and YouTube. So if you're on YouTube, hello, come say hi in the chat. We have 150 people watching on YouTube right now, which is kind of awesome for the first time ever doing it. So come say hi in the chat if you want to, and you can like the stream as well. Helps us out a bunch. You're watching the Kung Fu Cup. It's the first Kung Fu Cup of this season. So Kung Fu Cup is off, hot, and away. Edition number 1 a day. And yeah, we are basically just waiting for our current matchup to come around. So probably a little bit of a wait, guys. I'm going to be nipped to the bathroom and stuff. So I'll see you guys in a few minutes. More StarCraft 2 action is a-coming. I'll see you guys straight after this quick break. Gubby. Alright guys, a little bit of alley cam action. As we just wait for action to come about for us in the Kung Fu Cup. Ali's out of here, she's had enough. She's tapping out. Hello, and welcome back. Waiting for, like I said, just kind of figuring out what's coming up. Kind of still down to wait on Rogue Cyan, I think. If Nightmare and Rainor come out of game while we're waiting, I'm very happy to join their series midway through as well. I'm not really hard set on where exactly we go match-wise, just I think this general area / section of the bracket is pretty cool. So that's what we're gonna try and generally aim for. Hell yeah, that's what's going on, guys. That is what's happening. Beautiful. Beautiful. So, yeah, gas cell's set, gas cell's ready. There's gonna be something coming up at some point. Like I say, we're just playing the waiting game a little bit here. Actually, does the clean feed have any of the matches that we may be looking for? Because that could be a cool way for us to pull some time. There, actually, perfect. They're casting Rogue Cyan. We can use the clean feed. Amazing. Okay, guys. Let me just set that up. Give me a moment. Perfect. So they're doing Rogue Cyan. The winner of this plays Clem. I didn't even think of using the clean feed. I'm so silly. All right, cool. We can cast this off the clean feed for a little bit then, guys. Which looks to be not lagging as well. Touch wood. So Rogue Cyan game 3, the winner of this plays Clem. Perfect. This is exactly what we should have done from the start. I'm so sorry. Like I say, I just had no idea. Let me reopen my stuff properly. Cool. So, this is 1-1 in the series. Rogue is currently pushing with a bunch of Roach Hydra and looking pretty good about it. And he's on his way to the Lurker Den and Infestation Pit, so ready to make that transition as well. And he's actually looking pretty deadly in general here right now. So, yeah, that's pretty neat as Sling Roach comes chasing about. Stalkers trying to retreat away, and extra Stalkers warping in. They knock down the Overseer. And as that happens, we actually see the Hydra's going to take a turn again, going to get rid of an Oracle. This push from Rogue actually might just end the game. I love this. We jump in, we find the clean feed just as the game might end, but hey, at least we get to watch something for a few minutes. As now we jump down at this bottom base. We're going to deny the 4th. Even if the game doesn't end here, you're in a good spot as Rogue, because you're following up into those Lurkers. You're well on your way to producing those, so he just has enough that he can keep on turning around and fighting this, man. He turns around again. Roach Hydra coming through. Stalker's being chased. There's a Colossus out. Step in the right direction from Cyan, having some tech actually up and available to help him here, but it's a long step from being enough at the moment. Is that Colossus stuck as well? I think it's actually hard stuck in between all these structures, so it might need to actually knock down a battery or so to open the space. Plus 2 missiles coming up. 8 Lurkers currently in production as well. Gonna make that 9 Lurkers as the Hive continues in again. Plus 2 missiles, Overlord speed. Temple Archives coming through on the side of Cyan. A couple of Immortals coming along with this. Cyan obviously getting a chance to recover right now. So yeah, getting a little bit of a chance to recover. There's extra Lurkers coming up. The extra High Templar warping in on the 3rd base as well. I love this. The Lings is going to find themselves the 4th base. If you can keep this 4th base denied, that's going to make it so difficult for Cyan to really stay in this game in the long run. He's trying to get the Storm. Has the Colossus and the Immortal and stuff. We'll see. Rogue is just about to finish up Seismic Spine, so you will have range on those Lurkers. Not quite the Adaptive Talons just yet, but definitely getting things kind of settled in a decent direction as we move our way through. Those 2 Zealots and Queens continue to come about. A Lurker coming in. May as well just finish up those Zealots. That will be decided for the moment then, as we still have our Storm in production. But now, let's bring that Storm up. Nexus coming by. And a couple more batteries and cannons all coming up as well. Storm finishes from Cyan, so we will have that going. Drop down a Nidus network from Rogue, and the army of Cyan is starting to push towards the upper left-hand side. Lurkers, I mean, that's an impossible task, right? Attacking to that many Lurkers, that's what? 19 at a glance, I believe? 19 Lurkers just sat there waiting to greet this army like, hello, thank you very much, we will take those moments. Well, Cyan in the center, going to come over to the right, but I mean, he's actually choked up here, so Rogue's going to get free running down the right side. He's going to get on top of the natural, potentially. Some Lurkers going to go down the left at the same time. We'll actually get a Nidus set up here as we actually burrow those Lurkers to zone the units from coming down the ramp. Can we get enough Lurkers up the ramp to actually kind of commit through to this and make this a worthwhile move? Like I say, those Lurkers coming around the left, they would love to get on top of and deny that fourth base, so that's going to be their current goal as well. Lurkers burrow again, man, those High Temple have to be careful. If those High Templar get caught in Lurker spines, they are not going to last very long at all. Here, Roaches come back through. These Lurkers do go all the way around the back, and they will get burrowed. I mean, Stalker's on the way to deal with this. I'm not sure I love the Stalker's going to show up, as we'll see if it's enough. Maybe it is just too many Stalkers for those Lurkers to really do much about, but Rogue is hard pushing up that ramp and in towards the natural. Between the natural and third really forces the fight as well. Here we go as the storms come down all across the Lurkers. Rogue, he gets, well, all the High Templar now after the fact. But the Immortals have put in work, and Rogue's army does get wiped out. Cyan cleans up every single Lurker, because he's also dealt with pretty much all the Lurkers bar this one over on this side as well. So that's a big deal, because it means that, well, all the Lurkers are pretty much gone at this point. Lurker's going to get... I thought it was going to get one more Zealot before it was done, but apparently not quite. Not quite the case. There's a few more Immortals coming up, plus 3 attack upgrades halfway through. Spire building. Couple more spores coming. The Lurkers all building up. The army of Cyan still setting up on that right-hand side, just joining between the third and the fourth base for the moment. Big for Cyan, because obviously keeping the fourth base alive during this means he maintains economy as well that he wouldn't have had otherwise. We knocked down a set of rocks on the left, so we'll make our way through those. More Lurkers, burrow, plus 3 missiles, plus 1 flyer attack coming through the lings. Ooh, looking to wrap around these High Templar here, and they get in range of a battery, but they die mostly. Okay, we morphed 1 Archon in. Battery ran out of energy to keep them alive. As the Lings do fall, Cyan about to get to maxed out. This could be a big deal. Phoenix gonna fire up a few shots, going after that Overlord, looking to get the closing shot on this. And that Overlord will be falling, so Overlord falls. Another Overlord down the bottom, just on a bit of a move about as well. Still seeing Adrenal Glands coming up, plus 3 missiles, burrow, etc. Phoenix gets back onto the Ovi, and we will just push it back towards the main base. Let's pull back once again. Still seeing the Stargate, our Fleet Beacon, our Dark Shrine. A lot of later game tech from Cyan coming up here. And do you like this attempt at Nidus? But the Phoenix seeing the Overlord means that we can just warp in against it, and that is shut down as well. And Rogue really hitting a bit of a brick wall here. Cyan's defense has definitely upped itself, and it's looking pretty good across the board as our army comes back over. Just going to laser down a couple creep tumors, moving through these Archons, clearing out an Overseer as well. Now we're going to push up. Lurkers in a bit more trouble. Storm dropping down onto them Lurkers. Yeah, Adrenal Glands, plus 3 missiles, halfway done. All of that continues through. We'll get a couple more batteries coming in as well. Cannons also in production. Got WardiTV on the 86-month resub on the Prime, doing it right. Thank you so much. If you want to be as cool as WardiTV, guys, got those subs out right now. Because Archon Immortal Force will still settle. I mean, again, Rogue is really trying to Nidus everywhere. I'm terrified for Rogue the longer this game goes, though. The Protoss army is only going to get better. It's only going to have more tools to deal with Lurkers. This does not get better for you as time goes by. As the Zerg. And I don't see Rogue doing anything to improve his army beyond replacing what he's already had at one point, which was those Lurkers. So TLDR, he's going to, replace Lurkers and try and take a better fight. Maybe some Vipers could be a decent addition at this stage as well. May not be a bad thing to grab. Get a few off. These Lurkers just getting jumped on immediately as Niduses have continued to be shot down. Whoa, a huge amount of Lurkers actually run into the natural, though. Okay. Well, this is where the disastrous fight for Rogue was before, where he lost all those lurkers previously. It's a little choked up because of those structures. As the structures go down, maybe there's more space to split in, but the army can't seem to get there. It's not a huge army from Cyan, to be fair. And now he's going to have his natural siege, potentially his main siege very soon. Well, it is going to be Cyan recognizing that maybe it's just time to send it across the map. He's building a couple of Tempests. Well, he's actually going to recall. Oh my goodness, this is going to be absolutely huge right now. Lurkers burrow. The recall is honestly not the largest, but there's so many Lurkers that are not in this fight at the moment because they're stuck on the ramp, so they weren't able to get here. That's going to allow some of these Lurkers to go down. They obviously are going to play cleanup, but it comes at a cost. The Lurker count not as scary as it once was. Prism's speed does finish before the Robo Bay goes down, and now the Tempest will be guaranteed kills on these Lurkers given enough time, and that is why it's good to back away and just jump into that Nidus and kind of retreat with this. Well, there's no Nidus there anymore, but just to back away in general and kind of get these Lurkers out of there. He's actually going to come and try and jump on this army. It's a madness kind of move. Lurkers flanking on two sides, but there's so many Immortals. And they are doing so much damage, but was it good enough for Cyan? He's getting a lot of kills himself. Lurkers in every single direction. The Colossus that's left fighting is going to go down as the Immortals try and come through. Rogue is forced to push back. I mean, we unburrow, we move. He's got Ling Hydra reinforcing. This is absolutely bonkers at the moment as the Immortal Tempest Oracle comes back around to the right-hand side again. A couple more Nexus coming up still from Cyan. The Immortals and the +1 air weapons coming through as well. All of this getting set. Things rock up. Just going to take out a Zealot. Going to be seeing the Tempest still firing. Immortals are going to fire through Queen. And lifted in the sky for a moment there. Just going to, sorry, not Queen, a Lurker. I thought it was a Queen for some reason. I thought I saw an energy bar, but I think it was just its health bar being low. My apologies. Now, Rogue looks as though he's actually done enough with these fights. It actually looks as though he's been able to get it done as he continues to push on forward. Nice lift on the Immortal to save it from those Lings. Very nicely done, in fact, as Rogue continues to come about over to that far left-hand side. So he's just going to swing around. I mean, the 5th base, 4th base have not been touched for a while here for Cyan. But they're going to get touched now. In fact, they're going to get whacked as Rogue shows up full force. 5th base does not look like it's going to last. He's going to try and bring the army over. Yeah, at the very least, the 5th base goes down. The army might be able to fight back, but we will see. Obviously, Tempest can fight from afar, but I don't know if we've got the time to kind of take the slow fight that the Tempest want to take. No Observer, right? So the Lurker's up the ramp. Yeah, they needed the Revelation. Oh, no, there is Observer, so actually we could deal with that. Lurker's going to go diving forwards again. Rogue's done this many times in this game. The aggressive dive of the Lurkers, and he's going to catch the High Templars now as well as the Hydras are chasing. They morph into an Archon. That won't last much longer. More Archons morphing, but none of them ready, so they are just going to be taking a bunch of damage. Super Battery will do what it can. 2 Immortals showing up, but I just don't think that Cyan is ever going to truly get enough here as we continue to pull back. The Archon Immortal still pushing through. Roach Hydra is, okay, actually kind of melting a little bit here. We may need some reinforcements just to actually keep us going in this. We'll just have ourselves a couple of moments then. The Immortal and the High Templar still coming through. Again, this is 1-1 in this series. When it plays Clem in the next round, how exciting is that? That sounds like a fun time to me. I believe that's round of 8. So that's coming up. As Hydra Roach gets back onto a set of rocks on the right-hand side. Just going to open that up as well. Open up some more space here for the moment. Roach Lurker coming about. Just going to be seeing a couple of DTs coming up. Stargate still set up across the board. Phoenix is going to fire up and just going to go for a few shots as well. I'm just going to chase down an Overseer. I mean, a bit of calm, but the calm is Rogue maxing while Cyan struggles to get above 100. Not the prettiest game Rogue's ever played, but again, he's still fairly fresh out the military. The progress he's made in the last couple of weeks already is kind of insane. It's really crazy how much progress he's made the last couple of weeks since we first saw him show up in one of the ESL Open Cup careers. Lurkers burrowing across the board. Roaches come chasing. Immortals are going to be hunted. GG, says Cyan. Rogue has got the victory. And we have got ourselves victory there. Oh, is this music? Nice. I'm going to come out of that immediately, though, because I have no idea if that's going to get copyrighted on YouTube. What that does mean is that we have an opponent for Clem, and that is going to be Rogue, as somehow I have lost myself my bracket, but I'll just get that open again. So it is going to be Clem versus Rogue in the round of 8. The rest of the round of 8 more or less set up. Rainor, Nightmare, Max back, Showtime. Dark and Spirit are still playing round of 16. Winner of that plays Classic in the round of 8. So I do imagine that Clem and Rogue will be coming up in a moment. And get that TVZ ready to go. And get that set to rumble. Perfect. So yeah, Rogue versus Clem coming through. We get this ready to roll in a couple moments. Exciting stuff. Exciting stuff. Man, when was the last time Clem and Rogue played each other? A long time ago. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you guys that much. Last time they played 2021, the Lima League Invitational. Clem won 1-0. Man, they didn't even play in like 2022. I'm surprised by that, but yeah. Clem and Rogue actually never really played a lot. Home Story Cup Stay at Home Story. Aces ROG playoffs. World Team League they played one time. Clem got that 2-0. Oh, they played in the WardiTV 25k YouTube subs invitational round of 8. And they did play in a DouYu Cup in 2020, which was kind of the predecessor to this version of the Kung Fu Cup, I guess, in a way. Very cool. Good to see they played in a WardiTV event at least one time, though. Because to be fair, they did. You know, Rogue played in quite a few WardiTV events. Clem's always playing in these events as well. So, it would have been kind of crazy to not, never seen something there. Well, this might be a bit of a challenge for Rogue. It'll be interesting to see. You know, Rogue out the military, taking on a Clem who's obviously been, you know, one of the best while Rogue has been gone. So, a lot of potential here as this TVZ is going to be ready in just a few moments. TVP is coming up, coming at you in just a couple. Get this set and ready to go as we have our official WTEL observer in here as well. Even better, we can follow their camera. You guys don't have to put up with my observing. Vetoes are beginning, guys, so a couple of minutes, we'll get that underway. Vito NX, thank you so much for the 15-month resub on the Prime. It's been a month already. More SC2, Wardy. Hell yeah, absolutely. You know, always down for more SC2s. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. If you are enjoying the stream today, you're on Twitch, obviously you can subscribe to the channel. You can follow, and you can, if you would like to donate and cheer. Obviously, it helps us to keep on streaming StarCraft 2 on a regular basis. And again, it's our first ever YouTube stream today. So if you're watching on YouTube, thank you so much. Hit the like button on the video so you can, again, just hit the YouTube algorithm, I guess is what that still does. And, yeah, absolutely go check that out. We've got 42 likes so far. You guys are killing it. Let's get to 50. Easy. Easy. Yeah, thank you so much. You can also become a YouTube member. Obviously, I've not really set much of this stuff up, but I actually think we do have YouTube members because there's actually Wardy emotes already on YouTube from way back when I actually first set this up, like a couple years ago. So you could probably make those a little bit better, but there is indeed Wardy emotes if you want to spam those as a YouTube member. But I just appreciate you guys checking it out on YouTube as well as we wait for next game in a couple seconds. Get this underway. Oh, SLTech, thank you so much for the 5-month resub as well. Dropping it in. Thank you so much. Hope you're having a great day. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Clem Rogue is on the horizon, guys, as we've mentioned a couple of times here. We are not far from hopping into this. Get this ready to roll out. Getting this ready to roll out. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Ghost River again, videoed Cyan Dynasty. Golden Aura was videoed as well. I think one more video each, and then we are into some map picks. Mr. Geg not available. Thank you so much for the 1-year resub. Slow ride, take it easy. Hell yeah. Thank you so much for the 1 year. Do we have a soundboard? Boom. The horns for the 1 year. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Thanks so much for the resubs, guys. And appreciate it big time. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As we hop into next round of action here, like I say, Rogue versus Clem coming up. We get this going very, very soon. We're not going to ads or anything or break. Just ready to keep the games moving. And checking on some of the other results that are going on. Rainor Nightmare 1-1 currently. Just though Spirit Dark might have finished. And he was waiting for us as well. Alright, genuinely excited for this series, guys. Excited to see what happens. See if Rogue can create some chaos. Hey, he beat ByuN to qualify for GSL. That's a result in itself. Amphion and Crimson going to be the final two vetoes. Leaves us with Oceanborn. Oceanborn. I feel like Clem has vetoed 4 times, no? Oh no, I misread. What else is there? Oceanborn. We vetoed pretty much every single new map. First map will be Oceanborn. That doesn't help me realize what the others are. Oh, Post-Youth and Side Dollar. Yes. That's what I'm missing. Post-Youth and Side Dollar. Heck yeah. Second map will be Side Delta. Third map will be Post-Youth. If we get that. Spirit Dog sounds good. Yeah, they've been playing for a while already, though, so I do think they've probably finished up by now. Yeah, it looks as though they've finished, so I think Spirit Dog is completed. What is nice is actually because this is Rainor Clem, and Rainor Nightmare already won 1. Not Rainor Clem. This is Rogue Clem. By the time we come out of Rogue Clem, we should just be able to go straight into the semi-final next. That's next up as well, so I think that lines up pretty well for us at the moment. So a big fan of that. As Go-Go is being called already from Rogue. If Clem is ready, we will probably start this off. Clem versus Rogue. Somehow, despite these two being big titans of the scene, this is only the 7th time they've ever officially played each other. They only ever played each other across the course of 2020 and 2021. First time in 3 years. Clem versus Rogue. Let's hope for a good one as we dive into Oceanborn. In the top left-hand corner of our quarterfinals of today's Kung Fu Cup, the red Terran player from Team Liquid is Clem. Taking on the recently returned man from the military, blue Zerg player Rogue. It's not every day you see a Clem versus Rogue. I will jump on a news cam. I've been observing myself today. I actually think we did okay observing today, guys. Don't think it's been too bad, but I could do stretch my legs out a little bit, so go on there, camera. Go follow them around. They're also just better observe than me straight up, so that always helps. As we get into game number 1 of this best of 3. Yeah, Clem versus Rogue TVZ, best of 3 here in the quarterfinals. It's best of 3 all the way until the finals. Best final should be a best of 5. That's the only thing that isn't a best of 3 today in the Kung Fu Cup. So good to have this event back, honestly. Like, it's so good to see this one returning. Super happy. Alright, Rex coming through. SCP is building. Catch gas. Soon to be a spawning pool coming through. There it is, a hatch gas pool. A couple drones coming out on the side of Rogue. We can get ourselves the Overlord again, pressing up to the upper left, so going to go scout a little bit. And, yeah, gonna go see a little bit of what is going on. As we got ourselves chilling and awaiting. Reaper is building up on the side of Clem. Again, hold command center. Bit of everything coming through for the first few moments as the SCV of Clem will head down to the bottom right-hand side also. That's just going to be coming across right now. Also for the moment, get that underway. Obviously, early game TVZ will be fairly chill. It's going to be that Reaper that we get to follow early. That's really going to be the first point of intrigue usually. So we're going to get that Reaper coming across in a moment. And 6 lings being made. Rogue not afraid to just make 6 lings and say, you know what, I'm just going to need as many lings as possible to help push this Reaper back. So make my life as easy as I can. Comes micro is pretty darn good. No need to test it. Let's just make the 6. As you already see, some of these lings are starting to drop low. Gold grenade goes down. Actually bops the lings. Actually kills one of them. Not bad from that grenade as Third CC comes up as well. Clem gets that third, finishing shortly. Well, starting up now. Natural's just now finishing. But yeah, third phase starts up as well. So Clem is absolutely about this macro game. He's not afraid to lean into the macro element of this. Again, that link speed is halfway done. The Reaper will take a couple of shots off the Queen. Entry goes down, and we have ourselves the Reaper still moving over. A little grenade. Again, Lings are hanging about in that natural. Hellions, link speed all coming up. Drones on the way. The starport drops down to be the next step of all of this. Oh, he is just such a fast third. And Clem is dove into now. So, we're keeping our eyes on that. As the Reaper hops back into the main, but there's already going to be a Queen there. A couple other Queens are making their way across. The Lings come over. Reaper will be chased. It goes down, and that Reaper will again continue to be hunted as the Hellions show up. A couple of Lings get picked away at. Defense good so far. Let's see how Roach Rowan dropping down there from Rogues. Just get that start up. Couple more drones, couple more Queens coming through. Again, the cloaking coming up as well. Banshee, Hellion, Marine, everything already being set in. That's Overlord. We'll take a few nibbles, getting pushed away out to the side a little bit. Factory will come back over, drop down a reactor. There's 2 more barracks on the way up, so it's going to be 3 racks in total. The Hellions pull back to the upper left-hand side, and again, the Roach Rowan of Rogue about to finish as the last starts from Rogue as well. So, pretty late on the lair. It's not like a fast tech or anything like that. The Roach Rowan, I can only imagine, is going to help him out defensively. Doesn't look as though he's going to have any aggression, because why would he be building a lair then? Now he takes 4 more gases as well, so absolutely looks to set that up. Stimpak is just coming through. Yeah, that's Stim started. Obviously, it's going to be behind the cloak Banshees, so Clem will have those Banshees to be very annoying with. It's been a little while since I've seen a Clem Banshee. It's actually been a while in general since I've casted Clem. But we obviously know the Clem Banshees are very much so a big thing, and a very real thing at that as well. There's a couple more creep teamers come down, out to the front. Hellions are going to poke around at the front again. Hellions back over that right-hand side. Roach speed, 1 more missile upgrades coming through. Infestation pit even starting up on the side of the Zerg. So again, just Rogue happy to tech through. Banshee's going to fire as a couple of drones taking shots. Again, just going to be seeing those Banshees now moving across towards that main base. A couple more hits go through, a couple more drones going down. Oh, it's going to be seeing 1 more upgrades halfway done. Stimpak is about to finish, and we do have 5 Hydroden continue to come about. Again, 1 more missiles and the roach speed still coming through. A 4th hatchery will go down. And with that hive just coming up, obviously Rogue should have no interest in doing anything apart from just playing defense until that hive is done. We get some Vipers out, then you can immediately start to do abducts and blinding clouds on siege tanks, and that really takes away a big part of the defense that, you know, Clem would like to be using against the roach-based army of Rogue. So definitely expecting that. Got 1 more missile upgrades finishing. 2-2 coming up as well. Marines coming about. Let's come back in. Marine's going to lift back up. Just have the 2-2 upgrade still coming about. Combat shield coming through as well. Got that combat shield finish, obviously give Clem another little bit of an upgrade boost to try and fight with. Things coming bound. Drone just going to be taking some shots. Lurkers and Roach just continue through. Seismic Spines continue to come about as well as our Marines and Halberds will just clean up a little bit of creep. So we're pushing in two directions. Clem trying to take position on this high ground on top of this fourth. At the same time, he stims on the left side, hitting this third base. Rogue has nothing near here. Uh-oh, he has nothing in position anyway. He's getting to his first couple of lurkers, but there's only a couple of them. I mean, he's just running his entire army around Clem, jumping on this. I mean, his left side army does get pushed back, so that base is saved. We've seen the bio pulling back once again. Tanks are going to fire up. A few more Roaches going down. We're going to be seeing Clem already kind of winning out in this fight in a big way, obviously. I mean, that was a great set of trades initially. What is the HP on this hatchery? So the hatchery actually didn't go down. It's actually pretty healthy. I thought I really didn't see anything from Rogue heading over there, but obviously it did get a little bit chaotic. Marines taking shots. Tanks firing. Hatchery taking hits. We do see the medevacs moving into the main base as well. I'm just going to be having, again, a couple of lurkers burrowing up one more time. Well, the problem is these lurkers are being met by tanks so far. A few Roaches run up the left. Now the drop in the main base is going to stim it up, and we see lurkers trying to push closer towards this position. We didn't really want to lose the hatchery, I guess, is why he goes so suddenly. There's not a lot of reinforcements here from Clem, and so the tanks only will not do great, but he did target fire down the hatch. The hatchery will fall. The drop from the main base lifts up and moves away, and Rogue just says GG. To be fair, I kind of felt like Clem was meant to have more units coming across the map. It felt like they really weren't, but this was good enough for the moment. Anyways, and Clem does get himself game number 1 of this best of 3. So Clem gets himself the early lead in the series. Game 2 obviously coming up here in a second. We get that on the way in a couple moments. As unfortunately for Rogue, that just was not really it. Felt like he just wasn't really ready for any of it, honestly, so a little bit of a rough time. This next one's set in a moment then as we wait for game number 2. So I need to see who goes up. Let's have a quick bracket update, guys. Spirit beat Dark. So Spirit 2-1 Dark is now playing against Classic. Rainor did survive against Nightmare, so he goes 2-1. Rainor versus the winner of Clem versus Rogue will be our upper semi-final today. That is huge. And potential for PvP on that bottom side if Classic can come through Spirit. Obviously, Max Packs on Showtime in that other round of A. Max Packs playing some long PvPs today. Well, to be fair, every time Max Packs on Showtime play PvP, they typically end up going into a whole bunch of long kind of Phoenix on Phoenix games. There's no quick resolution to that PvP, so not too surprising in that regard as we get ready to go into Site Delta for game 2. Can Clem close it out and meet Rainor in the semis? Or will Rogue pull off a little bit of an upset and pull it back a game and tie the series up 1-1 in the best of 3? I'm looking to figure this out in a couple moments. Clem's right is the best player in the world right now in Ligulac. Wow, that's wild. Clem really went on some good streaks as of late. I'm surprised he's still kind of ranked up there, right? I feel like Clem slowed down a little bit, but yeah, he's it's those weekly cup performances I have to assume. Clem number 1, Maru 2, Max Packs 3, Hero 4, Dark 5, Rainor 6. Obviously no Serral, because Serral is not active right now, so Serral is no longer on that Ligulac list. Worth noting. As we are just on the loading screen, guys. Waiting for, I think, one of the observers to finish loading in, but seems like we are good. In the top left-hand corner of the map, our red Terran player, who does have the 1-0 lead now in the best of 3. From Team Liquid, this is Clem. Bottom right, the blue Zerg from Dragon Phoenix Gaming. Is he still on DPG? It's Rogue in the bottom right. Is he on DPG? I don't think so, right? I think this is just his old ID still active. Well, obviously, they're not even DPG right now. They're DKZ. So, yeah, probably other guys. I wonder if he is going to get picked up by someone. I mean, World Team League season is starting. But I'm kind of shocked to see Rogue remain teamless because he has been playing well. You know, like, okay, he's not the Rogue, you know, world champion, Katowice champion Rogue right now. But, like, he's still very good, you know? So I'd be very surprised to not see him picked up by someone at some stage in the fairly near future, honestly. Drones coming about, hatcheries coming in. We got us all the refinery, a barracks coming up as well. The Overlord continues to move across to the upper left-hand side of the map, so just going to go on a little bit of a journey. What server is the tournament on? It's whichever server is fairest between the players. So for Clem and Rogue, they will rotate central, west, central, all the other way around. It looks as though it's west, central, west for Rogue versus Clem. So west first, central second, west third. So those are all NA. Because it just creates the fairest ping between the two players. And SCV. We'll go wandering across to the bottom right-hand side as and the Reaper coming up, CC going through, Hatch Gas and Pool coming in. Got that drone still on the way up as well. SCV moves about, drone is going to turn around. We do have the SCV coming over, and the drone will try and play the nibbling game for a couple of seconds. Factory's halfway done, just got a third hatchery down on the right hand side as well. And Clem just triple CCing once again, very similar to the last game so far. The SCV will swap places with the Reaper on the map. So the Reaper comes through, it will obviously go scout, and it will obviously go to poke some damage. Just trying to see a little bit of what's going on here. As of right now, as we do have that link speed building as well from Rogue. Not the fastest link speed out there. Not the slowest. It's very chill for the moment. We're kind of moving over. A couple queens are going to be back over there. Going to be seeing the Reaper and the Hellion joining back up together. Just going to be seeing another Hellion coming down the bottom right. So two Hellions and a Reaper together, trying to try and poke at the front. A couple of creep teamers here are going to be active, and obviously nothing that we can grab. Coming back over, two Hellions just gathering back up. Queens are going to move over as well as we get settled in. Again, just Clem's doing the same as before. The Banshee provides a good layer of safety as well because he feels like probably if he gets a longer game, he's the favored player. So by playing the Banshee, he just kind of guarantees himself, or doesn't guarantee, but he gives himself more of a chance to see the yeah, it gives himself more of a chance to see the kind of later stages of the game. There's less chances you die if you've got a Banshee up, right? So that's what we're looking at right now. Have those Hellions still cruising about a little. We see the Banshee coming in from the side. It's going to get rid of a couple drones already. So a couple of those going down as well. We do have cloaking still coming up. Sun comes up. Again, the 1-1 upgrades coming through. As you see, Queen's going to be there. A couple of Hellions will be poking. A couple of drones going down. Heal drops, obviously upgrades on both sides. This time we're going to play a melee upgrade game, so something a little bit different here as you just see those Hellions poking about, Reaper coming through. One on the stim pack coming over as the Banshee will fire a couple of shots off. Queens are going to be there. Going to push back as well. Just going to be seeing again the Bane Nest coming up along with everything. Just for now. Get this all underway. It's actually getting in. A couple of SCVs go down. Marines will eventually play cleanup. Hellions having to pull back. But hey, a few SCVs going down is not the easiest situations to handle. So, again, something to take note of. Something to, you know, keep our eyes on throughout this. Just for now. We've seen the Lings, the Hellions actually gonna have a little bit of a skirmish. It's Clem that dives through. He gets 7 drones this time around, so now some workers going to get picked off. That's actually a nice little counterattack right there. We've seen the 2 Banshees gonna go moving over. And you have the Marines continue to fire up. A lot of Lings coming about. Again, melee upgrades, Bane speed coming about. Banshee still coming through. Our Marines moving over. Just gonna see our Lings continue back down to the bottom right side. Hydra Tank coming up. Villains continue to boost through. Even getting Burrow, which is obviously always a nice little addition, right? You get Burrow up, you got a potential for a couple of Banes to burrow up around the map, and then kaboom, kaboom, couple of good Baneling mines, and you can absolutely swing the course of a game very quickly and very easily, so big factor as our Marines dive forwards. A couple more Crypt Tumors getting picked off. And we see our Marines diving into the main base. Going to actually now go after a Queen. He's just going to look to try and grab something there. The Lings counterattack will get a tank or so, but nothing too major just yet. Just going to be seeing our Lings still trying to slip through into this mineral line. Let's do have Marines coming through, grabbing an Overlord as well. And it does feel as though Clem is just getting way better trades across the board, so let's get a lot out of this. Let's do have the Banes and the Lings continuing across. CC comes around. Just have ourselves the pusher. Clem is still moving over to the right hand side. He is still getting into a setup for the moment. Now we've got some Lings trying to run through once again. The Banshee's already going to be in position. Bane's coming through as well. A few SCVs going down. Just going to be seeing those SCVs. And again, jumped on 17 workers dying. Rogue doing a lot of damage on the counter, but the problem is he's taking a lot of damage himself as well, so it's going to be a little bit painful too as our Marines go jumping onto the Spore Crawler. Wouldn't mind shot goes in. A little bit of Ling Bane getting kind of hit. I'm still maintaining a supply lead here. He's still got enough workers too. While he lost 17, he's still only 15 workers behind, but with mules, 4 bases overall, I think that's very manageable for Clem. I don't think this is too much of an issue. Marines load up again, going to jump into the main. Burrow actually being used to save some of those Lings for an extended period. As again, Rogue not allowed a 5th base, so soon to be 4 bases versus 4 bases. Going to be part of the problem right now as we just have the 2-2 upgrades continuing to come in. And that 2-2 finished up from Clem in a second or two. He's looking to jump onto the planetary fortress. Another Bane coming across. Lings coming over. Marine's going to get jumped on as well. We do see more of these Lings showing up. SCVs are getting grabbed. Excuse me. 2 workers going down with those final Lings. Rogue about to finish 2-2. We're just going to be able to obviously match the upgrades now. Sorry, I was trying to make sense of Wardy has that drunken boxer casting style. I don't even know what I was trying to figure out what that meant. Made me stumble in my sentence. We do have Rogue on the offensive once again. Banes are going to crash into this mineral line. This planetary is going to go down, but it's going to come down on the other side of the map as we do have the counterattack from Clem. Going to hit 2 different bases, so actually Rogue is going to be taking a bunch of damage. Clem's taking damage too. My goodness. Marine's going to get the left side base. Marine's going to get the right side base. So, full on base trade moment right now. Let's just have Clem has much more army supply on the map. And that might be what this comes down to, honestly. Another Baneling going off. Another Bane going to go in towards that group of Bio. Clem, 116 supply. Rogue, 37. But again, I think army supply is what matters. Rogue has 72 drones that can't mine. And actually, I love what Clem's doing. Pulling his army back, because right now the army of Rogue is trapped in Clem's main. This is basically free pickings. Clem can take a fight here that's absolutely guaranteed to benefit him. And Rogue is mining and producing off of 2 bases. Okay, Ling Bane's going to come in from this low ground. This is actually a big deal as the Widow Mine does get split away from. Good job by Rogue. Bane's continue to chase forward. Clem continue to kite backwards. Target firing Banelings as he goes. He gets every single Baneling. A couple of connections, yes, but could have been much worse. I'm still up about 20 army supply. Cloaked Banshee's coming in for a few shots. He is actually going to keep those alive. Pulls them away, and honestly, that's a big deal. He's going to find Hydras here without detection as the Overseer's just up a bit further into the main base. Marines are stimming through. Actually going to let these Banshees die, aren't we? Well, no, because the Banshees were not being targeted. Now they do get targeted, but the Marines got rid of the Hydras and Lings during this. Clem's army supply really is that much better. Rogue, he does not have a third base. He's long distance mining off the third. I just don't see how Rogue gets enough stuff up to start winning the fight. The only thing I will say is that Clem's army is also very heavy on medevacs, which means it's not all fighting units. It's not all fighting units, and maybe that is where Rogue can maybe actually get enough on the ground to take an engagement. The Widow Mine shot or 2 coming about. Our Lings will jump onto the Widow Mines on the right side. Clearing those out. A couple more bits of supply lost from Clem. Like I say, 58 drones, does that even matter here? Because... oh, I don't know how to bring up the income graph on this overlay. There it is. Yeah, okay, so Rogue is still mining more, but of course it's mostly off the long distance, but does put pressure on Clem to probably deny this base, because if Rogue actually can mine from this base, it's really bad for Clem. Widow Mines here, something that Clem can kite back into. Still a 20 army supply lead. Rebuilding SCVs as he gets back to natural and third base mining. 13.5 minutes in on site Delta. This game turned into utter chaos. As we see another Widow Mine shot going to line up onto the Lings. That's going to be a connection. Couple of SCVs getting hurt in the process. Not going down yet though, as you do see the +3 armor now on the way from Clem. So he does have an upgrade lead back in the game with +3 attack finished. So another big factor on that one also. Again, Clem is going to be retreating back with Medevac and Marine alike. So pulling this all the way back up to the top. 7 more Hydras coming through, +1 missile attack upgrade coming in. I do think, though, Rogue getting that base up, that third up, in a proper mining location like that has got to be a huge income boost. And I guess Clem does saturate natural and third again, but now Rogue's trying to take the right side fourth. I don't think Clem can let him get away with that. I think that really does put Rogue on just too much economy to kind of let Clem kind of stand up and fight against. Gets an Overlord, maybe a Spore, Drift Humor. Obviously Rogue with the previous losses, realizing that this is a army that's coming, so he's in position. And you can see that army supply gap closing finally as well. Might be cool to look at the army supply. Please don't change overlay. I don't think my hotkeys match up. You can see it's kind of been, there was definitely a larger point of army supply advantage for Clem in that big dip. But it is now Rogue that's catching up and starting to equal and surpass Clem because of that mining coming back online. And like I say, for me, that's been my kind of scare point for Clem. That's been the issue. He's going to have libs to support. I like it because he's going to set them up to kind of be something to fall back into. But Mine's trying to push forwards here as well. Not enough Balins to kind of bust those down quickly. They do burrow up pretty quick as well with that drilling claws. We do have Lings going to start streaming in. A few Banes as well. Going to let the Widow Mines do some work. Clem pulls back off a creep. It's a stream of Banelings that he's going to have to fight against. He does target fire the Banelings down. He gets all the Banelings, the Overseer as well. But so many Hydras out of Rogue. I don't think we fight that as Clem. I mean, we just don't have a good way to fight Hydras, and that many Hydras as well. It's really that kind of critical mass where they are going to be absolutely smacking. Each and every shot from that ball of Hydras is going to be brutal to deal with. Marine stem through once more. Hydras will turn and fight. A couple of Lings already going down. More Lings chasing up. Marines Marines still pulling back here. Hydra's coming through. Overseer goes down. Widowmine blows up a Baneling. Hydra Bane's still there. Marines get pushed back once more. More Lings on the way out on the side of Rogue. Hydra speed coming up. Instant one more time. We again have a couple more Widowmines on the way. The Marines coming through. Marine Marauder is still producing. Again, a couple more SCVs in production. Widowmine coming about. Bane's connecting in once again. Ling Hydra's still going to be there. I think at the end of the day, this is where Rogue is now set back up on 4 bases. Clem has had no way to really push in and to shut that down, to stop that from happening. He's now going to relocate an orbital to the left side, so fresh base for Clem. He actually only has 2 orbitals left in the game, so he's already kind of strapped when it comes to money or kind of potential bases. Very rare you see the 3rd evacuated to make a 4th. Talk about unique little situation. Orbital command is going to fly across here then. Marines and Widowmines will get set up. Army continues to gather again, +2 missiles starting the army of Clem. It is also going to have the issue of just the creep spread now is so vast across the map. We still do have the upgrade advantage, 3-3 to 2-1-2. +2 missiles now building from Rogue as he is going to sit hiveless in the game. Money to tech into Hive is obviously hard to come by. What a wild situation. The fact we're on 37 Banes again feels amazing for Rogue, I'm sure. After this whole base trade scenario. Absolutely wild time. And there's a few Marines press through. A couple of Widowmines setting up to maybe get some shots off as well. Clem pulls down the left and, well. For the moment we sit and hang about. Again, more mines, more Marines continue to produce. Just seeing the rest of this getting going as well. Still got that +2 missiles on the way as well from Rogue, so that's about halfway done currently. Love the Liberator. A few drones going down. Any economy shut down at the moment is actually a pretty big deal. 50 drones is obviously not super comfortable, and Clem's only on 38 workers themselves. Just denying mining, denying income. Queen is going to have to be careful about where adventures there, as Clem's going to make a bit more of a dive with the main army onto this base. Hydra's getting shot down already. He's actually going to get on top of the base, but there are Banelings nearby. In fact, there's a load of Banelings. That Widowmine's going to do good against the Lings, as these other Widowmines are starting to go off, and Rogue did not find the split away there. Up to the top, the Banelings get a couple of shots off, but Clem actually took a very good fight. The Widowmine's really helping him at the start of that, so that went a long way to helping out. 28 more Lings coming through, +2 missiles coming up. Another Widowmine shot goes off. Lings are going to get grabbed. It's a lot of bio up to the top. Hydra's still coming over. Lings still pushing through. We are going to have ourselves, well, Rogue just going for it, trying to break down this left-hand side. Widowmine's hitting Hydras is such a nice feeling, because actually guaranteeing a blow-up on a Hydra every time has got to feel good. And now, obviously, off creep, Clem's going to find these Banelings. I do not think any of these Banes will connect as they're running off creep into too many Marines, too much DPS. They are just all melting down, and Clem is going to win this fight. Huge fight for him out on the left-hand side here. And I think that is going to do it, as now he cleans up, pushes Rogue back in his entirety. And we have got ourselves Clem pretty much putting the lockdown on this game. Don't really see what Rogue does now. 50 army supply down is a little bit of a step too far to amount to come back from, I believe. Lings in the corner. Oh my god, Widowmine's actually going to blow up on one of those burrowed Lings. Either way, most important is to look over here, because that's where this fight is happening. Just going to be seeing those Banelings. Just getting blasted a little bit by the Widowmine getting set up. Game is not done yet, but obviously I think Clem has absolutely secured himself the leading position once again, which was definitely not the case prior to that. I was going to say, with on 2 orbitals, the natural orbital is now floating across to the 5th base, so Again, the benefit of a Terran in a low eco situation, you can relocate those orbital commands. Goes very well for you. Couple more Marines, couple more Liberators all coming up. We got Hydra Bane coming about as well from Rogue. I'm actually on the bottom side, and I don't think Rogue's picked up on it, so he's going to be able to jump on a base. Rogue is making a dive himself, though he's going to find the SCVs between bases right now, and maybe some chance to hurt Clem's economy again, as Clem's going to come from two angles. He's going to come from the bottom left again. Bane's off creep, but just not getting a chance, as we are going to see the Hydra's trying to take the step forward. The units on the right side will have to go deal with the mineral line on the top that's taking damage as well, as this arm fight is starting to be cleaned up. There was Lings over here. 20 SCVs went down. But again, it comes at the cost of Rogue's entire fighting force. Widowmine even cleans up the last couple of Lings. And now what? You got yourself a whole 23 Lings to your name. Losing the Hydras especially, right? I think that's one thing that you couldn't really afford. The Hydras were one thing that was really difficult for them to break through previously, but now, just not a factor. As our Biostim is down, a couple more Lings will get shot at. Bane's going to be kept away. Ling's going to come through, chase down some more SCVs. Cyan continues to trade out. The Ling being taking some shots. We've got ourselves the base is getting very low, so Rogue is going to make one last-ditched effort to try and save it, but it's just not going to be enough. Clem will take it 2-0. Fantastic series. Especially this game 2 is a spot on. I mean, Rogue kind of just rolled over and died game 1, but game 2, beautiful. Oh, Rogue so nearly had it. He so nearly had it. Clem just made it as difficult as he could do for him, and it was enough in the end. GG's. And that means we do get Rainor versus Clem in the semi-final. Showtime 2-1 max packs, by the way. So Showtime plays Spirit or Classic in the bottom semi-final. So I'm pretty sure we can just begin with Clem versus... I think we can begin with Clem versus Rainor, unless they're going to... Spirit and Classic seem to be out of games, so... I'm going to ask semifinals. I was going to ask if the semifinals are at the same time or one by one, guys, because it is a new season. Not sure what the plan is. I'm going to put my hoodie on while we wait for this, because it's a little chilly. Figure this out. One by one. Cool. Cool. Rainor versus Clem will indeed be first, and then Showtime will play the winner of Spirit and Classic. I feel like that's finished because they're not going into another game. But I'm not sure what the result was, so. But now, we go Rainor versus Clem. I'm going to swap on over to... Actually, no, we're going to stay on America for that, obviously, because it is Rainor in Korea. Forgot about that one. Awesome. Rainor versus Clem. What a beautiful matchup we get to cast. Can't complain about that as we'll get into this TVZ in just a sec. They're set to go. Rainor versus Clem is our next matchup coming through. Like I said, I was just seeing if Spirit Classic got updated on the bracket, but still no. But hopefully soon we can figure out what's going on. Figure out the plans. Hey, Anaketos Mavi, how you doing? 1 year resub on the Prime. Thank you so much for coming back for a whole year. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing great, and thank you so much for supporting. Really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Alright, everyone's getting invited in. So, videos are going to start up. I get some videos done. I'll be off and way into this, guys. Thank you for a little bit of patience while we get this underway. Thank you for watching today. And if you're enjoying the stream, do consider following. If you're on YouTube, you can subscribe to the YouTube as well. We are live on YouTube for the first time ever today, so hello on YouTube. Like the video, subscribe, like the stream, subscribe. Do appreciate it. Thank you so much for supporting. Squire CD dropping the 14-month resub as well. Thank you so very much. Also really appreciate it, mate. Thank you, thank you. As we get ready to hop into this next little round of action, is going to be vetoed starting. So Goldenor and Amphion get vetoed straight away. Cyan vetoed from Clem as well. Waiting for Rainor to come out with a veto here too. Wouldn't be too surprised to see a similar set of maps to what we just saw. Ocean, Side Delta, Post Youth, there or thereabouts. This will be Rainor playing from Korea, by the way, remember. But it is going to be on the NA server, so it's the same difference as it usually is for Korea versus Europe. So obviously you usually see these guys and you probably expect them to be both playing on Europe and stuff, but there is going to be some ping influence this time around. Ghost River vetoed by Rainor. Zergs realizing Terrans can really just turtle hard on that map. Crimson Court vetoed by Clem. Final Rainor veto. In a second, as Rainor's just asking if it's best of 5, best of 3. It is best of 3 in the semi, so at least it should be. Last time I checked. Don't think that changed. That means we need one more veto from Rainor, and we will be somewhat good to go. Set up, ready to go. Side Delta gets vetoed. Beautiful. Is there any update on the bracket for Classic Spirit? No, they were not actually finished. They were just taking a moment between games. Okay. So Classic Spirit is still going on. Is anyone in game on that? I would be kind of surprised if they were. Maybe India's actually. Yeah, Classic and Spirit are 1-1. Very cool. Alright, so they're 1-1. By the time that is done, we will be ready to jump into it. By the time we're done with this series, that series should be done. So we can go both semifinals back to back. Pretty much minimal downtime from here on out. This map's going to be Dynasty, so that in-base gold could be cool. Lobby coming up, guys. Rainor Clem been a real hot second since I cast a Rainor Clem matchup, so very exciting. Players are ready, and we get this set to go. Just waiting for 1 or 2 final people to join the lobby. Rainor is set to Protoss. Is that intentional? Nice. It's not going to be the TVZ, is it? He's actually going to play Protoss. Unbelievable. Okay. Rainor's going to off-race. See how his off-race is looking. I've probably been even longer since I casted Rainor playing Protoss. I'm trying to think. The last time I saw him play Protoss was. Maybe Protoss map 1 and then map 2. We'll get to see some Zerg. Would be cool as well. Maybe, possibly. Maybe I'm just copiuming. We'll find out though as we get set. Just waiting for these guys to stay ready, pretty much. I don't think there's anything else we're really waiting on here, guys, apart from the players just to say that they're set to go, go, go. You know, just said he's not playing TVC on this map. Well, I can understand that, but then, you know, there is a whole veto process he could utilize. I'm just ready's up, so it looks as though we are going to be set to go in a moment or two. Ready, good luck, good luck. We get this underway. Semi's still best of 3. Yep, best of 3 for everything apart from finals. The good thing, though, is that we get to cast both the semifinals. So we cast both semis back to back rather than just one of the semis and they happen at the same time. So it's cool. Dynasty loading up. Then it is going to be TVP for this map number 1. As we have in the top right-hand corner of the semi-finals of the Kung Fu Cup, the red Protoss player, Rainor. Bottom left, the blue Terran is Team Liquid's Clem. And we'll see if there's going to be some sneaky shenanigans in play here from Rainor, or if he's going to try and play fairly straight up. He has played Protoss against Clem in the past. Doesn't happen all of the time. Obviously, PvZ is a matchup I think Rainor is very good in, because obviously he plays Zerg himself. It's typically easier to play the reverse race or your off race against your main race, because you understand a lot of the timings and a lot of the builds and what's going on, and also the opponent's stuff. His PvT is good. Good enough to take down Clem? Well, we're going to find out as Clem opens double gas. I like it, right? It's going to keep him a little bit safe early game in case Rainor tries to play a bit more aggressively. It's going to give him aggressive options early. I think the earlier that Clem gets aggressive, the better off he's typically going to be here as well. So I think all of that is looking pretty reasonable for him as this probe moves up the ramp, gets into the main. He's going to start nibbling at that SCV. Start getting some damage done. And just trying to get a kill in the early stages, trying to grab a little bit of something here. Probe fighting through. SCV taking some shots. Now we have ourselves a Reaper and an orbital command on the way up as well, so we bring this into play as you just have the Nexus and the Cybercore continuing through for the moment. Alpha becomes nibbling at the SCV. The Reaper is coming up. Factory is on the way. We'll be seeing the probe is going to be there. SCV taking some shots. So the Reaper plays clean up. I mean, obviously the probe was being a little bit of an annoyance in the early stages as well, just kind of showing up and trying to get something done. As we do have our Stalker coming through, the Warp Gate coming in. Just getting that online. Just getting that settled for the moment here. As, yeah, Nexus on the gold location. CC's on the gold as well. I'm just going to confirm that. And that means that both players are going to have to figure out ways to make sure that this gold cannot be harassed from the other side by their opponent. That's something they're going to have to try and stay on top of here. Reaper is already on top of some of those probes. The probes actually pulled to fight the Reaper. Reaper is going to be able to hop down to the low ground. The Stalker's on the low ground, though. I'm actually surprised the probes maybe could have stuck around to actually trap the Reaper there. We're going to lose a probe already. Another Stalker, though, and this is definitely going to be a dead Reaper for Clem. Can he get another probe out of this? No. Probes do pull off the line to nibble him, though, so at least a tiny bit more lost mining time. It's something, if nothing else. As the Twilight Council has started up on the side of Rainor, showing us likely a blink play. 2 Cyclones already finishing from Clem, so he's reactoring those out, and see, kind of excited to see what he does with those Cyclones. So he's got 2 out, he's going to start 2 more, Starport on the way. A lot of aggressive potential, obviously he can camp behind the mineral line, and until there's a good amount of Stalkers up. Okay, so this is what I think Clem's going to do, because you need a lot of Stalkers to deal with the Cyclones, so I think Clem's going to get a medevac, and then the next 2 Cyclones will maybe try and drop. And if he does that, it's going to be a really good way to potentially, you know, pull those Stalkers around for a while. He's actually going to go Tech Lab on the Starport, though, right? So maybe he just goes into Raven. He just uses the other 2 Cyclones to come across here and support. He'll knock down the pylon on this base already. Clem bullying the backside of this mineral line for the moment. There's a couple more Marines coming up. Banshee is on the way. Refinery is coming through. Stalk and Robo Facility continue to get settled in as the blink will start once again. Those Cyclones continue to fire onto the Nexus for the moment. Well, these 2 Cyclones over here, I love this because they're going to be able to dog onto these 2 Stalkers. So we're going to get rid of 1 Stalker, 2 Stalkers. This is going to be 3 dead Stalkers. We do not lose a Cyclone. This is disaster for Rainor. This is all gone wrong. As, yeah, he's just lost way too much. And now he's going to have this Nexus continue to be under fire. Obviously, you lose this Nexus, and this is very much so never meant to be good for you. As we actually got the lock-on with the other Cyclone finally as well. Now we're probably going to come off the lock-on on the base and go fight the Stalkers a little bit, though. Blink is nearly done. Clem behind all of this, by the way. Banshees, tanks, Cloak as well. The Cyclone goes down, but at the cost of a Stalker. Probe's still taking damage. We might have lost the base, but I feel like we might be losing the war anyways. No battery in that main mineral line as the Stalkers get blinked. They blink across to play cleanup. And finally the Cyclones go down. They get a few more probes. 8 seconds on the cloaking. Again, do we have an observer yet? We don't, right? So this is also terrible. Banshee shows up. It can cloak. GG. I mean, we can get an obs, but you've already been absolutely bullied in this game. I think the last thing you're doing is sitting around here taking more damage and being like, yeah, this is fine for me. GG's. And, well, TVZ time? Well, we'll see based on the map, perhaps, if it is going to be TVZ time or not right here. Alright, Game 2 coming up in a second. Where is Classic versus Showtime? Waiting for this series to be done. Second semi-final will not start until this semi-final is done. But it's not Classic versus Showtime guaranteed. I believe Spirit and Classic are still in game, so that is not a confirmation just yet. I believe that is still Game 3. But yeah, semis are played one at a time either way, so. Yeah, kind of expecting this to be a map number 2 with TVZ on it, guys. Do not expect Rainor to play Protoss a second time. Especially after that first game clearly did not go extremely well. So, yeah, let's see. Let's see. And hope everyone is doing great today. Thanks for joining us. Waiting for map 2 to be stated. I don't think anyone ever said what map 2 is going to be. Clem was BRB. The first map Dynasty, second map Post Youth, third map Oceanborn, question mark? I think so. Yeah, third map Oceanborn. Alright, hopping in, Post Youth. Bringing this up, getting this going. See if Rainor swaps to Zerg is going to be our first question. If he does, see if he can bring the series back to 1-1. Ready in GLHF says Clem. Ready said Rainor. Rainor says he's Zerg now. Alright. Looks as though we are good. Let's kick this off. Game number 2 of this best of 3. Hey, what's up, Hui fam? Hello. Again, hello everyone on YouTube. If I look over here, I'm probably looking at the YouTube chat because I've got my YouTube chat on another monitor over there. So, and the webcam's over here, YouTube chat's over there, Twitch is over here. So yes. Again, trying to figure out. Probably will find a way to combine the chats at some point. But our first test stream, I'm gonna do it the basic way of just having my YouTube chat on a different screen. As we are just about to be done. Getting to post youth. Any second now. Awesome has an app/program that combines chat. No, I know they exist. It was just something extra. I was quite busy yesterday anyways. So just getting the stuff set up once the internet was into even multi-stream in the first place was a lot to do. So, yeah, just something to figure out at a later point. In the top right, our red Zerg player. This is going to be from Basilisk. It is Rainor. Taking on the blue Terran, in the bottom left-hand corner, we have ourselves Team Liquid's Clem. And now we're going to get some TVZ here on Post Youth. Big map. Would absolutely be a big game. Goal bases galore for Rainor to utilize if he would so like to. I say galore. There's this one out in the front, which is fairly attackable for the Terran setting up on this high ground. Obviously, the in-base is a half blue, half gold base. That just adds up to 1, but you can do it off of less drones. And Rainor is going to take that base initially, which is also not a guarantee. That's never like a, like I say, guarantee that you take that base. Some Zergs have expanded outwards and then towards the gold base initially and then saved that in-base for much later in the game, so there's definitely alternate options. Well, our CC is going to be pumping those SCVs out. Rack's finishing soon. Orbital Command obviously will follow. TVZ time now. I'm 1-0 in the best of 3 already. As we have ourselves the couple of drones continuing to produce on in. Again, hatch, gas, and pool set. No, sorry, no gas. Hatch, pool all set. No gas, so gasless from Rainor. Obviously, could just be very eco-focused in these early stages. Would not be the craziest thing in the world. Orbital about finished. CC coming up. Reaper on the way. Going to be finishing very soon as well. Female Queen's building from Rainor. That does mean that. Obviously, well, the game's just starting. But there's nothing to say. I'm trying to make something up about these build orders, but it's just standard as standards can be. Excited to see which of these two is looking good today, because honestly, these two usually give us absolute bangers of series. That's why I was kind of sad when it was TVP the first time, because obviously their TVZs are usually just freaking awesome. Hoping that is the case here as our Reaper comes in, fires a few shots off, a couple of spores were forced, and Reaper is going to be happy with that. Lost mining time, a little bit of mineral investment to save the drones made early on, as you do see a couple of queens come through as well, so we get that going. The SCV trying to help with some damage here. Second Reaper allows you to be a little bit more aggressive, and we very nearly got a Korean. Rainor drops the Korean Z. That usually is a laughing Korean. As Clem is obviously not meant to lose a Reaper at the very least. The Reaper should always be able to get away there. So yeah, he's right. Blame it on ping. Shift the blame elsewhere already, shall we? As link speed still coming through. A few more drones are coming up. Did he just lose the other Reaper over here as well? Yes, he did. Okay, Clem dropping the dots. Not ideal because now you really lack information and scouting. Ping still to blame, apparently. Ping still to blame. Hatch comes up on that right-hand side. We get that going. Stim coming through on the side of Clem. Marine and a couple more SCVs coming out. Barracks is going to swap over to the reactor. As we do have ourselves the starport beginning. A couple of Hellions get a creep teamer at the very least. A new creep teamer goes down, but we're not going to dive through the 3 queens to try and grab that. Hellions back in the center. 2 more refineries coming up. The starport's about to be done. Engineering bays all building up as well here from Clem. So getting those engineering bays online. And with those engineering bays, upgrades will be abound. Obviously, Rainor is going for a very similar approach. Evo Chamber's coming up, and we're going to have a pretty, peaceful game. If they're both getting upgrades early, no one's going to try and cause a fight super soon. I mean, we should see some harassment Clem at some stage, but this orbital is actually going to lift off. A couple of seconds delay on actually getting this orbital in position for the sake of an overlord. I think we take those. Obviously, Rainor doesn't get supply blocked or anything major from this. But it's still nice to be able to do that and shut that overlord down. It's never a bad thing as a couple of Hellions continue through and a couple more creep tumors will be getting picked off as well. The queens continue by, pushing the Hellions away once more. We've got the 1-1 coming up from Clem. We've got the couple of medevacs, marines, the barracks. All of that continues in. Queens will keep on injecting. Unfortunate. Fresh mule drops down as the Lings show up, and now the Marines have to unload from the medevac, so they're going to be delayed from going across the map as well. It's actually nice, keeping those Hellions back a little bit longer, keeping the Marines back, slow down the drop. Obviously a fresh mule. Lots of things going well for Rainor early in the game. He's very low drone count though. I mean, equal to workers as a Terran player is not ideal. He obviously does have the half base in the main and the gold base here, so maybe he doesn't need as many to reach his good economy, but Clem gets a queen, he's going to immediately start pulling back, but I don't think there's enough Lings to be that scared of. I think we can handle this, but we lose 10 SCVs already. Now Clem backed off, he's going to give Rainor time to actually get units ready over here, although the queens will just keep transfusing each other up. We have to stim away from those Lings now, take a step or 2 back. As Clem loses 10 SCVs, he's still equal on workers. Rainor, again, really has stopped droning to be able to do a lot of this so far. Medevac will move back around. We see our tank coming up. 1-1 about to finish from Clem, so upgrades will even here. Clem's armory on time too, so we can start 2-2 immediately. There's the 2-2 from Rainor kicking in as he finally starts up bailing speed also. Clem finds the queens once more, but the transfusion's still available. We keep the queen alive a few seconds longer. Rainor's still setting up to be on that counter-attack. So many Lings being made. I think Clem is... I felt like Clem was kind of realizing it a little bit and staying at home. He's reinforcing with larger groups of units now, but still not enough really left here to deal with all of these Lings. And as Clem moves forwards, Rainor's going to move as well. However, it does mean Rainor's pretty undefended. Back on this side, these few Marines are going to have to put in some work as the tanks get surrounded. Honestly, don't know if it's going to do enough. Clem is now going to be up against slow Balins. He's going to lift up, back away. He just doesn't gain that much, but honestly, neither does Rainor. These entire group of Lings over here got a few Marines. He did get 2 siege tanks, but tanks are not the most important thing for Clem in this game, because Clem is not really building, a tank-based army. So Clem can kind of play this with just kind of, mines and so on. The mines, though, popping out and straight into trouble. Oh, the Balins are going to force the SCVs to have to split away. Finally, Rainor finds some more damage over there. Clem distracted. Eats a Balin shot here as well, though there's not many Banes left. They will now have speed on the other side of the map. As Clem continues to play defense, he's getting jumped on. He does lift into the medevacs to get away, but yeah, I think Clem let this go a little bit too far. He lost control of it at some point, and I felt like that was manageable still. It was just, he needed to do a little bit more with that group of units on that right-hand side. He needed to really kind of get through and do a bit of damage probably onto the gold base as well. Get a few drones in return because he was just starting to take a little bit extra, so... A little bit of a rough game, obviously, from the start. Clem lost a couple of the Reapers early and so on. And now we're going to go into Game 3 of Clem versus Rainor here in the Kung Fu Cup semifinals. It is, by the way, Classic 2 on Spirit, so it will be Classic Showtime PvP on the other semifinal, which means that whoever wins this game will be playing versus a Protoss in the finals. So that will be coming up in a little bit as well. So we got Clem Rainor Game 3, a PvP best of 3, and then a Grand Final best of 5 versus Terranor Zerg versus Protoss is what's coming up as Clem and Rainor get ready for game number 3 of their series. Gonna be on Oceanborn to decide things. Rainor he's set his race. Rainor wins this, he calls Showtime to take the tournament. That'd be freaking cool. Showtime on a streak. It's cool to see Classic though. I mean, Classic obviously is not in GSL, which is sad, but man, he's a beast, and if he won today, that would also be sick. I don't know if I think Showtime's got a better chance against Rainor though, right? I think that's what we're thinking here. Okay, guys. Well, Oceanborn comes up. We get ready for Game 3 of Rainor versus Clem. Again, Rainor very aggressively set up in that game. Lower drone count, didn't really kind of go overly into the economy, but really set up to counterattack and be aggressive all the time. And was able to hold off Clem's aggression at the same time, which was a real secret success in the course of that one. So, with that all done, we get ready to go into Oceanborn. We're on the load screen, guys. We're stuck. Give it a moment. Give it a moment. We should be good to go. There we go. Top left-hand side, tying the series up by playing Zerg. Alright, Zerg is Rainor. Bottom right, the blue Terran from Team Liquid, Clem. I get to watch the intros again on the observer camera. Oh, they already did Clem apparently. Never mind. Just got to see the Rainor zoom in one more time. I was going to say the Chinese guys are usually pretty quick at doing the observer zoom ins and the introductions in general, so doesn't surprise me too much. And just have ourselves the Overlord moving about, Hatch, Gas, and Pool all coming up here. Barracks comes in as well. Just getting settled down then. Again, first few moments we get into this, and there's going to be a Reaper coming across the map. Nothing too much going on just yet. The firing, just going to be seeing the couple of lings flaring through as well, firing some shots off. Still coming across. Reaper will be there, and we drop a gold grenade down. Queen gets bopped over to the side. Factory about to finish. race coming through. Everything pretty peaceful again for the first few moments. Not too much happening on Oceanborn with a little bit of this Reaper pressure. One Ling dead. And we'll see Rainor taking that forward third hatchery, so a little bit easier for Clem to push into, but we'll see if that's something Clem can utilize at all. When he does get to pushing, that's obviously a little ways away still now. For now, just the Hellions are going to be taken to the map. Once the Hellions are out, some controller can be created over there. Austin with the 100-month resub. Ooh. Huge. What a legend. If you do the math, guys, you can figure out how much a sub is. You add 2 zeros to it, that's how much money Austin has given me. And that's such a feel-good. Someone as legendary as Austin. Incredible. Thank you, Austin. And you guys want to know how many replays he's gotten out of that? 0 recently. Brutal. Brutal. Hellions, Reaper continue to move about. We do have ourselves the couple of queens coming through. Liberate and Stimpack building up as well. Obviously, Stimpack just starting is going to be something that will give us a couple options a bit further down the line. Cyclone there is actually going to get onto the Overlord. We see the Liberator popping off that proxy starport, and well, that's going to hit very quickly. He's going to get siege in his main real soon. The Cyclones at the front are pressuring the Queens and keeping the Queens busy. Ling's running across here, and actually do get a good surround. Can we free these Cyclones and get them away? Just about freeze one of them. Liberator gets a few drones, but nothing too wild. Again, we're still chasing Queens about the front. The starport's now coming home from Clem as well. Liberator has denied completely the mining in this main base currently. The Queen cannot get there to help out against this. We have a Roach Roaring coming up from Rainor, but he's down 5 workers. This is not a good start. I mean, he could make some army with that Roach Roaring, but feels like that's pretty much what he has to do to have any chance at all at the moment. The Queens on 2 sides now will be able to get rid of that Lib as that will go down, but a lot of mining time lost as this time the Cyclone will absolutely be going down. The Hellions are trying to make a run for it. They do get away. No surround found there. 9 Roaches in production. Clem building engineering bays, he's building barracks, he needs to start building defense. The starport's in the sky, obviously no Banshee play, means that the Banshees won't be here to deal with the Roaches either, so that's going to be a factor. We've seen a few SCVs and Hellions coming back again. Roaches and Ravages are here, and it is Clem trying to get a couple of bunkers up in the back. Trying to get a little bit of something done. We're seeing the SCVs still wrapping around, repairing up on this bunker. Bunker does not fall. A lot of SCVs did. I mean, that bunker is surviving a long time. The more damage you put on that bunker, the less damage is going onto the units. We do land a good bile on the ramp, though. Clem's supply is dropping and dropping hard as we're going to be seeing Rainor continue to press through. It looks like Rainor might have just about done this. Ling Roach still in production. Clem is on his way to upgrades that just will never come to play. 1-1 combat shields. None of this is going to help him here as we just have units showing up in a moment from Rainor. He's got a few links to the right side of that natural as well. And if Clem does finish the upgrades and has enough units to show for it, maybe there's some hope. He's got a bunker here, but I was obviously not really in the best of positions to defend towards the main ramp. So Biles is going to go up the high ground, hit the depot, try and break through over there as Marines and a Hellion pushing back again. A couple of Lings getting chased away. Actually come through, lifting up with these medevacs, and now going to evacuate backwards. We're going to go back to this ramp. More Marines are popping out, and they're going to run down here as well. We see those Lings actually getting a wrap around on the bunker on the low ground, so that's going to be a cleanup too. Actually comes to the corner, and actually those Lings are in a lot of trouble. Lings are absolutely in trouble. They all go down. Lings cleaned up. Well, this is where 1-1 is going to help Clem out a lot. So he's only 10 workers behind. He's on triple CC. He's about to have a tank, and again with 1-1, he actually has a better army than you might think. Now, the tank It's gonna be corrosive fileable, but not if we use the barrels towards the Marines. And now the tank fires its first shot on some roaches. And the good news there is that Rainor is now aware of this. He now knows of it. Rest of these Marines coming about, more Lings coming up, the Ravager coming through. Rainor's starting to drone, so he's recognizing he can't really break through this anymore. And the problem is that if this game goes on, Clem can obviously SCV up off a 3 base, off of the triple CC, and he's going to have the upgrade advantage for a very long time. It's going to be a long time until Rainor gets any real tech on the map. Ledge is starting, so even Roach speed is an eternity away at this point in time. Clem moves out, he'll grab himself an Overlord, able to pick that off nicely. Clem is alive, guys. The thing is, you can never underestimate the Terran army when it has this upgrade lead. It's so difficult for Rainor to trade against this right now. Like, Clem is going to be in this position where he can absolutely make waves with this Bioforce. No scan. Would have been nice to knock down some of this creep. I would have been able to get a lot of it, which would have been big. Ling set up to the left-hand side, and they're going to look for the wraparound here just to try and make this a good fight. It means that Clem will likely just have to lift up and get out of there. Which is kind of what Rainor wants. Just push Clem back quickly. Don't let these Marines sit around and actually get the chance to get a lot done. I think that's the thing you're trying to absolutely stay away from here. Well, Clem is going to take his third CC into position. Rainor's just now working on the fourth. He's getting his own 1-1 start. Baneling speed and Infestation Pair are the choice off the last. So just going to work in toward Ling Bane here. Infestation Pair obviously get towards Hive Tech potentially. Maybe a couple of Infestors, even if he feels like he needs something a little extra. Give him a little bit more survivability at this point in time. Good that Clem gets 2-2 on the way, because I think another upgrade timing window may be what he needs down the line to really take another good fight at some point. So keep our eyes peeled open for that, as Ling's on the right side, waiting for their chance to run by, maybe? Catch some reinforcements. We'll see what Rainor wants to use them as. Thing is, right now, Clem's army is mostly just a force that can lift up into medevacs and evacuate away, so it's pretty low commitment moving around, apart from leaving no defense at home, and that's going to be what Rainor tries to utilize. The fact that there is no defense here allows him to get rid of some SCVs. Only 3 workers, to be fair. Not a bad pullback from Clem. He lost 1 siege tank too, but I mean, considering he was pretty much undefended outside of tanks, which aren't really the best defense against Lings, I'm going to go ahead and say that that was honestly pretty okay for Clem, given the situation. Brings the back into the medevacs. Bane's coming over too. We are going to see Clem moving further to the north, and just going to get some creep tumors already in the center. I think back to when he didn't have that scan, when he first moved across the map after the defense, just could have slowed down so much creep right then and there. Now the creep is pretty dominant through the center of Oceanborn, as Rainor is on his way to hitting Hive Tech. Clem's about to finish 2-2, and Drilling Claws on the way. Give himself an opportunity. 4th base as well, so he will lengthen this game. He will play it to a later stage right now. He's unloading to the top. Couple creep teamers going down. So see these Marines pushing back over. A couple of Banes getting knocked immediately. We jump back into medevacs. Clem's on the right side as well, so this split push could look good for him. Can he get rid of any of these Banes? Yes, he can. He gets rid of a bunch of them. He tries to get a couple more. He just can't get the final couple. Good attempt, though. This time it was target firing on those Banes as we pull back away from the ramp. Touching out to the sides there. Oh, more Marines want to come down through the center. Banes and Lings waiting. As we do have the Ultra Cavern dropping, so big tech up here from Rainor as he looks to stretch this game out with those Ultras. Force Clem to get into even higher tech to really be able to deal with this, of course. Oh, it's going to cross, it's going to grab a Marine, now going to go after the rest of this here. We stim. Bane's a little bit slow to get caught up, although the tank's obviously not sieged either. Now Widow mines start going off. Pretty decent split away on some of the mines. Some of the mines still firing here as Clem just kites backwards. This is 2-2 to 1-1, so the Marines do trade very well in this situation. I don't know if I love the Liberators sieging up. I mean, it forces the Ravagers to bile the Libs, but what are the Ravagers going to, corrosive bile anyways? In my eyes, not really anything. So I actually don't know if I love that. I feel like those could have been Libs just saved for another time. And Libs could be very useful here soon because Ultras are on the way, and Libs are one of the stepping stones to actually having a pathway to Ghosts to then properly deal with Ultras much later into this game. As Infestor is lurking, and it's looking dangerous. It can pop up and drop a huge fungal here. We go up the ramp. The fungal does land. The Widow Mine goes off. Medivac's coated in green goo. Corrosive Biles landing on them as they cannot retreat away easily. Clem trying to minimize the impact of that fungal. As he gets back up the ramp and retreats away for the moment, he will be able to sit tight once again. Army supply is similar. Clem's up to 4 bases. I mean, again, Ultra's popping out. I'm very afraid for Clem that it's so Marine heavy, right? There's only just now a Marauder starting to be added in, for example. That's something that really feels as though it's missing a little bit, quite frankly. Means the Medivac's back around on the right side, going to come up toward the top. The line actually does go off on that single link. Clem would have liked to have avoided that. And as you see, another Widow Mine setting off. Actually does hit a good clump of lings with the movement of Clem there. You have to lift up and back away though as the Ultras showing up. And again, we don't have really units to fight Ultras yet. We need more Marauders, Liberators, Ghosts. These are all tech units that we need to deal with those Ultras. Right now, we don't have any of those set up. And that is very much so going to be a problem. Ravager Ultra still moving around. 3-3 coming up. Marines are here, going to pick off a few lings. Still got Libs and Ghosts coming through as well from Clem. As you got this Medivac boosting up that left-hand side, looking to get a little bit of a drop in. But a mine is good to grab a Ravager. And the rest of these mines burrowing, going to get rid of even more drones. Lings on the counter. As the Bioforce shows up, a group of lings will be going down. Lings and Ultras still chasing about here. Another Widow Mine shot going off. 3-3 upgrades coming through for Clem, but it is going to be 3-3 from Rainor as well. And his supply looking a little bit better right now as these mines... Oh, okay, we fire on a Queen, but honestly would have been better to retarget the mineral line. I can't imagine. Clem was still looking, however. Well, Ultras coming up. 3-3 melee upgrades coming through. Ourselves, Widow Mines, Ghosts. The Lib coming about. We just have the Marines unloading back from these Medivacs, and we scan about on this right-hand side, trying to see what's going on. That's the Infesta. I mean, there's not a ton of units here just yet from Clem. Is going to see the army there. The rest of this force coming through. We have now got Ghosts. Ghosts are a big factor, but of course we're going to have to keep them safe. That's what that Infesta could be huge for. Getting a Fungal and the Ghosts could cancel a whole bunch of snipes, and that could be game-changing when it comes to the fight. As he actually cut down this army at the moment. The Infesta wants to pop up. It's in range of the mine initially. Now he does get the fungal down, and that's big because the Ultras are on reach. Clem does nothing but try and lift back into the Medivacs. He doesn't try and fight it or micro it or anything. He knows how, troubled he was there. Clem's is going to probably entrench himself on these 4 bases now. This is not a pretty fight for Rainor because the Ghosts in the back are just playing Snipe City. And they are going to get rid of a lot of Ultras, which Rainor just spends money to replace, but that was very free supply picked up by Clem. Clem's going to try and push out to base number 5. And that's way more out in the open. That's a much easier position for Rainor to try and jump on and utilize and abuse. It's going to be a struggle for Clem to defend that position. We can absolutely see that so far. Fire's still pushing up. Banelin's going to be in trouble. With the Ling getting taken down. The rest of the Banes coming across. The Bio will be here. Extra Ultras coming through. Extra Lings on the way. Seeing more Banes, Lings, Ultras, Ravagers coming through. We are just going to get the rest of these Ultras swiping away. Rainor just wants to kind of send it. He wants to keep pushing in and again believes he can shut this down. Maybe he can. Maybe he's got the economy just to kind of go through with enough of that. He actually gets supply blocked here, though. It might not matter. These ultras are not being stopped. The ghosts are mostly out of energy. We take a step and actually stack back with the ultras, which gives the last couple of ghosts a snipe or two, but it's not very much. And obviously, Clem not making any progress here. He's losing SCVs. A base on the right side is not allowed to happen. And Rainor obviously is just expanding, looking good to make the finals of this Kung Fu Cup. Set us up from some ZVP against either the Showtime or Classic, depending who comes through that other semi-final in the PvP. Medevac loads up. It's going to go boosting. As you see, units moving around. Widowmine still coming up. Extra Ghosts on the way. Marine Marauder all coming through as well. Bang comes around the right. Spores are settling down. Ultras peel back again to that left-hand side. Ghost getting ready to snipe. A couple of these ultras are going to get grabbed. Fungal goes down. That's just going to be it from Clem. He's not going to stick around any more than that. GG, and that is going to be Rainor taking it 2-1 over Clem. Congrats to him as he moves into today's finals. So he will get into the finals. He will be moving into the ZVP, as we kind of saw coming. Clem fought back. Just couldn't quite get enough done. So Classic versus Showtime. Let me get this ready to go. And it will be our grand final coming up next, guys. I'm just going to grab myself a drink. I'll be back in a couple of moments. I'll see you guys in just a few. I'll run some ads. I'll see you guys straight after this quick break. Alrighty, guys. I'm just waiting for everyone to join us here, although Showtime just left the lobby, which is interesting. What was an interesting one? The Showtime has just completely gone offline. And he's back. Okay, we're good. Got Showtime back here. And it is going to be PvP Showtime Classic. Winner gets the chance to play Rainor in the finals today, so we get that set up. Get this ready to go. And see what's going to go down. We got this PvP set to go, so yes, Showtime vs. Classic. We get this going. Go goes, ready's being called. Then we have a best of 5 finals after this. So best of 3 and a best of 5 left. Now, if you watch on Twitch, I also have a sponsorship today, which we'll be doing with the Twitch Bounty. We're going to be playing the new game from Moonlit Studios, which is the maker of Ori and the Blind Forest. So we're going to be playing their new game, No Rest for the Wicked. That's going to be coming up when we finish the SC2. So we're going to be doing an hour of that. So just a little mention that if you can stick around on the Twitch channel at the end, it is a sponsorship that is basically just built or made up by viewership. So if you guys literally just sit and watch and AFK, helps us get some money to run more StarCraft events in the future. So do check that out if you're on Twitch at the end. But yeah, for the moment, I'm about to hit into this PvP best of 3 Classic versus Showtime. This off, and we are on max loading screen now. Again, looking to see whether there's Classic or Showtime. Advance through to that finals against Rainor. Just to see what the outcome's going to be. Alright, PvP time. In the top left-hand corner, the blue Protoss player here is Classic. Taking on the red Protoss. In the bottom right-hand corner, it is Showtime. So PvP semifinals. Who is going to come out on top? Gonna try and find this out. Demi with the raid. What's up, guys? Welcome. Hope you all doing well. We're in the semifinals here of an online tournament called the Kung Fu Cup. It's just come back for a new season. So 11 weeks of this every Wednesday. Welcome, hope you guys have had a good day with Ben. And, yeah, it is unfortunately a PvP right now, but Rainor is in the finals, so we will have PvZ best of 5 coming up after this PvP in the form of Rainor versus Classic or Showtime. It's just to decide who is going to play against Rainor. So we will figure that out as we get through this. Currently probe scouting both sides of the map. Going to the other side, looking to get in, and looking to try and have a little bit of a scout to see what's going on. Unfortunately, PvP, yeah, you know, a bunch of new people join the stream. It's like, well, unfortunately, you got one of the worst matchups, but, you know, it happens, it happens. As we do have our simulator coming through, gateways are coming up. We just get ourselves in a couple of moments to establish. Now, you're going to see a difference already, which is Classic is playing the 1 gate, where Showtime plays the 2 gates. This is becoming more and more popular, this 1 gate setup, this 1 gate expansion, because the new Sentry really allows you to kind of expand in this way like you've never really been able to expand before in this match. So this is becoming a much more popular way of playing. A lot of the time the 2 gate player just matches the 1 gate player in expanding and then tries to utilize the fact they have a second gateway in some way, but yeah, we'll see what happens. Obviously, 2 gates still fairly viable. It can still give you a lot more units early. You can still transition into a 1 base timing much better. So the options are there from Showtime. And Showtime in PvP, don't expect him to just be that macro beast. He will mix in the 1 base attempts and so on and so forth. So, again, don't just discount that possibility. He is already going a couple of adepts here. To be able to get those on the map early and try and do something with it is, you know, that initial pylon's quite nice as well. Just blocks the Nexus for a little bit. Sees the Nexus going down with this probe. Showtime. He's not putting a tech structure down. He could obviously still go double sentry after these adepts. If he does that... Oh, okay, there's a Stargate. I was going to say, if he does that, then it kind of does still lead you to the expand. The Stargate can lead you to an expansion as well, but you're going to be taking that Stargate and then the expand much later than your opponent's expansion. So that's something else we have to watch for. I don't know why people dislike mirror matchups so much. It's just the way it is, right? People, it is honestly, it's kind of weird because like I think nowadays, I think it honestly stems from like a bias from way back when, because way back when mirror matchups were really quite bad, you know. Nowadays, I really don't think it's the case, but I think there's a lot of bias from back in the day, and obviously, naturally, a lot of people will be less interested in a mirror matchup because it just, you know, doesn't include one of the other 2 races, right? Like, that's already a lot of people you might lose out on. I mean, I personally think mirror matches are pretty fine to watch. I don't like casting them because they literally have less viewership. It's a completely selfish reason. To be quite honest, is Warp Gate comes online here from Classic. Showtime's working onto that Warp Gate as well. We see the Oracle coming up. Meanwhile, Classic gets his first tech choice down, which is that Twilight Council, so likely just to move into Blink, and Showtime is going to try and follow him on that Blink pathway as well. His own Twilight Council dropping into play, and obviously it's going to be a little bit later, but he will have the Oracle and the Adepts to try and get some damage done to make up for that. This is one of those moments where in the past those Adepts would have committed. They one-shot a Sentry, and they would have got 2 or 3 Sentries and a few probes perhaps. Now, they do not one-shot a Sentry with 4 Adepts, so that change has made those Sentries a little bit more, survivable against Oracle, survivable against Adepts. And so far, Showtime is not going to find any damage in the early stages here. Now, with a second Oracle, he might, because with second Oracle, he will be able to come through and actually zap down probes through a battery. And that's why that's why Classic has 2 more Stalkers in the main base now. He knew for now the battery was going to be okay, because the only thing that could be there was 1 Oracle. Now the timing's for 2 Oracles. He gets a couple Stalkers he can actually shoot back, although they're kind of choked up and they're going to have a bad time moving through. Showtime only gets 1 probe, now a second, but that involved him kind of coming back in, and that means the Stalkers get some good damage onto the Oracle, which is a little bit of a shame. Still seeing that Blink coming up. Robotics facility coming through. A couple more probes are establishing. Assimilators coming in. Blink is halfway done from Showtime as the Adepts continue to move about. Over to the right-hand side for the moment. Pylon, Nexus going down. Classic not afraid at all just to take the next expansion. He is very ready to keep playing this macro game as Showtime's controlling and kind of holding him. Actually, interestingly enough, Showtime's Blink timing is way better than Classic's. The Twilight was later. I'm not sure if Classic forgot to start it initially. It might just be the Chrono Boost from Showtime allowing him to overtake on that Blink department, but that's a huge turnaround. He was like at least 20 seconds late on Blink, and now he's about 10 seconds ahead on Blink. Sets up an aggressive gateway. Now, he does drop his own 3rd base down, so this is not just going to be about Showtime trying to kill the guy. But the aggressive gateway obviously suggests he wants to put some pressure in. Still has 3 Adepts available, and will continue to utilize these to try and find openings, try and find weak points. And you saw with the Revelation what was there with, from that Stalker, so just before it fades, he knows not to actually commit to the Shade. Blink finishes from Classic, so we have his Blink now in play as well. Like I say, kind of funny for the guy that opened Twilight sooner to be finishing Blink later, but that's the way this one has worked out. Sentry pops up a Guardian Shield. I'm going to get a grab, going to get another Sentry and another one as well. Just going to get all of those taken out. Stalker's blinking back. So I'll take another couple shots of damage. Stalker's still coming through. Forge is about to be done. And the Robo facility will start up from Showtime as well. So we got that Robo on the way. Probes and the Stalker producing as well. Stalker's still at the front. And a Zealot that's taken out. That Stalker also going down. Showtime with a little bit of a worker lead. Just continuing to build Stalkers here. Gets his Robo started. A little bit later on the +1. Doesn't start charge as well. So he's later on the other bits of the tech here. So later on +1. Later on the Robo. Later on charge. But showing up with the game just kind of a little bit of an army advantage. A little bit of a worker advantage. So there's some benefits for sure. Starts his own charge now. As Classic adds gateways. That's what Showtime will already match him in. That's why the economy should help Showtime out. You should be able to kind of really swoop through in terms of the production numbers as Blink away there as Classic tries to Blink to chase. With an Immortal here, it's going to be difficult for Showtime to really stand and fight. I don't know if he'll be able to protect his gateway. It doesn't seem like he can. He's going to Blink back. He's going to let this get depowered. It's not worth fighting it, especially as the Immortals show up. It just can't find enough value. This is a great moment for those Oracles, though. They could have been in on that main. They did not need to come down to the 3rd base. In fact, by flying all the way to the 3rd base, I feel like they just revealed themselves and it gave Classic a chance to respond. I don't think I'm crazy. I don't think there was anything on that main base, so maybe a bit of a missed opportunity. As the +1 attack upgrade's finishing very soon as well. We do get at least one worker here on that 4th base that's incoming. Showtime tries to keep map control, tries to pressure forward once again. Stalkers, Immortals, all still gathering up. +2 attack starting on Classic side. Will Stalkers get there? Oracle will take some damage. Ooh, we're gonna lose one Oracle. As gonna drop a Revelation down. Those few Stalkers get caught in it. 6 probes dropping. Prism comes down through the bottom side. It's gonna try and get a warp in, I think. Decides it doesn't want it. Nothing coming out of that just yet. More Zealots warping in. The Immortal and the +2 still coming up. Stalkers on the way. A couple of batteries are building. +2 attack on the way. More Stalkers get warped in again. Prism coming through also. Stalkers recoil into the main base, which allows them to actually get the jump on the Prism, so at least that will go down. No future attacks available. Let's get rid of these last couple of Zealots. We lose 4 probes. At this stage of the game, 4 probes are very... You must show something you can kind of lose here or lose there. Stasis catches a Stalker and a probe one more time. Still got the +2s coming up. A couple of Zealots coming in. The cannon and probes are building as well. Time continues through the center. We do have Classic, again, still looking for counterattacks. I mean, Classic is still much lower on probes, 60 to the 73. So while he's been ahead on the attack, he's been, again, playing with very less probes. Again, he's trying a bit more to kind of be the harassing kind of Zealot guy. Stalker's going to get a grab. Soon Zealot Stalker still coming through and just going to be chasing. Showtime's units getting caught here. Good catch from Classic then. Mortal's still firing and just going to be seeing that Nexus still coming up. And Stalkers continue to come by. Pylon will be getting grabbed. A couple more probes being grabbed as well. Just going to be seeing this Nexus taking shots. Classic is obviously just going to enter this base trade in full. I mean, who has the better army for that? It is Classic, who just straight up has more army for that. So as he dives in, we see a bunch of probes starting to go down. Robo facility as well. Classic moves up into the main base here, where we knocked down a couple of pylons already. So Showtime will not have reinforcement warp-ins coming through either. I mean, just getting into the main base quickly feels like a big benefit. As we come out of supply block, I mean, Classic could warp in, and he does get a few Stalkers warped in. 54 probes. As when we've seen the rest of these Stalkers playing a pick-off. I mean, again, it is going to be Classic with a larger army standing, so that generally is good to win out from here, because neither player is going to be able to build more. But I mean, you could still argue the base trade could go the way of Showtime. Classic doesn't have anything else really elsewhere on the map. Oh my god, he has 3 Immortals here. That's huge. Protects that Nexus. Showtime does have a base bomb left. Looks as though Classic figured it out, though. He found that. Still pushing by, the Immortal taking a few more shots. Prism, very nearly going down as well. That Immortal now does drop down dead. Other Stalkers blinking through. Stalker's still fighting. Classic is trying to hunt down this army of his opponent. There is a Stasis Sword here, goes off on only a single Zealot, so that ain't gonna help. As Showtime only has 1 Nexus up. He's got a couple pylons here and there, but oh no, he blinks into the Stasis! I feel like after seeing the first Stasis, he obviously just stopped caring as much. A few Zealots are holding these Stalkers back, giving you a bit of a chance to make this an okay fight still as Classic, and it might still be alright enough. Although these Zealots are left in on their own. Classic needs to bring these Stalkers in at the same time, so he can engage with everything at once. He does double the army supply, so he probably is still okay. It looks as though he absolutely will be okay. GG says Showtime. As Classic just kind of sat there and failed to run by less probes, and then eventually when the big fight broke out, Classic just got in a way better spot. Classic takes the first game in this semi-final, looking to meet Rainor in the finals a bit further down the line. Matt in the Crown, how you doing? Thank you so much 44-month resub. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing great. Thank you so much for resubscribing as the invite goes out for Crimson Court for map 2. Crimson Court ready to go. Righties and good looks are called, so we are going to send it into our next round here, which is going to be Classic up 1-0. Crimson Court, does Classic get aggressive? Does he try and expand again? Kind of intrigued. Go Bambable1, thank you so much for using your Twitch Prime sub on the channel. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Alright, so waiting for Crimson to come through. And we've got a lot of people in the game, so it just takes a moment to load sometimes. A couple people are slower to load. Just waiting for Crimson Court, guys. Everyone looks loaded, so like I said, it's just one of our observers slowing us down a second or two. Hopefully nothing much more than that, though. We can indeed get this underway. Game number 2 of our PvP in the top right-hand corner. The red Protoss player with a 1-0 lead is going to be Classic. Up against the blue Protoss, in the bottom left-hand side, we have ourselves Showtime. Game 2 of the best of 3 as we get this up, running, and ready to go. Crimson Court. I'm staying intrigued if Showtime is going to kind of play a similar style or what the plan may be in general here. Getting gases coming up. Probes nibbling, Cybercore coming through, again gates coming in, probes on the way. A little bit of everything set up initially as we just have ourselves the islands continue to drop down. So far, so good in terms, again, a peaceful game. And obviously, we do see both of them going double gateway, so we're not going to have ourselves a 1 gate versus 2 gate this time. Double gateway each. We'll see if they both see double gate and decide to expand still. Or if maybe double gateway could lead us to some more pressure or aggression. Could be a thing. See more depths coming about. Warp gates are still coming through. We got the Stalker Sentry on the way from Showtime, so we bring that up. Now the Stalker is going to go after the pylon there, just try and clean that up. There's a pylon blocking on this side. Everyone's doing the same thing in terms of blockages. It's the unit count that's very different. We're going to end up 2 Stalkers, 2 Sentries versus 2 Adepts from Classic into 2 Stalkers. So he's keeping his gas count high, which means Classic has access to build a lot of tech very quickly at some point. It looks as though that will be post-expansion, though, as the expand will go down first. And then he has 300 gas to play with here in the next few moments. Does he get a sentry at all? He could go double sentry now. kind of feel like we should tech structure now, though. We've got that much gas banked up. Twilight Council is the choice. So straight to the Twilight Council this time. Hallucination flies to the upper right. You have the Twilight again about halfway done. Battery coming up, 2 Adepts, 2 Stalkers together. Moving about as well as we continue to get settled in. Stalker Showtime takes a couple of shots, a couple of Stalkers firing back, doing nicely. So just got ourselves blink on both sides, a couple probes coming about. Again, apart from the units that were built, it's pretty similar. I mean, even then, we kind of caught up on units on sentries now. It's classic, right? So even there, it's kind of, like I say, evening out a little bit. Obviously, maybe energy counts will be a bit different, but... Probe facility comes through from classic as well, so we get that underway. Forcel's going down. Our facility about to finish from classic. We do have blink again coming up. Should be finished soon. A couple of Stalkers warp in off the natural as classic is retreating back home. Game pretty simple at this stage. It's just blink on blink. Neither player can really break through. Robo was faster from classic. Showtime getting that now. Again, it's similar to last game where the tech is just a little faster from classic. In fact, third base as well. Maybe... Oh, I actually don't know. I was going to say Showtime have like more gates or something ready to go. Not really. Doesn't have a larger army, just classic. A little bit just sleeker on the build. All said and done, it seems. A little bit sleeker on the build. Forge and Gateway. So yeah, I mean, Showtime just kind of playing. Still behind his opponent, like I say, his Forge is going to be later, his Robo is later. Classic's already investing into an Immortal. That will help him out, of course. First one on charge, build it from Classic, so we get that going. The Immortal coming up as well, going to finish soon. A few extra gateways all coming about. Country Stalkers, the Immortal, gathering up. And we are going to start on this ramp a little bit. Observer still coming in overhead. Extra gateways coming through. Batteries coming up also. I'm starting to kind of take that little bit of a probe lead again. Classic just drops a 4th base down. I was very happy to just kind of keep on macroing here. It's not stepping. Sorry, it's not stepping. He's not stuttering at all in his kind of choices in his build-up. He stopped to knock down some rocks over on the left-hand side. Takes a lot of knocks to break this open. This is 4 rocks compared to the 2 rocks on the ESL version of the map. You might have seen that a lot recently in the ESL regionals, for example. Stalker Immortal will fire once again. He's going to pick off this set of rocks, open this up. That does provide the chance to move through there. More Stalkers are going to go and attack some rocks also. So just try and get a little bit of something extra done. And Classic just having the option to kind of move in that direction is neat. I see Showtime taking a very different expansion. He will not take the forward base. I mean, he already took the linear base initially anyway, so now he takes the triangle. Obviously, Classic takes the triangle, then he takes the forward central base rather than the linear base as a 4th, so they are going to set up on a different 4-base setup. Templar Archives about to be done from Classic. Does he have a Prism out and with this army? No. So I don't think he can really commit to anything. If he had a Prism, warped in a bunch of Archons, maybe he could just send it a little bit. Still using that Robo to produce Immortals, though, and that is a big difference. I mean, Showtime's army is much more Stalker-focused, but the fact that there's Immortals up from Classic puts him in a pretty good spot for a fight. It's going to be the mobility of that Showtime army that would be an issue, but Showtime's not utilizing that at all right now. He's hanging back, he's sitting defensively at home. If you just wander across and get into a fight, I'm not sure how much those Stalkers are really going to, you know, be able to make do out of all that, so we'll have to wait and see. Gonna take a moment to hop on to the sides. Stalker's warping in, just gonna get a hallucination picked off as well, so just grab that nice and quickly. I mean, again, with the Prism here, you have warping potential. Classic looking for the fight. Now he's got +2. There's a few seconds before +2 Showtime is ready. Oh, he left an Immortal behind, apparently. Hiding in the bushes. Good spot observer, as a couple of Adepts are going to wander over to the left-hand side. Showtime's already peeling back to deal with it, and now Classic's going to get to this high ground. Takes a moment to warp in further Zealots. Where does he want to attack to? Looks like he's going to break to the left-hand side. Uh-oh. This is horrible for Showtime, because now he's going to have to come through the choke point to fight on his own base. This is really not pretty. Force field's going down as well, so these Stalkers would have to blink across. Oh, this is awful for Showtime. He gets supply blocked as well. Now he blinks in. I mean, he goes for the Prism, gets that immediately. The Immortals are going to have to turn and fight these Stalkers, and they are packing so many punches. The Immortals hurt Stalkers big time. And Classic, you can just see, is absolutely shredding this army. GG's. Plain and simple. Classic gets it done. And he is going to win this 2-0 over Showtime to go to the finals. Solid PvP from Classic. It just felt like he was always a little edge ahead. And that obviously went a big way. And that is going to mean Classic plays Rainor in the finals. So it's going to be best of 5 PvZ to wrap us up today, guys. Is Rainor against Classic in that series. That's going to be coming out in just a few moments' time. So we get that ready to roll. We get that ready to go. Have you missed stats? Stats played earlier. We did not cast any stats today. He got knocked out pretty early on by Creator, I believe. I think in his very first matchup. So unfortunately, we didn't get to catch any of that, as we will be swapping parties. Get ready to jump in with this next one. Oh, of course, it's going to be a swap to Korean server. Perfect. Yes, that as well. We're going to have equal ping for these guys because they're both in Korea. Wasn't there a third place match? Yeah, third place match usually plays during the finals. So usually we cast the finals and the third place match is done during that time. So we do not usually get to catch that when this event, unless they changed it. But typically they don't make the third place match right around. So we'll just be going into Rainor. Well, I'm imagining that we're just going to be going into Rainor versus Classic very soon. We'll swap back to the Korean server. We'll just wait for everyone else to do so. We'll get this underway. And have one more best of 5 here today, guys. So that's all coming up. That's all getting set to Rumble. Next few moments. Alright, guys, obviously just a moment or two while we swap servers, everyone logs in. So the Chinese casters have to swap VPNs and stuff sometimes here. What time is the final? Literally right now. Just waiting for people to hop servers and veto and all that good stuff. That is the plan. That's what's going on. taking a while for everyone to log in, guys, but hopefully we're good to go in a moment. Party is coming online, so we are getting there. We are getting there. Just waiting, guys. Obviously, hoping we get these videos underway. This finals underway soon. Classic just asking if this is best of 5 or best of 3. It is indeed best of 5. Get this underway. Let's just get these videos. The good news about the best of 5 videos is that it's only 2 videos each, so we actually know the first map a little bit sooner. Sometimes videos stall out after like a couple videos each. We end up waiting ages to figure out the next video before we get a map, but shouldn't take us too long. Players are online, players are in the party, so we should be good to go in a moment. Alright, videos coming through. Just waiting for first videos to come about. Get this underway. Rainor with the first video when he's ready. Are they playing the Asian server? Yes. Rainor is in Korea. So this is a no-ping matchup. Both in the same region, both in the same server. Easy matchup to set up. Maybe they're videoing in private. They're not saying anything right now. No, Reyno's streaming his point of view as well, guys. If you want to check that out. Looks like they are videoing in PMs. So we're going to have Alcyone as map number 1. So that's just got announced, and we will get this underway in a couple of moments. Get this best of 5 finals up and running here in today's Kung Fu Cup, the first of the new season. Here every Wednesday with this. I love that one. Crimson Court will be map 2. Been for admin to host this up. A couple of moments. It's waiting for map 3 to be given. Apparently, we have to have all the maps given before we'll have the game hosted. So, couple moments, guys. Just waiting for everyone to get going. Hopefully, very soon. Kick these off. Third map goes River. Fourth map Side Delta. Fifth map Oceanborn. And our finals are ready to begin. Well, now we're waiting for someone to accept the invite. Waiting for the invite. All the downtime goes. Hey. This is my favorite part where Rainor leaves the party, so instead of just hosting the game and then inviting him after, we're going to wait for Rainor to relog, then invite him to the party, then host the game and wait for everyone to accept again. The longest hosting of all time. Again, we are going to do a little bit of sponsored content after this as well, guys, on the Twitch channel. We're going to be doing a Twitch bounty for No Rest for the Wicked, so be doing that straight after. So, do come check that out. Ay. Rain's getting errors logging in. Classic. Oh, good. He's back in the party. Just waiting for them to try host the game again. This time Classic is not accepting. Hey, we made it. We made it. Alright, Cyan is going to be our opening map here for this PvZ between Rainor and Classic. Get this underway and ready to go. Go. So just wait for them to swap the players around. Ready. And we are going into Cyan, guys. Thank you for the patience. Obviously, just took a couple moments to get this one on the way, but it's time for the best of 5 finals. Rainor versus Classic. Let's get this all started up. Let's get this one going. Loading on into game number 1 again. Best of 5 here. For the series. Get this set up. Someone in the lobby is really slow at loading today. Like, we've constantly been at like super full loading bars on everyone apart from someone that we can't see, which means one of the obs. Wild. Wild, wild world. Alright, we're good. It's finals time. Starting off on Alcyone, we have ourselves in the bottom left-hand corner the red Protoss player. This is Classic. Going up against the blue Zerg. In the upper right-hand side, we have ourselves Rainor. Game 1 of this best-of-5 final. We get this underway. And we are going to see already a drone moving onto the map and looking towards the gold base most likely here. Get that set to go. Find out some minerals. Move in this direction. Hatch going down, getting the gas, getting produced. Probe obviously coming over. We'll give Classic the info as to what's going on here. We've got ourselves again that getting the gas coming through. The hatch and the pool coming up on the side of Rainor. No gas just yet. Let's see when he wants to take that. I may just play with no gas for a little bit. Just boost that economy a while. Play for all the minerals early. This morning's update ruined your account. Every time you go to a channel, the game crashes. Apparently, you have to turn off the mature language filter in the social settings. That's what I did. Look at Classic go, man. Forge is already coming up here. He's going to cannon rush on the other side of this hatchery. And he's looking to deny this gold base real early in the game. So Classic, well, he's going to have drones coming his way. He is going to fully wall himself in here. What do these drones want to do then? Okay, we build one spine. There's only space for one cannon there, right? If there's only one cannon, are we that worried? Now we get a second cannon started up. Zalchun up as well. These drones kind of need to leave. Shame then that obviously one of these cannons that was very close to going down there is going to get the chance to finish. I guess the spine can still fight one cannon at a time, but it's not going to be ideal. These drones are going to have to pull away. No, we don't pull the drones away, so we're going to lose. Oh, Spore, no! He should have let the Spore tank another shot. I assume it could have tanked one more shot. A little bit of a shame as you just see the Overlords popping out. Spine going to try and get to the left side. It's going to try and relocate a little bit as Rainor has a couple of Lings, but they're running past, and they're taking some damage as well. So one Ling goes down quickly, a couple Lings across the map, met by an Adept. Now, for all the damage that's being done, it's a big investment from Classic. It's money invested onto this pylon cannon setup. It's also no Nexus at home just yet as well. Got the Nexus down in the natural. A couple cannons are firing away. Hatchery will already be taking some shots, and just have ourselves the Ling speed, few Lings, and Hatchery. All of that continuing through. The cannons will finish up and knock down a few more Broodlings that pop, and now Rainor starts to take the natural. He's also building a whole chunk of Lings, so Ling production still on the way. Ling speed coming up, halfway done at the moment. Problem is, you can't just build Lings forever when you don't have the an extra hatchery to build off of, right? So, what does the plan become here from Rainor? He starts 4 more Lings again. And Classic is walled off. He can cannon. He's getting a Stargate up. I'm not sure what Rainor does. Okay, now he starts a drone. He's going to have a bunch of Lings, though, and not really sure how useful all those Lings are going to be as the couple of Adepts come over, and they're now going to cause trouble. Slow Lings for a little while longer, and this is where the Adepts would love to just take as much of a fight as they can. Trying to catch these Lings in a corner. And they're not going to shade into the main base, but they will get themselves now some Ling kills. Well, not bad. The Spine Crawler is going to make it home, at least eventually. The Spine Crawler can be used in, some form of a defense, so there is something nice about that. As now do get their speed though, and the Adepts go down. Classic up 8 workers in this game. Oracle on the way, so he's going to be very safe against any Ling counterattacks. This is looking across the board pretty good for Classic. Definitely not ideal for Rainor. He's going to run some Lings to the other side, but I don't think there's going to be anything he can realistically find there for the foreseeable future, so I think that's going to be just trouble, trouble, trouble. Having ourselves a couple more probes coming about. Oracle's still over halfway done. See the queen going to be there. It's going to be firing up, and Oracle gets pushed away. Couple more probes, gateway building, assimilator building. The hatchery still setting up on the third for now. And we just have a Nexus dropping down as well. A couple more devs going to be there. The Lings get pushed back. And a few more drones. A couple more queens still building through. A couple of cannons on the way as well. Queens get good damage on the first Oracle, as they do lose one drone only. So that's honestly a pretty good defense for Rainor. Right now, he needs to minimize any potential losses, so the more that he's able to, well, have moments like that where he defends well, the better off he's going to end up being. There's a few more devs join up into the center. Twilight Council coming up with a Forge, getting the +1 attack upgrade. And Classic has this kind of warp-in point. Okay, slow warp-ins, but a battery and a couple cannons here, so it's somewhere to fall back to. Problem is that Spinecrawler is going to be a big point of defense, and that's something that Rainor just has from the earlier stages now, so funnily enough, that is going to be a big part of the reason why Rainor will probably be able to not be in too much trouble against these Adepts, and he can be a little bit greedier on unit production, doesn't need to produce units quickly because that Spine will cover him to some extent at the very least. Oracle's dive through, going to get 5-6 workers, Queen still firing up. Oracle's very nearly going down, the rest of the Adepts shaking across. Things fighting, the Adepts taking a bunch of damage. 7 drones going down. The Adepts will continue to trade. This was really nice. 9 more drones killed off, and we are just going to follow up with Blinking +1. That's the sort of follow-up that Rainor might just die to, realistically. A good Blink army, a good push. Might be very difficult for the Zerg to do anything against, considering the opening. Oracles get the drones as they pull away from the Queens. So Classic being very tricksy in this game number 1. Love that move. The Adepts force the drones away. The Oracles wait on the other side. Boom, they jump on it. Very nicely done. +1 missiles, road drone, all that coming through. Extra drones in production. And robotics facility and cannon still building up. The extra gates coming through. The Stalkers warp in. The Oracles are still there. We just have these things continue to move about. Raino's about to finish +1 missiles. Only just now finishing his road drone. So going to be only just able to get access to that right now. The Stalkers continue into the center. Lings are going to get pushed about. We take the Stalkers through the watchtower here. Two more spines, Roaches and Lings all producing. I mean, we definitely are recognizing that we're going to need as much defense as we can get. The problem is it's only Queens at the moment, and yeah, this is going to be Stalkers just winning out this fight. There's not much to add to this, guys. This one was kind of decided early. And then the continued aggression definitely didn't go his way. The warp-in point is good enough, because, again, you've got the cannon and the battery there to help support it. Yeah, this is just Classic. Playing a very tricksy game number 1. Going to get himself the 1-0 lead. So Classic off to an advantage in this series. And very crisp with that timing on the follow-up there to get himself the 1-0 lead in this grand final. Rainor to try and bounce back now as we head into game number 2. Second map here is going to be Crimson Court. So we'll get that started up in just a second and send this on its way. So Crimson Court coming through. All right, Crimson Court coming up. Round 2 of action here, guys, as we have Classic in the lead of the series. Waiting for the race to be set. Rainor currently set as Terran. Yo, thank you so much, Geisel1. How you doing? Thank you so much for the 300 bits. Appreciate it. ZVP coming up. Crimson Court game 2. And Rainor bounce back. Was Classic going to be able to stay tricksy and keep himself in an advantage here? Gonna find out in just a couple of moments as we get this ready to go. On the top right-hand corner of the map, our red Protoss, representing Twisted Minds. It's going to be Classic. Taking on the blue Zerg. In the bottom left-hand corner, we have ourselves Rainor. The Classic was a bit tricksy. He got himself an advantage, he followed it up well and brought the aggression. Very nicely handled across the board. Well, hatchery in the bottom left of Rainor is then going to be joined by a hatchery out on the map with its rich Vespian base coming through. As well as our Nexus and our Cybercore all coming up right here. I'm just going to be having the probe coming through. Simulator in the panel coming in. Queen in the Overlord. A couple more drones all coming around. We get everything settled for the moment as our Overlord pops out. And obviously Classic not doing anything too wild this time. I cast him against Shin yesterday. Not yesterday, Monday in the ESL Open Cup Korea. He played a lot of Twilight Council builds. Wondering if that's going to be something here because of this rich Vespian kind of forward base. And it does look like that is the plan of Classic. Twilight Council goes down, Resonating Glaives likely to be the choice as the Adept setup seems to be coming through here from our Protoss player. So we get that underway and we look to see whether it's going to work out against someone like Rainor. Was Rainor going to be able to hold on against this? Twilight is going to finish in a moment. We now have our Queen ready to fight against the Adept. Adept moving over. Robo Facility in the gateway continue to come up. There's going to be 2 more gates coming about. Robo Facility coming through. Warp Gate is again about halfway done as well. As yeah, Shin is Ragnarok. He named a little while back. Yeah, he 2-0'd him. He actually lost him in the GSL qualifiers. And that was the reason he didn't make GSL. Then he 2-0'd him in ESL Open Cup on Monday. Again, a couple of glaive builds worked out well both times and just picked him up some pretty quick wins. Definitely a good dealio. There's a Rotron coming down from Rainor. That's going to be necessary against this Resonating Glaive setup, you would imagine. So we get that ready to roll. As we do see the couple of Adepts going to be out there. The few Lings are hanging around. Just going to be seeing a few more Adepts warping into the high ground as that Glaives continues through and the Prism loads up and we do move out onto the map. So Again, just going to go take a little bit of a step forward. Step's going to be there, getting ready to fight a little bit. Just got all of that on the go for a moment here. As you see those adepts about to have that glaze. I mean, first roaches are coming through. Don't think the adepts are going to commit to that shade. Too many lings chasing them down. Classic was very good when he played against Shin at not overcommitting and being very happy to kind of just take it slow and kind of play for the follow-up as well. So I can imagine that that is likely going to be the case this time as well. Don't think he's in any rush to do anything too crazy too quickly. Adepts going to shade their way through the natural in towards the main base. Queens are there, pushing those adepts away as well. Adepts coming back over. Queen taking a few shots. A couple of drones going down. We do see the roaches going to get hit as well. Roaches taking a lot of damage. That's a couple of roaches dropping. Drones going down. Swole gets knocked. 6, 7 more drones continuing as well. I'm just going to be seeing how Ling's going to get a wraparound on those adepts. Well, I mean, at least we got some drones here. Classic is adepts very much so now just standing and fighting, which is going to finish off a queen. There's one roach that's low HP there as well. He gets one more drone in amongst this madness. And at the same time, we've got harassment in the main base in the natural, which is causing drones to evacuate and move around. So, yeah, the prism's in the main. We're going to warp in a few more adepts here. Going into the immortal follow-up as Rainor's droning to kind of recreate what he's been losing. The immortal follow-up could be a very aggressive push, could be very successful for a Classic. It could also just be used defensively should Rainor get aggressive himself, so that's also a possibility. Options are available here as the Nexus goes down. The lair is building up from Rainor as well, so we get that on the go. And we do see these adepts continuing by, just going to lift up, drop back down, continue to try and find a little bit extra for the moment as we do see again those extra drones will finishing. I mean, we see the third base coming up from Classic. I just do not know if he genuinely wants to use that versus just coming across the map with an Immortal Adept army. Like I say, Rainor had to stop to redrone a little bit. His army supply lacks right now. Thing is, as well as Classic, he lost 15 Adepts, but he's killed a good amount of Lings. He's killed a good amount of Roaches. He's now on 3 Immortals. Like I said, I do not think I would just hate him just committing to the move across the map. I mean, I guess you move across the map. He is probing. You move across the map and I guess just take the base behind it as well if the fight is not good enough for you here. The one thing he doesn't have is really sentries. He just warped in a couple. Still has Adepts, by the way, from the main. He's going to get a couple into the natural. Oh, Rainor pulls away from the natural. Oh, God, this is bad because he's afraid of the attack at the front, but he pulled away, meaning he's going to lose even more work because there's a massive warp into the main base as well. Now, this is a moment where you just back it up a bit as Classic because the damage you're doing in and around the main base and the natural is actually huge in comparison to everything else anyways. Looks like it's starting to be handled, but okay, I actually thought that was going to be way better for Classic. I thought he was going to get a little bit more out of that. Felt like Rainor was pulling away at the wrong kind of times, but so far so good. I believe we still have all the sentry energy. We haven't dropped a force field yet. Tractor goes down, another little corrosive battle drops in. 4 more sentries building through, so those extra sentries coming in. Classic has fallen back, but I mean, again, it's another Immortal, it's 4 more gates. This is simply powering up to go again, right? Like, this is not like a, oh yeah, I'm done, I'm chill, I'm tacking. Like, he's going for more. You know, there's no future tech really being built from him otherwise. Sentry count's been growing. Baneling Nest comes in from Rainor. That could be really good, but we actually need to get to that Baneling Nest first, and there's plenty of force fields. Remember, uh-oh! Yun's going to get trapped in here. A couple of corrosive biles will land down, but the Immortal's already putting in some work. Good biles on the ramp. Obviously, he wanted to bile his way out with the force field, but by also biling the ramp, it forced the army to step back a moment, and that did buy him some time where he wasn't taking all the Immortal shots. Probably saved him some units. His Classic, again, just utilizes the position to deny the rich Vespene gas. Now the Prism comes back into the main base. This time there's nothing really... I mean, he's already got the Adepts here. Previously, he's had to stop to warp the Adepts in. The Lings come back. They do deal with that. The 4th base attempt of Rainor is going to be denied on the low ground. Already pushing into position here with this Adept Immortal Force. And now the Prism's just going to set up on the low ground as well. Warp in across the map, though. Those Lings force the warp in over there, which is now not necessary. So that's a good move from Rainor. It's going to slow Classic's confidence down over here. And again, he's bought himself time to finish up the bane lane nest. +1 melee is nearly done. We're going to deny this poor old extractor for the 3rd or 4th time in the game. Or maybe not. We back away actually for the moment. 3 bases to 3 bases does not bode well for the Zerg. There's the 6 Banes. I mean, it's a question of army quality. These 6 Banes can get some good connections off them. Brilliant. I'm afraid Classic's about to use his final sentry energy before he actually sees the Bane lanes, which would mean that he doesn't have force fields to use against that. Where are those Bane lanes at? Actually, no, they're up to the north, so there's a depth shade. Is going to be okay. Good split from Rainor. He's actually going to be able to handle that pretty well in a game because he doesn't have sentry energy now. The Bane lanes do get to crash through. We warp in a few more units. The Immortal's still staying safe. The Adept Shade in the main was actually a little bit too large. Rainor's split was really good. He sent enough units up there to go handle that very comfortably. We're now out of sentries, guys. We've got another couple of battles to dodge away from. We're eating a couple of these battles. However, Prism's got to stay back because it needs to be able to warp in. Classic's army supply is not looking too pretty. These 4 Mortals have some work to do here. They've got some carrying to do. A few more Adepts warp in. Some of the Immortals now starting to hurt a little bit. A Queen coming forwards is not going to last too long either. Classic is still ahead in economy as he falls back here. He's going to go probably deny that rich Vespene gas one more time on the way out. Relocate around again. No sentries now. Having to rebuild sentries is extremely expensive, so that's going to be a big problem for him as well. That's absolutely going to be an issue. He is taking a 4th base, by the way, but again, I mentioned it before. He hasn't really been improving his tech. It's still just a mortal adept, and with Bane lanes now up, you got to think that Rainor was starting to get into an okay enough position to kind of make this happen. As charge and +1 come through, Immortal coming about, probes in production. Again, just the rest of the Roach Ravager sitting atop this high ground. Mortals will come over once again, knock the extractor down. Roach speed still halfway done. +2 melee, Banelane speed coming up. More corrosive vials, and the Immortal army gets pushed away. That's going to be seeing the extra couple of vials coming down again. Ravagers being pushed back. Depths continue over again. +2 melee, Banelane speed, Roach speed. All the tech coming through from Rainor. Classic has, again, a lot more workers. He's got good army supply. Rainor's just building units now. I think Rainor is just going to send it. But Classic is actually just going to send tech up. So he's making the right calls. If Rainor's just spamming units, the last thing Classic wants to do is to come in and fight. So Classic gets Storm up, and he's going to... If he gets Storm up, he would be in an amazing position if Rainor came and attacked into him. I mean, that really is the dream setup for a Protoss player at that point, is this Prism. Playing with fire there, getting a little bit low, but it has survived through. Gets to come across this other side and will unload onto this hatchery once again. And then Storm about halfway done. Lings and Overlords continue to build up here. The army of Classic retreating back up the ramp on that 4th base. A couple more cannons coming through as well. And Storm not far from finishing. +2 attack coming about. We've seen the, again, I mean, aggression coming through here. Storm's about to be done. We do have High Templars. If we can storm these Banes, this is really not a fun time at all for Classic, as there's going to be aggression from 2 sides. So, Storm was up at the top. Yeah, he storms the Banes. That's nasty. If the Banes can't crash through, this is, again, looking pretty rough for Rainor. As we drop 1 or 2 more Storms, most of these Banes will go down without doing anything. Super Battery pops up here as well. Classic has also won the fight out down to the south. The Observer didn't really know what to look at. There was so much happening at once. Classic takes a 2-0 lead in the best of 5, and he is looking good because he's just playing some different stuff, and he's playing it in a very tricksy manner, which is what Classic is really good at. And yeah, makes it to a 2-0 lead for the moment. So go Classic, go Classic, go! Absolutely popping for now as we get ready to jump into Ghost River here for Game 3 in just a couple seconds. Get this ready and rolling in a moment or two. For everyone to accept the invite in and get game number 3 underways. And Classic leading 2-0 here. See what Rainor has planned to try and bring this series back. If there's anyone that can bring the series back, definitely do not doubt Rainor to be that guy. I'm gonna try and host it again. Someone was obviously not able to join us just then, so in a couple moments, I think it might be Rainor's just BRB a moment or so. Had Classic not qualify for GSL. I think Classic has just been inconsistent. It's been a thing for a while, honestly. It's been a thing for a while. His inconsistency is definitely a big deal. Looks though it was Rainor that was AFK. He's back now. Getting into game number 3. To get this underway. Ghost River coming up. Just as we get to what could be the final map today, guys, just in case Rainor does not make it back in this series, I just want to say thank you so much everyone that's been watching. Also, shout out to the guys on the YouTube stream. Hope you guys have enjoyed something a little bit different. We will be doing YouTube streams more, just obviously not every time I stream. And the next few days I'm doing ESL, and I'm actually going on a tiny little vacation for 2 days with the family. So, next week or so will probably not be too much, but the plan is to kind of, you know, get that going again in the future. So if you did enjoy the YouTube stuff today, do subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the like button on the stream. Those do help us out. I greatly appreciate it. So if you check that out, it would be amazing if you did. Especially that sub button. See when we go live again, upload videos in the future. As we dive into game number 3, let's see if this man in the top left, no GSL for him, but currently up 2-0 in this finals of the Kung Fu Cup. This is Classic. In the top right, our blue Zerg is going to be Rainor. Like I say, it's been a impressive series out of Classic. Been very fun so far. As we get this up and running. Probe moves about a little bit. Gate, probe, and assimilator coming through. It's gonna drop down the spawning pool. Get that underway. A couple drones still coming about. Again, the hatch coming in, gateway coming up. Get that started for a couple of moments. We'll see. First few moments will be peaceful, and probe does not block a hatchery or anything, so hatch pool gas coming up. We'll be having our nexus going down onto that, and again, spawning pool and the extractor continue to come across into play as well. Just having ourselves nexus still building. The pylon and the assimilator continue to go. A couple more queens popping out as the probe still nibbles at the drones. Nexus will be finishing. Again, there's the Stargate from Classic. Almost the most standard thing he's done so far today. Whoa, just straight up Stargate play? No way! This man can do anything. He can be weird. He can be wacky. He really can do just pretty much everything. As we get up and running. Coupling is going to nibble at that pylon. Drone going to come over. Probe is going to put another pylon down as Classic wants to block this long enough to get the depths here. The reason he's going to invest into this is because there's no alternative third base, right? This is a map where there's just no other way to take a third. So if you can just stop the third base from coming up, incredible. What do you do? Take a fourth location? Play off 2 bases? None of that's fun. None of that's ideal. I like this. Shade after that adept. Just make sure another drone doesn't come across you. Correct move. Okay. Oh, actually shades after the... he shades after the drone. To be fair, he kills the drone. Now the third hatchery does go down, so Rainor does get it there. I mean, I don't know what he would have done if this did get delayed for longer, if the Adept actually just sat there. Yeah, I'm actually not sure what the plan would have been, but now 2 Adepts together. Still delays the third hatch a significant amount, gets a drone kill early as well. And it's obviously a pretty big deal. I just don't think these Adepts are going to be able to get deep enough to really justify the commitment to the Shades, so they're going to cancel for the moment. This Oracle shows up, does not have the greatest at times, fires once and then gets met by a bunch of queens. Less queens in the main though, that's why we do get ourselves a couple of drones, so some damage will be dealt. We have some amount of success there as the link speed continues in. The queen coming about, extra drones on the way, hatchery and a few more creep tumors continuing up as well, just for the moment. As we have our link speed about halfway done as well, Twilight Council still building. From Classics. That's a pretty quick Twilight after the Stargate. It is triple Oracle, but yeah, Twilight on its own. I wonder if this is maybe still like Stargate into like Glaives rather than just like into Blink. Or it could be very aggressive Blink, right? Where you just go mass Blink, you don't stop, and you don't get the +1 upgrade, so you just get as many Stalkers as possible. Overlord to the upper right side, just going to be chilling in that corner. Rainor supply blocked actually after losing an Overlord to the Stalker. 3 more gateways coming through. It's definitely aggression. It's just a question of Blink versus Glaives, and I think it's Blink because he's waiting for 150 gas. Oh, he was just slow to start the Glaives. Okay, so it is Glaives. I mean, I guess there's also a bunch of Adepts already here, so maybe we should have looked at that one as an answer. Melee upgrade, so a Ling Bane style potentially against this. Banes would be the real key to kind of actually having a good time against this. I think right now Classic does not want to reveal any more Adepts. Right now, you just want Rainor to believe that this is a nice, comfortable game. These few Adepts are just teaming up with the Oracle to try and get something done. And that this is it, right? You know, drones, lair tech that's not going to come online for a while. This is all brilliant for Classic. This is going to be a very difficult defense for Rainor if he continues this trajectory. All these extra Adepts warping off that third base. Glaives is almost halfway done. Remember, this is a very short map. There's the Roach Roaring starting now. Oh, that does not feel good for Rainor, surely. Still droning. Oracle's going to dive a mineral line here, get a couple more drones. Yep. Make him feel like he has to rebuild those. Even less units to defend against the Glaives. That single Ling is going to come in. He's going to see the lack of probes here, but I think he also saw... Well, I mean, I think it's smart from Classic. He only shows the number of Adepts he's already shown across the map. So that part of it's very smart. I don't think it really affects what Rainor was going to do. 3 more Overlords coming up as Rainor gets ready to spam Roaches, and he is going to need to spam Roaches as these Adepts get shading across. He's actually just going to sit on this third base, does not commit into the natural. No reason to go into a dangerous position when he already sees what's alive over here. I would like to see just maybe 2 Adepts go after the drones that go down to that 4th base now. As he shades across, he will see those Lings. He will just straight up kill this hatchery. As now, I mean, I think Classic as well did open with the Robo facility, right? So he followed it up with that. So he's not gotten anything out of it yet, but that's something we could potentially look at here. Adepts continue to get around the back, continue to try and deal some more damage, continue to try cause some trouble across the board right now. And we continue to come around and just see ourselves the Adepts coming through for a moment. I'm just going to be seeing the Oracle coming about. Just going to go after a couple of these Adepts as well. Oh, Classic gets 12 drones, a hatchery killed. Question is going to be, can he defend the counterattack? That's where the Immortal is going to be becoming important. And a few more Zealots warping in. +1/+1 on the way. Charge coming up as well. Let's just get a few more Lings coming up. Ravage coming through. Roach speed, Overlord speed continuing around. Here is the counterattack. I mean, we try and get these batteries up. This is going to be it for Rainor. I mean, he's got double the army supply. Force field to that. That's not the force field. Surely not. Super battery comes in. It's going to keep the Immortal alive. The Oracle will activate. I mean, I kind of get the force field because you want to stop more units coming up, but like, all the units were already up. I guess the Queens are about to arrive as well. The Oracle's out of energy. The 1/1 on the upgrades might be a little too greedy for this situation, guys. Classic, classic, classic. He's got an Immortal and a few Stalkers on the natural. The problem is his units are going to be so split apart, it's going to be very tough to really fix that as the Lings and the Roaches come across here. The Queens are going to begin to fight as well, a little bit deeper, a little bit further. Well, we actually get to start fighting these Queens. We're going to start killing them before they get onto creep, before transfusions are available, so that's a big deal. Classic. He's staying about half the army supply of his opponent. It's not getting worse, but it's definitely also not getting better. However, he's about to have 1-1 in charge. That Immortal gets caught before he gets back into the natural. That's painful. Like I say, 1-1. Good upgrades are nice. Charge is great. Is that enough to make the difference here? These few Zealots pop through, plus 1 armor's on the way. Can Rainor do enough? The Queens are trying to camp out on their little creep spread that they've got going on. Super Battery pops on the natural. Again, transfusions available. The Queens are starting to run out of energy to some extent, though. The army supplies, will it be enough? Again, charge lots are such a huge addition. The Immortal does not have a battery there. Every tech unit counts for so much right now. Losing an Immortal is a big deal. Actually, more Roaches producing from Rainor, which is interesting because it'll take Roaches a bit longer to get across the map, and that might give Classic a little bit of time to survive. Queens are obviously out of transfusions as well. Even more Zealots warping in. These Zealots trying to do their best in the front lines. There's another Immortal, and he might actually get to join up as Classic is going to defend. He's going to push back the Queens. There'll be another wave of this coming, sure, but I think Rainor is in too much trouble. I don't think this is going to be it for him. Couple more Overlords moving about. Temple Archives 2-2 coming around. The Immortal coming in. Sentries building. Queens move about as well as we see Lings and Roaches. Queen as well continue to come about here. Classic gets ready to drop down to 4th base. Well, Rainor is going to start a Bane Nest to drop a Lord. Meanwhile, Classic starts 2-2 in the Temple Archives. The hold is made. And this game definitely goes on in Classic's favor with a 15-worker lead to start off with, which is obviously a huge deal. Storm starts up. Roaches and the Ravager will knock down a set of rocks. I have Classic 3-0's Rainor. That's definitely an upset. I mean, obviously no one wants the 3-0 final, but the 3-0 final when it's definitely, I think it's fair to say the guy that missed out on qualifying for GSL is the underdog, right? Definitely makes it a very cool result. And I like his follow-up right now, by the way. Just going to Storm, being very safe about this. Like, Rainor was scary in a longer game, but he's playing a longer game from a pretty awful position. Again, the problem is if you try and, be aggressive. Well, he wasn't really in a position to be aggressive anyways. But if you try to be aggressive as well and your opponent just makes units to try and attack you again, then you lose. Whereas doing this, it saves you from a future attack. It just really kind of sets you up across the entire board. As you see, the Prism continues to cross through the natural expansion. Going to go in towards the main base. Going to get into this in a second or so. A couple of Zealots will start to unload. Just annoyance, right? Harassment coming through, a few drones going down. We've got Zealots on the other base here as well. Rainor splits up well against that. The Drop Lord gets into the back of the main kind of dead airspace, so could be a problem. I don't think we've got any kind of static defense there from Classic. As that Prism's dead to the Queen. And we'll unload the few Zealots at least, but we'll go for nothing more than a few Lings. We have to warp into the main to deal with this, so Probe's going down, and Classic is the one that has the worst couple of moments when it comes to the harassment war. And he's going to start up a Stargate number 2 and a Fleet Beacon. He's going to play a longer game. He does not feel any pressure to try and push out and end this anytime soon. So he's going to just sit back and chill. Overlord takes a few more shots. Bane speed about to finish. Plus 2 melee coming up. Look at our drones and our Lings continuing in. 3-3 upgrades on the Forges. The Phoenix going to be there to finally chase down that Dropper Lord, by the way, so that won't be a problem anymore. Rainor goes to base number 5. Classic, reeling from some of those losses just previously. Storms, Immortals, continue to bring this about as we set up on the left, and we do have ourselves missiles, Lings and Banes all continuing through. Spire coming up with that Hive to join in as well. So you bring that through as well. Also right now, just going to be seeing Classic continue to push across into the center. Lings are going to morph into Banes. This one, missiles are going to start through. Hive and the Spire continues up as well. Couple more carriers coming about. The Immortal's halfway done. Mothership still building, +1 air weapons with the 3-3 on the ground. Also coming into production here. The Lings get a wrap around on these Zealots. Again, with the first carriers coming to the table, Rainor going to Broodlords. I don't hate it, you know. I think it's probably not a bad idea, all things considered. As this drop lord will get shot down as well, so this Baneling drop will go nowhere. It's a good denial ahead of time from Classic already, as tries to set up for his 5th base. This map can become quite the stalemate kind of map. Right? I mean, it's equal amount of bases. It's difficult to push in. It's difficult to kind of, you know, it's very easy to kind of sit on your bases and just kind of defend that setup. Especially if Classic starts to get defense down, static defense in the middle of the map, like cannons and batteries on that high ground. I'm not even sure how much I love the Broods. I mean, it's a small map, so Broods aren't going to be out-positionable, but I'm not sure how much the Broods are going to be able to push into positions either. First by about a finishling. Roach will knock down this set of rocks. Adrenal Glands is coming up here from Rainor as well. Person moves in towards the natural, but he gets shot down, so will not do much while dropping those Zealots off into Queens, force a few transfusions. That's where the Ling Roach gets chased around and knocked down the rocks to give access to this high ground base that Classic just went for. There is a drop lord. Really good defense from Classic as he pulls the probes. Ah, that's a spot on defense. The Bane scouting the carrier and the mothership, and we're still only building. Okay, no, we have 4 carriers now on the map. It's still just building one at a time, though. Carriers, some of them being left behind here, actually going to act as the defense. Yeah, cool little cloaking, and obviously still get some kills if the Banes manually detonate. 17 probes going down. Classic losing workers. And again, Rainor is building up into the Corruptors, into the second Spire. Broodlords as well, getting all of that prepped. Army moving into the middle here, as we have ourselves a Classic force heading out down to the south, really trying to find a way to move about and get something done. 5 more Brutes coming about, the Spores are coming in, Spire coming up as well. We got a couple of Infestors being brought up. Nice little jump on this 5th base, Classic. Does have units there to defend this. I think he just wants to kind of go to some extent, though. What's the army looking like? We actually don't have that many Corruptors up. I really thought he'd have a few more Corruptors, but most of them have just become Broodlords. This army is going to be very difficult for Rainor to fight against. We actually chased down a single Infestor there as we see the Spores on this position. Maybe we prefer this position then instead. Honestly, there's not even that many Spore Crawlers. I feel like this is engageable. We're going to see a big Roach counterattack from Rainor. Storm comes about. A Fungal Ghost come through as we drop the Storms onto the Broodlords as well. We're going to start targeting down those Broodlords. To be fair, if the Broodlords go down, the Archon force on the ground is just going to melt stuff. The Roaches on the other side, I'm sure, are going to have a great time as we drop one more Storm in. Classic ahead in supply in this moment. And we are going to see him continue to punch through. A couple of Queens going down. Another continued trouble is Classic. Does he have enough? My freaking BattleNet just logged out. Okay, cool, great, love that. Any which way, we continue to chase forwards, and we are going to be seeing Rainor continue to push through. So continue to go in for this. Trying to get in for the moment here. Just going to see this attack continuing right now as we work our way across. Roaches continue through. A couple of Immortals are going to get grabbed. Going to be seeing a couple more Zealots are going to continue to get warped in. Just going to be seeing the carriers continue to come in for the moment. Going to see the Roaches still moving about, and we have ourselves more Lings coming up. A couple of carriers continuing through, plus 2 air weapons still coming around as well. More Corruptors around at the top left-hand side. As you do see the Roaches coming over. Pylon going to be in a little bit of trouble. Just having our Corruptors still moving through. This force will continue about. We are going to finish off this Nexus. Rainor has been able to overwhelm that army. And he is going to be able to continue to chase. As we just see ourselves, the Corruptors, the Infestors, the +3 melee, all continuing by. Archon and the Prison coming up as well, and Man, Rainor, I really felt like he was not going to have enough to win out the fight. I mean, honestly, his ground army may still not do it. Look at the force. It's mostly roaches and lings, you know? Like, it's not a lot of higher tech units, which may just still be a problem. Guns clean up a little bit. And Corruptor, Brood, and Roach Ravager setting up. We are going to be seeing Classic coming across the map. Again, down in army supply. Obviously, would have to attack into the stack defense and everything, which is not exactly ideal. Definitely not great, as we just have our Lings continuing around. Tempest coming up, a couple more Broods and Corruptors still coming in. We are going to start diving down this ramp. Fungal growths are going to hold you up. I mean, we need to get these High Templars into range. We need to start storming. Not super pretty for Classic. Lings continue through. We're going to be seeing another storm on the Brood Lords. Just going to see the rest of the Archons still trying to move through. Stalker and Immortal are going to be there. More storms, sorry, onto the Roach Ravager. Rainor, is it going to be enough? Storms on the Roach Ravager again. It's so low. We're out of interceptors though, and that means that Classic's going to have to back it up for a second. Rainor gets a chance to build up a little further. I mean, does he really just not have a way to fight? I mean, to be fair, if we just get rid of the Brood Lords, then it maybe doesn't matter anyways. Oh my goodness, this is very close, but I think Rainor's going to do it. He knocks down all the carries. He stops the warp, and GG says Classic, and Rainor is going to win it. And that is going to be a 1-2 victory. I don't know why my scoreboard swapped around, guys. I think that happened in the lag spike that we saw. So apologies for that. But we are going to get into a game number 4 anyways here. Get that set up and get this to continue. Guys, I have no idea what happened on Twitch. My YouTube stream stayed live. I also got logged out of Battle.net. So I don't know what happened. But yeah. Alright, well, I will go in again number 4. So it is going to be 2-1 in favor of Classic. As, yeah, it was kind of strange because, like I say, I got logged out of Battle.net. Twitch went down. But my YouTube stream was still fine, right? So, kind of weird. Alright, well, we will get into game number 4 of this in just a second. Series continues through. Yeah, sorry, I know it was an awful time to crash on the Twitch stream, guys. It was kind of, I honestly, like, I kind of missed exactly how Rainor brought it back a little bit because I was distracted with the fact that everything was crashing, but it really felt like Classic had a good enough fight, and then Rainor just said, nuh-uh, no way, absolutely not. To get ready to go into this next game. Alright, Site Delta, get this ready to go. PVZ coming up. Game number 4 of our best of 5 finals. So, multi-stream is worth it. Yeah, actually, like, I would have actually just thought that was my new internet, but actually, like, this guy can't have been my new internet, right? If literally it was just Twitch and Battle.net in the same moment, like, it was very weird. Very, very strange. Alright. We get going into Site Delta. And they just going to say hi quickly as we get set to rumble. A little unfortunate because we lost like 500 viewers and we have a sponsorship to do at the end of this, so it would have been kind of nice to not lose the viewership for the sponsorship, but that's okay. At least it went to game number 4. Now we get a chance to build it up a little further. Let's head into game number 4. In the top left-hand side, our red Protoss player here is Classic. And in the bottom right, our blue Zerg, Rainor. Hey, Fnatic SCT, thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. As we get into our fourth game, this finals does not come to a close just yet. On we go. See how we get to continue through. Alright, getting the gas coming up. Get that settled. Just for a couple of moments here. And do you have a hatch gas? Spawning pool likely to come in a few moments as well. Still got the gateway coming about. Probe will come through. You miss Ellie. Well, she wasn't really like big on the camera. She just walked in the room, saw that I was casting, left. Typical Ellie move, really. Probe gets chased around by a drone. I'm just going to be seeing the Cybercore Nexus continuing through. Slight delta then for map number 4. With our grand finals again, waiting to see exactly how this all pans out. Twilight Council, building from Classic, so just going to get that on the way. So immediately a Twilight Council this time. Going to go back to some Glaives play, I imagine. Get that set up. And a couple of Lings move about. Going to go chase around after a probe or so. And again, the Ling speed, a couple of drones continuing through. It's going to be seeing Lings continue to chase that probe over to that right-hand side. So again, a little bit of movement over there as we do have our Lings continuing to play the hunting game. Again, just going to be having ourselves a robo facility coming up. Link speed's halfway done. One adept is going to shade by a little bit. Queen just going to be chilling. We do have the robo. Again, settling down for Classic as the gateway comes in as well. There's a couple of gates coming through with the robo facility. There is our resonating glaive, so we do get to see this coming about here. I'm just going to be seeing like extra gates coming through. The warp gate is coming. I'm just going to be seeing the adept heading back to the upper left-hand side. A few Lings are going to go chasing. They want to go and grab this adept. Just looking to try and catch that there as the 10 gates come through. Robo facility gets settled. We're now going to have ourselves the Lings coming back around. Prism is about halfway done. As you see, the Walk Gate about to be in as well, so we'll start to see those adept numbers rise. This time, Roach Run is on the way quickly from Rainor, so he's going to be probably able to. He's probably going to be able to get that Roach Run and Roaches out in a pretty reasonable time here. I mean, I feel like Rainor's going to be very prepped for this. I feel like the longer this series goes, the worse it actually gets for Classic, because I feel like the trickery and the cool stuff that he does is the sort of stuff that Rainor will get on top of and learn from game by game. And so I do get more worried the longer this goes. If it goes to game 5, I would say I'm definitely feeling it for Rainor, and I already feel in this game 4. Rainor is very much so on track to be okay against it. He sees the adepts now though, and I tell you what, I think he didn't quite notice what was up because he didn't build roaches. He built the lair instead, so he put money in the lair. So I think he did get kind of a bit mind-gamed here, as we do not have a wall off there. We're going to, warp into depths. They will wall. They will deal with those Lings. These adepts are going to get to shade, and they're going to go for some they're going to go for Queens, I guess. One transfusion buys a little bit of time. Now the Ling's showing up as well. We try and pull back. There's the first roaches popping, so the first few roaches that did get built. Let's just have the Depth shading into the natural expansion now. A few more drones going down there. 4 workers killed. A queen in some trouble. Shade out one more time as we go elsewhere. The adepts from across the map are now going to come through too. I feel like Rainor had, again, a good idea of what this was, and then he just sort of felt as though it was like, oh, it's kind of too late for adepts. So he built the lair, he built the, drones, and that actually did turn out to be adepts, and that's allowed Classic to actually come in and do okay in terms of dealing damage. Adepts still warping in back on the other side of the map, and that's just going to be part of the defense there. Now we have to restart the lair because he cancelled it, knowing he just needed the gas to build as many roaches as possible. So that has been an extremely costly experience, quite frankly. Extremely costly as the lings continue through. Probe gets grabbed. Next is going to come down in a moment or so. Just going to see the rest of these lings getting picked off. Adepts will shade. Roaches will be there. And the adepts continue across for the moment. Away they go as we see the prism. Going to show back up. And a few roaches coming over. We're about to finish. Drones and roaches continuing out. There's going to be some Evo chamber coming through as well as our roach speed is on the way. Adepts will shade. Roaches are going to be hanging about. Just going to be seeing those adepts moving straight through towards the natural expansion. First one gets pushed out the left-hand side. I mean, obviously we're chilling out on the adepts right now. As the Immortals have been building, Classic really is just bringing back the Immortal Adept Sentry follow-up push. Rainor is prepping for it, though. Unit is all you see in the production tab. A roach speed upgrade, sure, but now this their base. No saturation on it at all. A few lings just trying to cause chaos back at home. Start to move forward. A few extra adepts warp in. Cancel that shade. We get onto the creep spread. A couple of corrosive vials. Hitting the adepts. Again, the roach is just going to get grabbed. And it's okay, Jay. Thank you for the resub. It's Classic. It's big right now. I mean, good force fields does keep this army back, but obviously it's not been a fast fight so far. And the longer this goes, the more time Rainor gets to, add more units into this battle. A few extra adepts show up. We're going to start running out of force fields. I kind of want to see Classic just dive bomb the high ground, I think. If he runs up into the natural, the units have to come from the low ground. The problem is you're running out of force fields, so I feel like controlling 2 ramps isn't worth it anymore. If you move into the natural, you just control 1 ramp. Honestly, might be the way to go about this. Roach Roaring dead, so now no more roaches. That maybe does allow Classic to play this a little bit more slowly and let some of the sentry energy recharge. He's not going to go diving through just yet. And it's now going to go up the left-hand side. I don't mind that either. I feel like this obviously provides less reinforcement direction. There's no Ravagers, so Rainor cannot chase this army down at all. Just going to be seeing the Hatchery taking some more shots. Sentries and Adepts still coming through. We're going to turn back around. Force fields continue to drop in. Just going to be seeing Roaches still taking some hits. Corrosive Val comes down. Just going to be seeing GG called. Classic is going to take the series 3-1. The Classic gets it done. Congrats to him. Obviously a bit of a weird one in the end, but he gets it done. Classic is victorious. Alrighty, guys. We're going to be heading straight into our sponsored content here on Twitch. I want to say thank you one more time to everyone watching on YouTube. If you watch on YouTube and you want to come support me for free, literally come watch on the Twitch channel for the next hour or even a few minutes. Viewership helps us with our sponsorship that we're going to be swapping into. We're going to be playing No Rest for the Wicked. I do want to say again, thank you so much for watching on the YouTube channel. The YouTube stream will go off in a moment. Again, if you're here on Twitch, stick around, support the sponsorship. And yeah, it was a really cool tournament today. The Kung Fu Cup was an absolute blast. So that was awesome, awesome, awesome. And yeah, we're going to swap into the sponsored content. So thank you so much, guys, on the YouTube channel. Usually there's be a bit of an outro scene and stuff, but I'm actually just going to turn the stream straight off because, like I say, we're going to move into the sponsored stuff. So I'll say goodbye to the YouTube. And we'll say hello to some other stuff. So thank you so much again. Subscribe on the YouTube, like the stream and stuff. Like I say, we'll try and do more of these in the future, and of course, we'll continue our daily uploads. So do check that out as we get ready to hop into the bounty in a moment. So yeah, let's do it. Let's hop into this. I need to figure out how to turn my YouTube stream off. Boom. And nice, I figured it out, guys. I